Hello, this is Kylie J.N.S. I hope you guys are having a great Friday. Good morning, actually. We up early in the morning. I have to say, I have to say, I actually need to go live on Rumble. I forgot to hit the live on there, so I'll do that now. And like I said, I hope you guys had a great week filled with some joy and some love and some peace and some bliss and some good, wholesome energy. For those who are on Rumble, we just went live. I apologize. I meant to hit the button at the same time, but so there may be a delay because we're on multiple streams. So forgive me for that. But nonetheless, I want to talk about something that's fairly. I mean, I like to I try to talk about certain controversial topics, a couple of days after, the viral moment, just for things to settle down, for like cooler heads to prevail, because this is not like a conversation where like we're being contrary to be contrary. Like we're like doing like a deep dive, like in the psychoanalysis and the collective consciousness of society's programming around Black women. And then even the internalization of that within Black women themselves, but the broader Black community. And so, as you guys can see, first I should start with the topic. We're talking about the Black woman statue in New York. And so I want to preface this with, I'm not going to try to say like, you know, objectively what the artist's work meant. I am learning boundaries around like interpreting, art in terms of what the artist meant. And then, a lot of times when it comes to like statues and art pieces themselves, sculptures, the the interpretation is up to a lot of times the viewer, and in terms of your optics and perception. um and so I respect what the artist did. I'm going to just talk about some of the codes that I see, but it doesn't mean objectively from the artist's perspective, if that's what that means. It could very well, just me seeing that streamline of consciousness or these connections that may not even mean anything. They could literally just mean that it's just cool, that it just looks, like that, oh, this is just a cool little, my interpretation, okay? But objectively, we will do a comparative analysis on statues in America. Different statues of white women's, Black women's. I think we got some Black men's in there, white men's. We're gonna compare these statues. As far as like the crux of how you control someone's perception around media and beauty standards and propaganda. Now, I'm not saying people should control people. I'm just saying like how it's done. It's not like how you think. It's to like the way the Black community think is like, they have to have this best representation in comparison to white people because of what we systematically been through. I'm not shaming the victim. But what I'm saying is like, you know when we in our minds is like we got to have like the best of this best because of what has transpired in terms of our self-esteem and even the racial caste system in America. And so what happens is we put this undue pressure, these undue realistic standards, this respectability politics, this you know or even like becoming a walking apology at worst, or feeling ashamed because I'm going to objectively like we're going to like go through comments and things that was said and from the Black community in themselves that shows what's in the subconscious, just objectively, like, okay, this, why do you think this, why did you come to this conclusion? We're going to talk about the history of, I would say, goddess iconography as it relates to female structures. We're going to cover some statues that are, and I want to say in Europe and in Paris in particular. There's a lot of statues that we're going to cover, but some of them got arms missing, small penis, and all this stuff. But the reason why we're doing that is because I want to show how like most statues in America, let's say like of like white men or white women's, even other Black women's. This is not the only plus size Black woman statue in America. They've been in America for aeons. You think that's offensive? We talking about they got them with the gun in the hand, leaning forward, pilgrim dress on, like it's the 1800s. I found these statues, and these statues are very old, by the way, and no one complained. It wasn't a viral moment on Fox or all these black influencers. Tear it down. It's embarrassing. I found stuff that looked way crazy. Cowrie shells all on the head, the beautiful lips, of course, but I mean, we gonna really break this shit down. Okay, like we really gonna break this shit down, like how these look. And we gonna show this the comparison of the of to in comparison to the white male. Now, in comparison to the white male, you know, we seeing like these plus size statues look with hook noses looking crazy. And so the point is, like, when you building up beauty standards or like perception, I would say is what I'm noticing even in the media, Hollywood, not just Hollywood, but just like, again, when you do the comparison of statues, you'll see it for yourself. You'll see for yourself. Like this black woman statue in New York that everybody made a fuss about looks better actually than most of the statues in America, black and white. And we'll go through them through the ages. Like some of them are so antiquated. We're talking about they got pilgrim dresses on these people, on black women's with guns in their hands, like they Harriet Tubman and stuff. Cowrie shells in America, like a whole African, like, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, like, it doesn't even look like like, a black American. And in many ways, people could say sometimes you can't tell, and that could be true. That's true. But what I'm saying is, like, that would not. We don't wear cowrie shells in our hair in America. Let's just be real. So that's what I mean by that. Um, and so we're going to do that deep dive. We're going to also look at beauty standards in America in terms of like the plainness around what the Western society props up. What they do is they use a mechanism where if they prop up their mediocrity or their averageness, then they can normalize the averageness of the average look of a white European, and then they'll have their outliers. And so I want to compare that strategy because, to be honest, how do I say this? My master teacher taught me this 10 years ago, that what black women were doing was doing the opposite, where they thought that in order to normalize a new beauty standard, they have to always show their best outliers and then hide or be ashamed of their worst outliers. And when you compare the way Western society did it, and I'm not saying we're copying them or we're doing it, it's just objectively, just it's not about race. It's literally just optics. Like it's an optic thing. It's a perception thing where they normal, and I'm going to show you the statues. They normalize the average look of a European all throughout Rome, all throughout Europe, all throughout America. I'm going to show you some statues that you would objectively say, that's average. That's like the average Joe Schmo just walking down the street. Or these white males, big pop bellies, all types of stuff. You're going to see it literally for yourself. Okay, you're going to see it, like, and it's not for us to mimic them. It's just that the perception of this is just a human body. It's just a human, statue. Why does the way another actual inanimate statue look have any bearing on you or your representation or your image, if that is objectively how some people look? Of course you have your outliers, but most humans look average, right? But you have really good looking people throughout all groups and ethnicities. But say in Black America, we have our people that are like representing us that look really, really beautiful, right? You got your Nia Longs, you have Maya, you have Beyonce, you have Ashanti, you got all those would be like our outliers. You have Azalea Banks, you got these beautiful black women's that, obviously, are in the forefront, right? And that is a technique that is done. Obviously, when you compare it to the Western, they have their Angelina Jolie's, Angelina Lima's, right? But what they do, what's interesting, is that they will also prop up a very plain Jane and put them in those A-list positions. Oftentimes, we're going to review that. We're going to review how they'll put it, prop up the and it's a strategy for doing that. The reason why you do that is because you have to show when you're creating like ethnicities and cultural identities, and you're galvanizing around your lineage. What happens is, if you have groups of people who feel ostracized from the outliers when really that is the average, you run the risk of creating schisms. And then those schisms, unfortunately, what happens is, once those schisms happens, is that those people end up not, it's not deviating, but they'll end up leaving the group, or becoming de-incentivized, or de-incentivized, or disillusioned to stick around. And I'll show you how Europeans. I'll give you the specific actors. We'll go through their looks objectively. Like, what they'll do is they'll prop up and see. We don't do that in our culture, but I'm just saying, like, in European culture, and they'll prop up their average, put them in an A-list position. Now we talk about looks wise and appearance wise. They don't really do that with intellect, though. Notice that they don't ever really do that with intelligence, to an extent. They try not to. They starting to do that more now. I notice they actually are starting to do that more now. But traditionally, Europeans would, look out for their intelligentsia and their academics and their scholars. But I've noticed that they're reversing that kind of, and they are using a different technique around that. But when it comes to the beauty standard, the technique is to use someone who is, again, the basic, the average person, put them in an A-list position or in the forefront, and convince everybody that that person is beautiful. And they've done that with multiple people. Now, sometimes the objective is not to convince or normalize. This is like how they changed all of the religious leaders to be pale skin. All of the um all of the religious leaders, Mahavira, all of a sudden now they're all pale. Like, even the Vedic the Vedic sculptures, they're all pale now. But that was systematically done, and it was done to normalize the perception of their look, whether they were actually beautiful or not, whether they were plain or not. You call them plain Jane, or basic, however you want to say that. They made that and propped that up and put that at a forefront. They did it through their statues, through stealing other people's images and looks, even with the Victorian era, with the um big, what's it, those big gowns with you have the corset, and you have the big flowy gown that make it look like you have a big butt. That's like more of the stuff the Victorian era was modeled after Hottentot Venus, while shaming Hottentot Venus. It didn't go in and take that particular style, many styles, shaming edges or braids, and then go and do that thing. So we are familiar with that. But then they're normalize their average people. And so they'll convince other groups of people that their average is actually the most beautiful. And then they'll use their outliers, obviously, as like supernovas. And then they also use perception magic, or, it plays on people's perception, to then also, um, I'm sorry, I got distracted, to then also convince entire groups of people that everyone looks like that. And so once you normalize their average looking European, even if, and sometimes that's not even the average look, but you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even mean like it is a particular body standard. I'm just saying, like, well, we're gonna view it today. We'll look at it literally together, all these statues, different actors and whatnot. And it's not to denigrate, it's just, again, my master teacher had told us, she was like, Black women are freaking out every time something gets promoted that they feel ashamed of, but it's really projection. It's really showing the world stage how they really feel about themselves or their triggers, because they have been trying to trigger a reaction out of us for a minute. Different riots, different, different, not riots, different protests, different scenarios to get us riled up, right? All these different things to try to extract energy, to harvest energy. Obviously, with the black woman statue, I don't think that black man was necessarily trying to trigger, because he has put statues like that elsewhere. And then again, there are statues like that in America all over the place that has been around for decades. So that was clearly a psyop. But I think it sparks a really good conversation psychologically and analytically around, well, what is internalized within the black woman, even within myself, because I'm speaking from myself. Like, this is my thing. When I saw the statue, I honestly didn't really have the reaction. I wanted to see how tall it was, personally, because the person standing next to it looked small to me. And so I said, well, that must be a really big statue, as far as in height. And then I thought that I did think it was basic. But I'm just familiar, though, that there's so many basic statues in America, so it didn't bother me. Like, I know for a fact that I've seen statues that look worse than that. And so I didn't care. It was a feeling of indifference. I said, okay, Times Square, they have the black artist, black male artist. He's doing things, and I did think that, obviously, on the dates and the times, I try to do some quick code, and I don't think he has anything to do with that. It was just me just curious to see, like, well, what could, I personally suspect that it's a larger piece of a puzzle for me, at least psychologically, to think about, like, especially the uproar. Everybody else was up in a rage about the 12-foot black woman statue. And when they saw black people, particularly black men, go all in, and we're going to talk about all of that and show the receipts about that, it gave permission for then the white men started jumping on it and immediately made videos about, oh, woke statue, DEI statue, tear it down. Oh my gosh, because they saw that black people didn't like it. And black people have a right to not like it. It's just that we're doing a deep dive on the psychology around, well, why, you know how many basic, average, overweight statues that they are all over this country of all groups of people. They don't really have like Angelina Jolie statues around America. Now they'll put that on TV, actually. That's more so something that they do on for the supernova programming, cinema, stuff you got to go to the movies for to get into your sensory. When they really want to get into your mind, into that sensory, they'll put up the Angelina Jolies, you know. They'll put up who else is, I'm trying to think, the Kate Winslets, the Selma Hayeks. That's a different form of sensory, different even objective than the goal of, a statue. So a lot of times the statues are historical figures, or art is either going to be some sort of historical monument or ritual, or artwork, an art piece. And so this was an art piece, and in that sense, what the art is considered, it's subjective as far as his meaning, interpretation of why he made it and wanted it there. But a lot of times when artists do stuff provocative like that, the work is conceptual, the art is conceptual, and that's what I love about what he did. Because, okay, Times Square, 12 feet in the middle of random, and people get to just judge it, you know and it's tall, and it's basic. It is a basic statue. Objectively, so, I mean, I won't say objectively, subjectively, for me, it was a basic, but again, it looked better than a lot of the statues in America. um but I like that it's that conceptual piece. It's a piece where you can have a dialogue around it. What do you think about it? Why don't you like it? Oh, do black women? Oh, y'all jumping out y'all bag. We finally got a reaction out of you niggas. Not me. I'm not saying it, but I'm saying that's what they're saying. Like, oh, we got it. We found it. We got that energy. Yeah, black women's is acting a fool, a plum fool on the internet. We hate it. We hate it. Black men's is, I got the pictures of black men's with their heads down, covering their face. I'm like, Why y'all not doing all that with them white ugly statues? I mean, the stuff I'm about to show y'all today. Y'all gonna be like, what in the world? We talking about? Oh, look how ugly this is on your screen. Like this is they normalize their, look at the small mark. They even made a statue, no arms, penis, small penis. Just right there, boom, on display, right in their little museums. Make charge you $100 for the Louvre Museum. Charge you $1,000 for the Louvre, to go see this, because they prop up they basic. It's all glamour magic, but it's reverse for those who catch it. Like they doing stuff with it's sensory, and then they looking at the other groups and telling them you ain't nothing. You nappy headed. You this. You a mammy. You this. You this. You that. And they sitting up there got they peoples in museums and all over they build their little sculptures with no motherfucking arms. You come on. This is not even attractive. This statue is just objectively not even attractive even for the average woman walking. No arms. No. Look at this penis. Look at this clothing, lack of clothes. Look at this. I mean, abs are pretty nice, but I mean, like, come on, who would? Let's be real, and it's by design. So then juxtapose that with Black Americans who have been subjected to brutal perceptions of themselves. And again, I'm speaking from experience because I know what this looks like and feels like, and I've had to work through that and deal through that myself. So when I saw the statue, it didn't trigger me. I just thought I said, oh, so we have some conceptual art. Like, look how big that statue is compared to that human standing next to it. Who created it? Why is it made? And so we find out it's a Black man. So I check out his other stuff. I see, I like conceptually what he did. I did because it sparked conversation within myself. And then it sparked conversation, abroad quite globally about this statue. And my thing is there's so many statues like this about Black women in America already in existence since the 90s, the 80s. I mean, we talking about, I mean, you want to see some of you about to really y'all about to really be triggered because I'm about to show y'all they got some Harriet Tubman type shit all over the country. They don't tell it didn't this was a psyop. They wanted you to get triggered. They wanted Black men all on Twitter. Plus size, oh my gosh, they got this. This plus size statues of Black women are all over this country, all over the world, actually. Literally since for like the last 10,000 years, and we're going to actually review that. What's funny is, and they got statues of plus size Black men. They got and of course they little self. They got their statues without arms. Look at this. They got this. This is a white woman dressed like a pilgrim. These are basic statues. They're basic as fuck. Look at this one. She hold it. This is they love the little Black woman. I think this is a pregnant woman. I think that's actually a nice one. You know, Pilgrim. Look at the pilgrim look. Oh, you can't even see it. Oops. Let me share my screen. Oops, you were supposed to be looking at that. Okay, let me just share it for you. Let's go back here. Okay. Now let me go. I'm on YouTube Rumble. That's I have to fix. Okay, there we go. Perfect. So when I was talking about the penis in particular, this is what I was referring to. The statue has no arms and a small penis. Okay. Like these statues are objectively ugly. Look at this statue right here. Like they're basic. They're beyond basic. That Black woman statue in New York looks better than this. And this is supposed to be presidents big. This thing right here is actually huge. This one right here. It's huge. And so this is this basic and dingy looking. And you're not about to tell me that this looks better than that Black woman statue. And Blacks are very beautiful. And I'm gonna, you know what? Let's just get you on out of here. Somebody just made a crazy comment, but I'm not gonna share it. And I want to just Hold on, keep it moving. We ain't got time for that. It's too early in the morning, honey. Because we know that, what people may say is just a lie. A history documented otherwise. You showed your hand, you showed your obsession, and you showed your hand, you copied, you know. And why did you do it? Why did you do it? People don't copy things they don't like. But these statues right here are very basic. Let's be real. Compared to that black woman statue, I would choose to look at that than to look at this. And it's not because they're white males. That these were, I mean, look, they're dingy. The sculpture, the architecture itself is dingy. Look at the face. There's better statues of white men in this country than this. It just is. And this little thing, this little monument is big. I'm so glad I was able to realize that my screen wasn't sharing. But look at this one. I mean, you're not about to sit and tell me that this where was the fever, did you notice they did white people didn't scream up and act the plum fool when they saw this this unveiled? This is a very basic statue. This plus size white man. Did they get upset that he wasn't chiseled like Brad Pitt? Oh, come out screaming when most of them look like this. And most black women don't even look like that statue. Some of us do, though. You know, but it was like, why was people so triggered by? I was trying to understand because I'm like I'm indifferent towards it. But then again, I've had that lesson. We've had that lesson where from my master teacher was a black woman. She told us 10 years ago, because black women been doing this for a minute. Like they'll show you without your wig and all this stuff. You start screaming and crying without your wig. You start screaming and crying if your hair is not done. You want to put on, you know, a blonde 26-inch wig, broom eyelashes, and all these things. And that's supposed to be 26-inch blonde wig is supposed to be superior and look to that plain Jane statue in New York where she had her natural hair, natural look, you know. Um, so we have that distortion. And again, what my master teacher was telling me, she's like, black women have to learn, for one, stop being walking apologies, uh, to stop feeling ashamed for other people's lifestyle and choices that there's no one bearing on you on an individual on a soul level. And collectively, yes, you want to put your outliers, your beautiful out there, right, as representatives. But you also want to normalize on some level some of the just basic, because most humans are average looking, and I'm telling you, white people are masters at doing this. I shouldn't even, that sounds so crazy using the word masters, but they're intelligent in doing that, in terms of like, when it comes to be honest, when it comes to perception molding and media, they learned it from someone though. I mean, they saw Comet, they saw Americas, they saw these different architectures everywhere, and said, okay, what's this? And decided to attempt to do their thing, but this is what they came up with. They got statues without arms, boy, and they got this. Like I said, they got them in the Louvre Museum for those who just not coming in that didn't see previously. This is a statue. This is a white woman bent, launched over with very bad posture with no arms, and they got this up in the museum. And like I said, they making people pay, you know, $50, $20 to go see this. And that statue in New York was free. And y'all acted a plum fool, but y'all would go feel fancy and go feel like you about it to go to the prestigious Louvre Museum and see a motherfucker with no arms on. To see a white motherfucker with no arms on. Look at this. Look at the penis on this. And it's not about, sexuality or anything, but I mean, this isn't, look at this. This isn't a museum. It's no arms. But this is what they put up as beauty. This is a very basic looking, even just look at the face. It's a very basic looking structure. Very basic. But they prop this up as beauty that you go need to see at the art museum. This is like art to them. Now, are we copying, what they do? No. Because most black people obviously don't look like this. They have arms at the least. They're going to be more dignified, cover up the genitals. It's going to be considerably much larger too on some levels, but like you would be, the robe would be on, you know. But they got so bold in terms of wanting to normalize an average look that they went and propped all these different statues up with no arms and small penises in art museums and charged your motherfucking ass to go watch them, go see them. If that ain't brainwashing, I don't know what is. That's some cold stone brainwashing, and we undoing it today. We undoing it today. And that's with the conceptual art from my subjectivity, not the artist. I'm speaking. And I also, speaking of this, I'm gonna let me finish my thought before I because I have to make it like a formal apology. But um, that's my subjective interpretation of that artist's work. That may not be his though. I just think I think it's dope what he did. I'm like he like threw that shit out there, uh, trigger, and he could have wanted attention, and that could be wrong. If you wanted just a viral moment. But for me, I looked at that and saw instantly, I said, why are y'all triggered by that? Why did that cause an uproar all on the internet when there's so many Black women statues and there's so many ugly American statues all over the place? White plus size men, plus size women, no arms, statues with, bonnets on, little pilgrim bonnets on white women and Black women's heads from the 1700s. They about to bring that back if we don't get it together. I'm kidding. Um, but what you see here, you know, is that we have this statue right here. Now let me say when I talk about like my interpretation of arts or interpretation of code, I have to be very clear that that is my interpretation. It may not be has nothing to do with what the artist could think or what they may have came up with or what it's when artists come out with their lyrics and when they come out with their songs and their videos, well, we may see coded, we may say streams of patterns, and those codes may just be solely for us. They may not even be communicating those codes. They may not have interpreted that or saw what we saw, you know so it's art, and they can tell us what their lyrics mean and the definition of them and what they code they thought meant. But when the public gets a hold of it, they they're going to subjectively interpret what they think the art means or what the lyrics mean or what the words mean. And I think that that's a beautiful thing about it. And that's what makes the piece everlasting. That's the human component of work. It's a human component. When you can have dialogue and have all these different opinions, it's not the AI, right? It's like people can just oh, I think he meant that. I think the lyric meant that. And yeah, lawsuits with the lyrics now, all this stuff. But if you don't know what, we have to say, and I have to, myself correct myself on that, because I know I'm like, well, this code means this lyric means this. And I have to be clear. That's my interpretation of the art, the way I experienced it, the way it was in my mind. But that may not be what the artist meant itself. And I have to be clear on that, because I know I like to, oh, go look at what Beyonce's put in her videos and all this, look at these cobras and all this stuff. That's, my interpretation of what it meant. And, it's entertainment, um, she's an entertainer. And so, it's like, okay, and it's an artist. And so that's the way it made you feel. That's what images came up. That's what symbols came up. Fine. But that may not be what the artist intended or even what it means. And so I am clear on that when I'm when I'm talking about the codes and what they did, all this. Sometimes I got that, and that's the thing of even learning boundaries and even subject to speak um m- more concisely that what I'm saying is from coming from a subjective lens. But nonetheless, when we talk about like the building up of beauty standards, I want to cover an example of when I've told you how they every now and then will push. And again, we're not talking about like we're talking about like they'll push a average person into an A-list position, like what's it, Jennifer Aniston, Amy Schumer, Melissa McCarthy. Every now and then, not even like in a C list or a D list, and it's solely to give representation to the people who may be basic, average, or not of the typical beauty standard, and it's so that those average, basic, and other you know dichotomies, not even dichotomies, what would be the right word, other varieties, I guess, of standards are shown, and it's to include them, because if you exclude them they will leave. And see, anybody, and this was about the military science and perception and group cohesion and lineage. That's why that kind of stuff is done. I'm just telling you, like, that statue didn't trigger me because I've sat in rooms with women, and we've not sat, but like more like virtual. I'm home a lot. Um, but like in meetings or whatever with the online stuff, and we've talked about this very thing. We've talked about the Aunt Jemima look, the Sarah Bartman look, the social justice warrior look with the woman with the bonnet on her head, the woman with the afro with the pick in her hand going after the man, and we've talked about all of that. We really have. And so, when I saw the statue, I got a little emotional because it brings up like the all of this, this inner work that I had to do, because like we would sit and like really just be, talking about like our pain, and like, okay, oh my gosh, like we would talk, how like a lot of times like black women, they have like this stuff with the edges and all this stuff. And so um you know and so we had to work through all of that, and just to see like when I did see like people just go off on a statue like that, it's just like, well, like there's so many statues in America. I'm telling you, like, you're not going to tell me that that statue look better, don't look better than these ones. And it just, to me, I just didn't see the big deal. I know people say though they always show that look I guess they used to show the Aunt Jemima on the TV, and then next to like um this beautiful white woman or whatever, and then they would just but that's not our pain to carry. Like that's something that they had to do for their own insecurity. Like like that's not like, to me, I just like that what they had done, with that whole thing, like that is just is propaganda, like, and we all know that it's propaganda. But what it does, like, to like the people who have to internalize that, and then the way like we'll treat each other, you know. And these are actually tears of joy. I'm not they're not pain. Like, I'm actually like so excited to have this conversation. And when I thought about like the conversation we had 10 years ago, and like the room was like, there's the virtual stuff, like it's like 20, 30 people, and then we just balling out and talking about, this type of stuff. So like it kind of brought me back to that moment. So forgive me, please. But it's like, you know, like I said, I didn't. It's probably like not because right now like all these emotions are floodgating because that's kind of like I guess it's not even shadow work. What is this? Like it might be having a cathartic moment like on the fucking internet, which happens. Uh, and it's early as hell. Like you could tell I was really like thinking about this. But I guess like there's so many there's I just want to make it clear. I think that melanated people are beautiful, you know. Regardless of the shades that we come in, like regardless of the looks that we come in, the heights, the sizes, like I just want us to rest in that, like for one, like just to undo all this trauma, like to see a community just get so triggered and like to see the pictures of like people holding their heads down and screaming. And we're gonna look at through this, like you can see like, and then we looking at all of these statues, and this is another statue of a black woman in America. It's been around for a minute. Nobody's ever made like this viral moment to attack the image of a black woman when there's statues like this, like all over like this is like, what the heck is wrong with people? It was a clear psyop, and it was clearly meant, to just like I would say harvest the energy, but it was a very negative energy because it was it was like to see like black men like so like shamed, and it's like like this dude was genius in what he did. Like even look at here, like this statue right here is obviously in a different. I don't know where it looks to be somewhere in a tropical area, not so much in a city, but like this statue actually looks like this lady that's standing next to it. It does. It's a basic statue. This is an average looking human. Now the other lady, I would say, is more of on a beauty standard. Now I'm not these both of these ladies. I'm not here to judge people's looks. People they're going to have their preferences, and they have a right to have their preferences. They have a right to not like something too. They have a right to not like if people just say I just objectively just don't like the statue. There's many statues I don't like. I get that, right? I personally thought the statue was basic, but I didn't. It didn't make me feel like I had to be ashamed of it until I saw like my community reacting to it. Like when the community was so ashamed of it, it just was like, wow, I had to do all that work too. It still has to do so much work. With my own body and my own shame, you know? And so it was just like, I feel more ashamed about like my body type than actually that statue or her shape or whatever I saw. And so that's I think like with me looking at it objectively, I didn't care. And then when it went viral, then it made me think about like, well, wow, like how would I internalize that or how would the community react to me? And so that's when it was like, whoa, like, you know, people like I said, people have a right to not like the statue. Like you can't force someone to like that damn statue. You just can't. Like so you can't force me to like any of these statues. They're all basic, all of them, the white and the black ones. And I personally think, like, look, this is an ugly statue to me. Like these are all ugly statues. Most American statues are ugly. Mount Rushmore. Those men looking like Brad Pitt? Are those are the are the statues at Mount Rushmore? Do they look like Brad Pitt? Look at this. This is a whole black woman, and it's white people. This is a whole black woman dressed as a pilgrim from the 1800s with some white people. Like really? No. Like and no, like this has been around for a long time, and this never went viral. This never garnered. It's not a um hourglass shaped daddy with a big booty with 26-inch wig on her head. It's a pilgrim statue. It's a ugly statue to me. I think the other statue looks better than this. The statue in New York, it looks more modern. Um Again, it's a conceptual art piece. Conceptual art piece means it's going to spark conversation. But when you start going into like, oh, this is a DEI, this is a woke. This is a, it's like, what the fuck? Like, it's a damn statue. It's an art piece from an art exposition in Times Square, New York. They do this all the time, and it's just like, obviously it was a clear psyop. I don't know how it'll get more, no bigger than that. And again, look at the. I will show you. I'll show you. I think that's the same statue. But look at this one. Does this look like? Now this is not. Come on, what Black American dresses like that? This is a average body type. This is a very basic looking statue. And the reason why it looks so basic is because literally just says bronze woman. Where was the uproar about this? This is not, you know what I mean? Like, this stuff has been around for forever, is what I'm saying. This to me doesn't even look like a Black American woman. It's not. This is not how a Black American woman dress. She looks like a melanated woman, of course, but this is not. I'm talking about the attire. What did they? They literally have her dressed as if she's from some tribe, in a jungle somewhere, or that may be offensive. Like, I don't, not like it's like, this is not Western attire, is what I'm saying. This is not even Western attire. Let's just keep it simple. And she's holding this baby up in the air. And you can tell the context is some sort of city in the background. So this is very basic. Look at this one. This is another American statue. This is definitely not a Black American style. I think I actually like this statue. I think it's beautiful. What I don't like is that it doesn't have any eyes. I don't like that it doesn't have any eyes, but I think it's a beautiful statue. And the reason why, honestly, mainly because of the lips. I really like the lips and the hair. Now, the bottom part, I think it's conceptual because it's not a body. It's not. There's no breast. There's no torso. Nothing. No arms. And then they have, once again, a white woman's hands all over this statue. Look at this. Where's the uproar about this? Did anybody even know about this? You didn't even know because it wasn't something that was put in. It wasn't something that was made to go viral on damn news, on damn YouTube, everywhere, on social media. It's by design. This is an old statue. This is in Europe, by the way. Or it might be in America. Is Europe or America? The lips are beautiful. Where's her eyes though? See, this is horrific. How do you make a Black woman without no eyes? Now, this is conceptual. One can say, okay, they have the Black woman blind. She can't see because the Black woman can't see. Here's the white woman. Let's do some conceptual interpretation, art analysis. We have this white woman got her hand on this Black woman looking up to her. She's considerably, this is a considerably larger statue than this white woman. She's got her hand looking up to her, and the Black woman is looking forward and looking blind, can't see herself. She can't see herself because she ain't got no eyes and she can't see the world. But here's this white woman looking up to her, staring at her. Look, literally with her hands on her, on this statue. We're just talking about conceptual art. It doesn't mean anything. Obviously, most Black people wouldn't want no hands on them, right? Like, no human wants hands just placed on them, right? But we're just talking about, like, just an art interpretation, just a basic, it can mean anything. It can mean we don't, maybe her eyes are in the back of her head. Maybe the eyes are on the top of her head. Maybe the eyes are from her forehead. Maybe the eyes are the sensory shells going up and down. Maybe those are her eyes. The ability to, like, so again, subjective. So, I mean, we can say, but, it's put out there for people to critique, to say things. Here's another statue. This is a statue of a European. It's a very basic statue. And to be honest, I don't like it. It looks like he's fighting off a demon. This is like the Pan. Yeah, this is the goat Pan. Um, she's hiding her privacies. You know, there's like this weird discolorations on the legs. I don't like this statue. I think it's ugly. But other people may not think it's ugly. I'm not triggered by it. I don't feel like it represents all white people. I don't think, but this is what they like. This is mediocre. It's basic stuff. This is what it is. You see they prop their stuff up without no arms and tell you that's the beauty standard. And you accept it and you go attack just the average looking person in your own community statue. When there's a bunch of statues around the world that look like that. You have a right to not like it, but the response, I mean, it literally was forums, debates, videos all on YouTube about it. People dogging the statue, black men, you know? Um, and again, I think anybody has a right to not like it, but when it's triggering to the point where you're citing petitions and calling around saying it doesn't represent you, there are people in your community that look like that. What do you mean it doesn't? What do you let's just think here, especially for the we are one people. If you just have one person that is representative of that look, that person represents you if they are part of your lineage, whether you like it or not. Now, you may not put them in the forefront, you may not put them in the back front, maybe hide them. They will leave eventually. And if they feel devalued, anybody that feels devalued will leave. And so, you know, the military science behind perception propaganda sometimes is to put that out there. We talk about this was a black man that did this. We know white people do that stuff all the time. We expect them to do that, and that could be what even triggered people. It's like, okay, here was this white people. They put out the Aunt Jemima thing all the time. That's what they got to do with us. This is they psychosis in their head. Like that ain't got nothing to do with this. Like if somebody got to try to, you know, degrade your image. And I'm not saying I'm not guilty of that. I'm not saying I have not done that. But that's already something within. That has nothing to do with the other person. And so we have to rest in that at all times. Like we have to get away from, obviously being triggered by these people, but that statue was not made by a white person. And I know people be like, there's black people that be doing stuff to get attention to go viral. The reason why I don't put him in that category, inter I would say clairvoyantly, I don't want to put him in that category. That could just be me being crazy messy, But like on a serious note, he's done other statues that look like that, all other places all over the world. And so that's the reason why I'm not saying I don't put him in that category because he's done other, basic statues. Again, I'm not saying that statue is beautiful. It doesn't look like a fucking Nia Long. It's not looking like, you know, come on. It's a basic statue. Like, but it didn't make me feel ashamed until like the rest of the community started. I didn't feel ashamed of the statue, but it made me feel like, well, will my community do that to me? Like, oh my gosh, like, like I'm talking about collectively, collectively, like how they did that statue, or like how like Lizzo had to go through, or like, because I'm not small, like I'm big, and so like I think I'm beautiful. It took me a while to realize that, but like, you know, this is, obviously we're going to talk about weight and all these things, and obviously working towards your best version of yourself, making sure like with me, it's been a struggle, but I know I work on it, and it's something I struggle with my whole life, but it's like I know now at 33, it's like this is something that you got to exercise, you got to be conscious, you got to be aware of the emotional eating, aware of, when when of what you're eating, of and so it's like that's something I consider, and it's been a journey, and I feel like a shaming mechanism is not, it seems to be more of a deterrence, or to me it could be an outlet to actually shut down progress of someone getting better, of people who are actually working on themselves, like, and not just like, making an excuse, like, um I think that, and I don't know if that's done by design or on purpose, because it's like, and again, I know I have shamed people, you know, and I know people think that that's a good. They like bring shame back. Let's bring that back, and I used to be for that, but now like I'm thinking like that actually shuts certain people down. Like that wouldn't necessarily be the smartest, thing to do for certain souls. It could end up shutting parts of them where it deters them, because it already, especially in what Western society has done so well, is actually place that as the go-to. And I didn't look at that statue because it was a little too modern for me. I didn't look at that as the same as an Aunt Jemima, because Aunt Jemima was dressed a certain way, and that lady wasn't dressed that way. And she had natural hair, and she was in a city, and it was, relatively modern clothes. She had no bra on. It was a basic statue. But like, see, Aunt Jemima, it was like a certain look. This, the bonnet on the head, all this red and white look. And so I think like I didn't put them in the same category, but I think that damage, like and they put that psychologically. They did that purposely. That was their psychological warfare to like, okay, for one, I think that they studied our culture and realized there was like this big mama archetype. And it doesn't mean that we thought the big mama archetype was sexy, but it was like it was big mama archetype is like more like a spirit. And I think like just constantly like degrading that or putting that in like this kind of category to be ashamed of, I think it causes like a rebellion, but also like and the rebellion kids are gonna rebel. You can't force your kids to love you, right? So that is what it is, or like you, or whatever. But another aspect of that is it causes like people to walk over that energy, or to use it as a doormat, to think that it's constantly there to exploit the maternal instinct of that type of energy. And then it's like you put these archetypes on that and placate on that, and they become this character. Then they become a caricature. So they might have been a good character within your Black community, as far as Big Mama, but then the white people are observing it, and it's like that good character, we're going to make this a caricature and put this against what we call our outliers. So they're putting, once again, this is military science. They put their outliers, their Angelina Jolie, with it's not an outlier, but like it's not even a basic or the average, but even a standard that wouldn't even really be it's on the other opposite side of the spectrum, and then shame the community for that. That's military science. That's psychological warfare. It's stupidity. It's not their job to uphold our outliers. Obviously they put a Tina Turner out. We have our outliers. There's very few people that want to go up against a Beyonce. There's very few people that want to. I'm just about look wise. There's very few people that want to go up against. Who else looks really good? An Ashanti, a Nia Long. These are just really good. To me, they're really good looking women. A left eye. You see like TLC or Chili or Alia. Like those. These are really freaking good looking women. Tatiana Ali. There's so many. We don't even. We have some of the modern girls. They was it Bria Miles? They're like more like they call them body vixens and stuff. But like notice like those outliers only got out to the media, like a Raven Tracy, because of social media, not because of Western media, with the exception of like the pop stars from the 90s and actors from the 90s and stuff like that, stuff that they would put crap up. But as far as like us getting to actually see like all these different types of beautiful women, uh I would say it came from social media, especially when the natural hair movement came out. We was able to see like the girls with all these different, these braids and the different things you could do with with the natural hair, the different things you can do um, with makeup, you know, lace fronts, whatever it was. That's when we were really able to see a constant. For me, I was able to see a constant influx of beautiful Black women because we didn't have a media goddess. And I'm going to show you some really sinister stuff. When I show you, like, I'm telling you, I'm going to show you some really sinister stuff. You're going to be like, what in the hell? And I think you'll be able to see the severity. And again, I don't expect like certain aspects of maybe of our community to even understand it or even care. But I think like as far as the healing process and the therapeutic aspect of getting us to really embrace our best selves and our beauty and in the flaws, we acknowledge them and we work on them. And then we help help each other heal and work on it in that aspect. And that comes through encouragement, not shaming. Um, but what I want to say, wow. And that goes for me too. Because like I said, I'm not here to just be like, oh, y'all doing this, y'all did it, pointing, wagging my finger. That's not what this video is about. It's really for me, and I'm hoping that like through me expressing like you know my walkthrough with being feeling like a walking apology in the Black community. Like that's just my shit. That's not me trying to project that onto everybody else. But I know it was severe enough where there was like we were like in groups of Black women talking about this very topic. Like I remember this, and I remember like even like my master teacher herself could like hold a 10-hour, 6-hour live, a live talking about this topic, like Black women don't be a walking apology. And it'll just be 6 hours straight of the shit that I'm doing, but on a much higher because at this time, like it was like a lot of and her voice would be it was a lot of rage, the anger. And so she would be screaming. You can hear shit banging in the background, all types of stuff. But we was sitting there listening to it. We was sitting there like really listening to that shit, trying to, and and she, you know, um, fits more of the beauty standard in the Black community, but like you know, she witnessed it. We would talk about colorism from the lens of the Black American perspective, because we did mention that there was a different, we would mention the differences between, you know, eh, you know Africa and then here because there were different experiences, and so we did nuance those conversations and open up the room for that exchange and narrative. And then so we would talk about all these different things, issues with weight, fibroids, hair. Hair was a big one. Oh, she'll do it, 7 hour, 10 hour on hair alone. And Black women talking about them edges and all these different spending rent money on hair and like that's a deep, deep, deep shame. I mean, you spending rent money on wig and all this stuff. And I'm not judging, but I'm saying like they put that on us and that shit went right. That shit was foul. Like that's like a form of SRA. That's like mind control. It's like for them to study that culture like that. And I'm going to show you statues. I'm going to show you shit from like thousands and thousands of years ago. And then so I'm going to tell you that it was like I'm not saying like you have to have a preference, right? People are going to like what the fuck they like, you know, and people they have that right. So this is not me scolding someone because you don't like a fat Black woman or because you don't like a dark Black woman or a light skinned Black woman or because you're dating a white woman. That is not that's not the point of this. I talk at a very much a much higher level than that. But just I just want to talk about like just all of that projection like from these people. And I just find that to be like work that we as a lineage just has to have to work through. And again, I'm saying because of the way people were talking to each other and treating each other, like people don't be getting. I don't. Sometimes I feel, I have to come out of, my resentment with just like not feeling like people get it, and work through that. But like I'm telling you, like seeing people just go on and on and on, like I was just like, wow, like we really is still fucking traumatized. Like it's like, but we have to me, I'm committed. I'm very committed to like ascension. I'm very committed to like my growth and learning. Like I'm not saying like I did everything perfectly, you know, but I know for a fact that like um, I wouldn't want nobody to feel bad about themselves. Like I wouldn't want to purposely, and I know that I have done that myself. And people did. They think that. I remember we had a class, and people was like, "Do you think bullying is okay?" And I remember people were actually, um, you know, talking about how they felt bullying was necessary for kids and all these things. And it's not. Please don't bully people. Like, no, no, no. I couldn't believe, and it was like, okay, you know, it's okay to bully people. It's okay to do this. It's okay to, and for me, I'm like, just seeing how people are internalizing that and, collectively I'm telling you, I've sat in these rooms with for hours, 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 talking about this stuff with Black women. I know for a fact that I mean they obviously we're not gonna talk about it on the air, and I'm not gonna share nobody what they said in no room, no Zoom space or nothing like that, or YouTube or nothing. But I know that this is something that we have definitely discussed, you know and I just think we should be able to see through a strategy of someone using I think we already do. I think we already know that they use their outliers, their their supernova outliers against the marginalized outliers in the Black community, and then try to psychologically influence all Black women to fit that outlier. I know that they do that. They've been doing that for hundreds of years, you know? But when we think about the psychology of why they did that, the psychology of where were they going with that? We know it was to denigrate, to um, promote an image that will make them feel superior, that will make them feel good about themselves. That's one thing that we all know. But the other aspect, I would say, is that they did, like I said, they did a good job of also normalizing their average basic look through all these statues and even through, and I'll show you here, you know, their actors. So this is Amy Schumer. I want to acknowledge before we go on. I see someone in the comment. I hope I didn't. Okay, so you just comment good. So we got favorite color blue. You said I feel you. It takes a toll on you. Appreciate you sharing. It's truly some deep stuff we're dealing with. Oh yes, no problem. And I appreciate you. I know it's early in the morning, girl. So thank you for coming through. So this is like what I mean. We're putting their basic look up in the forefront some of the times. Now they have their outliers. Obviously, you have an Angelina Jolie, right? You have an Angelina Jolie, beautiful woman. And so they won't, this is not the average look of a white woman, though. This is it's just not. This is the outlier. But what they've done is if you place the marginalized outlier in the Black community with the supernova outlier in the white community and put it in the media 2020 24/7, what does that do? It reinforces the idea, okay, all black women, for one, you should look like this. And then two, you don't look like our supernatural outliers. And then they hide and won't cast the supernatural outliers in the black community. And it's not their job to. It's not their job to. Their job is to control the narrative in their community. Our job is to control the narrative in our community. And while doing that, though, you have to craft out a strategy around what that looks like. Say if there was no body, but just you know, you know, Black Americans, or melanated people, wherever you are. Because I know not, I know there's probably some melanated people that didn't like the statue either, right? Some Africans that didn't like it, Caribbeans that didn't like it. I'm gonna stop saying that. I wish there was another word for. I really take issue with the energy behind it. It's such a Roman energy. I don't want to get into all of that. Nonetheless, um, they if it was just us in that silos, let me go back to Amy Schumer. In fact, let me go back to the basic statues. I'd rather go back here. So I don't got no issue with. I don't want to, like I just want to show you like they're basic. We'll go back to these basic ones up here. I think this is just funny because I'm like they put this up like it was the business. They put this up like this was the business. But if we were on our own in our own silos, in our own silos, on our own star system, how would you manage not marginalizing your outliers on either side and in between? What about your average and your basic? How would you manage your own beauty standards? You will only show your supernova outliers. What would that do for the average human? Does not look like a Beyonce. The average human doesn't look like who else? Who's else? Anne Marie. What would that reinforce with the average and the basic people? The average and the basic people in your community would then do what? Feel low self-esteem, then want to get surgeries and get cut up and do all this and obsess over physicality and be shallow. That's what that breeds. And so the mechanism of showing the average and the basic at times, not all times, but at times, what that does is it doesn't marginalize them in your community. Now, if you want to marginalize them, you can, but it slows, believe it or not, and unless these are just people that are say unintelligent or because everybody has a gift, right? So everybody has something that they bring to the table, a talent, some or if it's not a talent, it's a productive value in a community. People bring a productive value, and so if you if you marginalize someone based solely on something as shallow as like their looks, especially your basic and your average person, and only want to be represented by your supernova outliers, those other people are going to form alliances and coalitions and leave. It's already been done. I've been studying this community my whole life. It's already been done. Like it's already like we have pockets. Remember you called it the black MGTOW, like black men going their own way. Black cosmic nerds had formed the blurs. I'm calling them the blurs. The blurs had formed their own little group. We had the divide vesters, save yourself black men's. What was the other one? Save yourself black women's. And everybody would go back. Where you going? Where you going? Where you doing? Where you going? Where you think you leaving? You ain't leaving. And all this stuff, and all fighting back and forth. Who gonna want you? Who gonna want you? And you going back throwing insults. And the white woman's gonna do this. You get a fat white woman, and then he screamed, "Ain't nobody wants your nappy head." Like that is trauma. Like these people have done a number, and I'm like, and they trying to bait us into some like some phony ass like little fake ass way. They trying to get like this little react this ill energy pull, and I'm thinking like, what is this all about? Seriously. Whew. I'm freeing myself from this shit. I'm telling you this today. I'm telling you this today. I am freeing myself. I'm like, that's a demonic. It really is. It's something, whew, because it's like affecting the way the divine masculine and divine feminine even interact. And again, like it's encouraging the best in one another. That's not happening because there's so much tearing each other down. And I know I have done it myself. I know if someone insulted me, if someone disrespected, I know I insulted back. I know for a fact that I didn't, take the higher road or do I know for a fact. I can't deny it. It's publicly documented. It's not my most proudest moments, but I know it's raw and it was authentic at that time. And I remember, you know, saying like, if someone, I will fight back. But that type of trauma is caused such a number, and even like coming together, working together, and it's like that's something we all got to work through. I would say myself, but I know that I have documented Black people, Black women, and Black men going at it. I mean, we all know the the divestment period, the exotic, well, no, it wasn't exoticals. What was it? What was the other periods? There was so many other stuff. Soft life. I think soft life is the new thing, right? 4chan wasn't 4chan was something. Soft life, uh, luxury life. um, was they got all types of hippie. I mean, and now you have all these different it was a level up of stuff, it was a level up for quite a bit. And I thought that was a really good period. I actually would appreciate that. Um we had so many that you had the vagina power period, which is still ongoing. You have what else? The divine feminine coming back. You got all these different things, and we were, but it's like there's never been a period of like that conscious, like, oof, this is my own shit. Like this, I'm not again. Y'all could be probably already healed from all this stuff, but clearly not because y'all acted a plumb fool. um, oof. In my book, my first book, I put holidays in there, and one of the holidays was like for each. It's like a weekend. The goal was for it to be a weekend where it will be a day for Black men and a day for Black women. And whoever go first will be like, and I hope you guys really do this. It will be like you pick as far as like who goes first, you just pick it out of a hat at random. So it's like fair. So sometimes the boys would get it, the girls would get it. But it would be like that holiday, you know? To celebrate just each other as like like here's the day for Black men, here's the day for the Black woman. And if you don't want to use the Black, whatever, American Indian man, American Indian woman, Negro man, Negro woman, like, well, I'm not here to really be about the identifier stuff, please. um but even just something like that where people could just to have that consistently, you know uh one day out of the year, 2 days out of the year, or 2 days out of the month, however, to just do that for one another. and when we say like celebrate, like just celebrate what like what makes that person special, what makes that person what you like about each other that way. People we can start to like really work on that upliftment. I just really like if you guys don't listen to nothing I say, and I know I said a lot of crazy shit or that stuff that people but I've been going through with everything. But like if you guys to just do that, then that would just like I'm telling you. I mean, I don't care who does it. I don't care if it's a continent and the melanated group in Africa that copies it. Let's just see, that unification again and that fighting, like standing, loving, caring. Having that like just. And I think that obviously that encourages the healing process, but also like it will manifest, it will come through the spirit because a lot of us is carrying it so much generational curses and so much baggage, like literal stuff that's like been put on us from hundreds of years ago, even this long ago. I could feel that, and it's like shedding, just shedding all that bullshit. Like I'm not, I can't carry that, and like the perceptions that people have of us or the way that people want to tear us down. That's not for us to carry that shit. And it just that goes for everybody in the community. Like even the stuff that it's so many insecurities that I know are unique to us because of the trauma that we went through. It was SRA, like what happened. Like if you, I'm just saying, even if you didn't go through slavery, if you just went through Jim Crow, that Jim Crow period, like we have I know my people's dealt with that, even just the 80s with the crack era. Like I know for a fact that stuff is affecting people. And I didn't really consider that, how traumatized we were. I knew it was bad, but I just didn't really understand. I know within myself. I can't just like, no, you're trying, this is not a, what do you mean? We, I see it. Like, no, like I'm a sociologist. And I know I have been wild, but I know that we are traumatized. I have been told that by elders. I have lost even patience, grace, screaming, cousin, losing, faith at times. With the work I've been doing as a community, it really like almost like took me out of this bitch. But at the same time, it's like people may say, "Well, that's your fault. You don't have to do that," and that's right. And in many ways, I am course correct. In many ways, I'm learning from that. In many ways, I'm learning like to free myself from. I don't have to fix this community. I don't have to say this. I can help. It's not my job to do everything. It's not my job to I can teach and people may not even like it. It's not my job. I never wanted to know that I carry like heavy energy on me. Like I carry a lot of heavy, 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 heavy spirits. And so I know that, when it come through in terms of like I can come off very dogmatic, very matter of fact, and very out, even obnoxious in delivery. And I did not realize that obviously that's my own work that I have to do within myself, but like when speaking with people who are already sensitive about things and already maybe not even understanding a lot of stuff, or because I think we're very intelligent, so I don't think I'm coming at it from a lens of intellect, or coming from the trauma, and even what we're still going through. There's still trauma, even you know today. And then they're trying, now we're dealing with this idea of wanting to get like a reaction, wanting to actively try to get a reaction, you know. Um, it's a lot of distractions going on. It's a lot of, it's deep. And I could feel the energy. I could feel the energy of like trauma. That's that, and I think that's why I'm crying so much drama because it's like, obviously we got the situation with Diddy and Cassie. That's all in the news or whatever, and they're saying that that both of them may be victims of SRA and MK Ultra. All this stuff. Like it's just so much going on. It's a lot. It's some heavy ass shit, man. And trying to, when we see somebody do something, like, oh, we condemn when we do this. Oh, you're this. We wag our fingers, at each other. I do it. I've done it. And so it's like, damn, like the healing process has to somewhere begin. It's been for me, but I'm talking about like consciously and I'm hoping collectively, even if in small pockets, even if people just start like one group for healing sessions. I know they already exist, but I'm talking about something where and I know I could do it myself where it's free, some healings. I think I'm gonna do some I'm a do like this marathon live stream of something with some sort of healing marathon with some type of, but it's not going to be just me talking. It's going to be like some sort of something. It could be maybe some affirmations, but something with frequencies and healing on that level. We talking about marathon, like just where people could come through and heal. Like the intention of it is for upliftment, and love and getting people to back to their self, um, to back to what reclaiming a soul, soul retrieval, reclaiming energy, their energy, not other people's energy, their energy. Um, being of happiness. So that you can come and that the intentions of, you feel loved, you feel, beautiful when you. That's I want to build. I'm gonna do like a stream. I gotta. It's gonna be probably looped, of course, but just something, like that. Um, I think that would be so awesome, and I really hope that holiday stuff, like there has to be a holiday for I would say again, melanated man, melanated woman, whatever identifier you're going there, that's your business. If it's once a month, if it's once a year, where you just celebrate, this is Black Men's Day, this is a Black Woman's Day. Draw on a selected council who draws on a stick of who's going to go at random, and then plan an activity that you guys do for that other person. It's only for the other person, and then maybe have an added third day and introduce and have a day just for each other. But usually people have anniversaries for that. Um, but I think that like that would start like the healing because I'm telling you, like just seeing, going through all that stuff we went through with the gender war shit, like the gender war, even just like the overthrow of the Queen Mothership, and that I wrote about that extensively. I've cited sources, peer reviewed sources, scholarly sources, oral histories within certain tribes themselves of matriarchies. And we have oral histories of matriarchies in North America as well, and so we're able to talk about like when on both sides. I was able to talk with American Indian women and Black American women. A lot of them are indigenous, but more so like the African women, and get their opinions on what they think the breakdown were. It wasn't just this blame. Oh, you put the man out house. Oh, you did this, and then we talked about like, well, who left the gate open to let the white men in and all this stuff. It's like I think we should be so much farther past that conversation. There was the welfare, and I think we'd be so in the phase of building, of literally just, I guess my, of just, working on that constant decolonization and doing this brainwashing and these spells and these the stuff that they have done, for all these centuries. um Whether you were in slavery or not, but I'm saying if you were in America, you dealt with racial stratification, discrimination, targeting, then you know what I mean. Um, that plays a toll on people's And then we talk about epigenetics and how trauma carries through, and how you can systematically abuse a people for centuries, and then you could program them to self-destruct, or you could program them to, you know, to have such dysfunction within each other, and instead of that encouragement. And again, like I said, not just wagging my finger. I'm totally speaking from my own experience. Um, you know, we have to get to that phase of where it's not like a love bombing because you just one day want to, you know, turn, trick them or deceive them. But we talking about like a conscious recover for those of us that and that's most of us have had some sort of dealings with, you know, and again, this could be just a small group of people. It don't got to be all Black Americans, but like that conscious upliftment on both parts. That's reciprocal. That's not one sided. No strings attached. Like just a group like doing that would really help, like push the energy out, like push a lot of. It don't have to be of upliftment of me. I'm just saying like upliftment of each other. And I know people do that already. I know it's not each other's job to do that, but I'm just saying like when we think about these frequency wars and what we're battling, it's like, as far as by that I'm talking about, like obviously they talk about like they would have pardoned Derek Chauvin, and they were talking about like, oh, they would try to they're preparing for some sort of riot. Nobody is going to riot. It's kind of like people. It's like seeing through an algorithm. It's like seeing a video game play out. It's like you are aware that it's being somebody else is being ran on a program, you know, and wants a reaction. It seeks that reaction, and in many ways, that could be a potentiator in itself for healing. It's because it's already done enough damage. It's already done enough damage, so that could be the a facilitator for actual healing at this point. Like, okay, these people clearly want that reaction. These people clearly want strife and want the dysfunction, or want to take somebody down with them. And then it's not all of them, but it's like I know when something seems consistent after, and in many ways both parts play a role into it with each other, going back and forth. In many ways that's by design to distract people, but that's like that with so many programs. You got the TV program. They got all types of program. They got this all types of stuff. But you know, when it comes to the social the race construct, that is a program. It is a program based on someone else's insecurity and stuff. The stuff they've done in the actual pacts and covenants and stuff that they've made to accumulate that power, and what it required to keep it, um was atrocious. It was atrocious. And so obviously we're at a place where we have to, um I would say, work on that, putting that back together, more so in our immediate family. So our even my immediate family, but also, you know extended family, and then friends, and then community. And so I'm speaking again definitely from myself, just so you guys know. But I also know that it will be good for other people as well. Because I just because I'm seeing something just for me, I can see a pattern too. I can. Yeah. And so I do hope that that's the work that we could do one day. But I have to say, when we talk about like that outlier stuff, that's a real thing. And I just think that statue was just a conceptual art piece. And then people want to tear it down, fine. I mean it's if it's that disturbing to you, but I appreciate that black man putting it out there like that, because it was very conceptual. Especially in the time that we're in, for those of us that's just in the know, 555, all of these fives in the year nine, you know, all of this is, you know, it's a lot going on. Change guard. But it's a lot going on in the motherfucking world. You got Abraham Traore's ass. You got you got all types of people's asses. And so you know, I find it like, it's like, for me, I find it like a time for excitement. And so on many levels, I'm excited. Like, I know I'm crying. I'm crying about this whole. Believe it or not, a lot of this stuff is tears of joy, because it's like I could just feel like, like a healing in a sense. Um, so there's an excitement, and then, like, to be honest, a lot of this energy is off of a breakthrough of a woman who consciously, like, she publicly and consciously said, like, she was, she figured out like some gate, and she was able to like open it. I don't know, she's a priestess. Sorry guys, but like, I felt that shit. Like, and I had told her, I felt that. Um, that was fascinating, because I was like, what in the world is going on? And then just to see, her happiness, it just made me so happy. It made me so happy to just feel that energy. It was like, wow, like, she really did it. Like, and like, for her to like say, she like, oh, I found a way for us to get out. Like, it was like from a perspective of like helping other people. And I just was like, wow. And it was just inspiring, because it helped me. It did. It really, really helped me. And so that was like, again, I'm not saying she did it for me. I'm just saying she did it. She said, she was saying certain things, and I was just like, wow, that was dope. No matter what happens, and knowing that, she was talking about stuff she had been going through for 20 years, with a similar situation, that, I mean, like, for 20 years, and I saw it, and I didn't know what was going on. Um, and I was just like, wow, you know. And so I'm just happy for her in that regard. And I'm happy for myself, because, you know, I normally would have, like, this is a very uh controversial topic. There's a lot of people that really just hate that statue, but what I'm saying is that there's so many statues that look like that in America that are actually uglier, and they're actually like on your screen. It's like these statues with no arms, statues with no small penises, statues with pilgrim dresses on, and they got this stuff up and nobody bats an eye. They normalize their deformities, where nobody even says anything. People go to museums to look at this, but then they shame this. This statue looks better than all the statues. This black woman right here holding this little log up. I don't know this, with her pregnant belly. But mind you, where's her man? Like, they always gonna do that. It's not their job to represent the supernova outliers of our group. They're gonna charge you for it. And they're gonna find a way to undermine you. They're gonna find a way to undermine you. But this statue looks better than the other statues without any arms. To me. To me. But it's like, Would the Black community have acted like that if that was placed in New York Times? Probably so, because it's a pregnant. They would have been saying she's a single mother or laughing or something. And I think it's actually like the statue. I think this is a cool statue. I just think it's, but this didn't go viral. Look at this one. This is very offensive. I don't know if this is a black woman or a white woman though, because it's bronze. I mean, but it kind of, it could be a white woman pilgrim, but it's like a pilgrim outfit. Then look at this one. This is I think that this is very unesthetic, and I think that the statue in New York looks better than this one. Where was the up in arms about this? She has a whole bonnet on her head. This is a very average, basic statue. And most black women don't look like this, believe it or not, but there's a lot that do. Most humans are average. I don't think she's ugly. I'm just saying, like, it's an average looking person. It's just an average looking person with just a bonnet on her head. And it's a statue. What I mean, come on. And then look at, this is the guy that made the statue in New York. Once again, this is that lady on the with the blue, that looks like her. That does. It looks like it. I mean, it's just super tall. But what if it was her size as far as in height? That would it would be represented. It's just an average basic statue. I don't. It doesn't make me feel anything. You know. And it's not. This looks to be, maybe in a Caribbean somewhere. But I think the lady next to, I think her with the pants on, I think she's more, she's more of the outlier. Like, I think she's really pretty. I don't think she's, what I'm saying is I don't think that this lady is average. I think that the other lady on the blue, that's just my opinion, you know. Other person could feel they not attracted to neither one of them, or maybe the one on the blue more than the other. That's up to that other person. That's up to the other person. But I personally think like the statue looks more like the average person that's in the blue. It doesn't make me feel any type of way. I mean, because I seen Bria Miles grow. I've seen. I mean, come on, we've had. I mean, there's some really, really beautiful women that I've seen growing up. So for me, I have to say, that's what that's what I think in my mind's eye. Of course, you're gonna have your average, your basic people, in your outliers, but strategically, you can't build a community just off of supernova on any parts. As far as just on a shallow level, such as appearance, because then you have somebody that's basic, but they could be a rocket genius or a math genius, and the moment they feel really devalued solely because of their looks, they'll form a coalition and then disengage from the broader community. And like I said, I've seen it happen. I've seen it with blurs. I've seen it with black girls codes. I've seen it with all types of stuff. Where people will feel devalued and just be like, oh, we out. And people can say, okay, good riddance, but I'm telling you, like, some of them people, like, you don't want to be so shallow in your representation, because those outliers, whether they're from the marginalized outlier or just the average basic um system, then you know that I'm telling you that you run the risk of running away talent, or something they could bring or something that they could do, and so that's something that I think that in terms of mode and propaganda, again, the Western culture did that purposely. They purposely was propping up their supernova outliers against a marginalized outlier from another community, and then telling that other side that they were nothing, and that they that they just doing all the stuff that you're ashamed, that you're all this craziness, all of this craziness, and it internalizes so much over the years, because this is what people see, and your perception becomes your reality, and then you internalize it and how you see yourself or whatever. But it's like, and then it affects the way you treat each other, because you got you know you being constantly compared to outliers of outliers, whether for women it will obviously be the looks, but for the men it will obviously be um maybe the social capital or the economic capital. It's constantly those type of things, and then that's where the drama starts, and then compound trauma from your epigenetics or whatever you've been through, or then your own childhood or what your own peoples did, and then that shit could really, like, could really do a number. and, I think that as much as we think that there's, we all know, we saw the infighting. Y'all not gonna play on my top. The infighting for years. Like I would listen to certain black people talking to one another, old elders who got a lot more experience than me, and when they would be like, preparing to go in the atmosphere to work, they would be like, "Black people love to fight," and the next thing it would be a physical fight, but then the conversation wouldn't be able to really start or get anywhere, because somebody it would just be an argument and all this stuff. Um, and so you know, I know for a fact that there's work to do. And the healing aspect of, when I say work to do, is not like, here's this thing, oh, I gotta do extra work. That sounds like hell no. The relaxing phase of knowing that a lot of this shit is over. Celebrated phase and knowing that this stuff is past us. I mean, for some, I can't speak for everybody else's timeline or for what everybody else is doing. I can only talk. That's why I've been crying throughout this whole video, because I'm like, I can feel that this shit is coming to an end, like with this system, with this the the narcissism that's even like that it's embedded within all of us, because the trauma, some of us have it more than others, some of us are working through, the developing feelings again. I've always had feelings, but I'm talking like soul retrieval and facing shit, not being distracted. Sometimes being distracted, working on stuff, uh, this internally. I just know that that's the period for that we're going into collectively, as humanity. Um, so I'm happy about that. But then, like, obviously, some groups got more work to do than others, and people need that space and that time to do that. Like, and so that's why I was so big in like on the delineation stuff, because like I was really scared of suicide. I really was, and I remember like constantly like feeling that this pain and panic, and like I don't even know if that was a psyop. Like I still don't even know if that was a psyop. But like that shit really affected me. Like it really just had me like in a chokehold. Like just like it had a lot of people, like we saw so many people crash out. People screaming on the internet about Negro, like screaming on the internet about all types of stuff about screaming back and forth. Like I would scream to the top of my lungs. People, and it wasn't just me. And like that shit wasn't normal for one. But it was like, damn, that's like something really deep. That's like some really deep trauma because like for us to be going back and forth about some shit like, even within lineage, but obviously as melanated people and people say, no, our kinfolks is skin folk and all these things, and that's definitely damn true. And sometimes you do feel like you don't know who you can trust. Like you don't know who the people is cloned out here. You don't know if people done had their minds hijacked. Like it's a lot of shit going on. Like it's a lot, and it's like for me, it's like okay, I have to just stay true to for one myself, but also like that commitment to finding that wholeness. To really recovering. And so, like, I think long as that, I think that's like, then we talk about interests and goals. Like, that's what I mean. Stuff like that, like strategize. When we talk about entrusted melanism, strategizing around any topic or any strategy and goal. But sometimes it's not always just fighting. Sometimes it's just like healing groups, energy groups. And I'm not saying, I know they exist. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying, like, propagandizing that stuff, like putting that in the media, you know. Obviously, there's the dancing, there's all this other stuff, but like, you know, healing bowls and singing bowls and or meditation and all those things. I think that, or even prayer. I know people, a lot of people do the prayer circle and stuff. I'm not really into like, with me, I want something that's more natural. Because what does even healing mean? That like, I'm sorry, I'm so stuffy because like I'm like holding back like a lot of tears as you can. But like healing could be shit. What's your definition of healing? It could be any like it can really be anything. Like no lie, like playing Uno has been very healing for me because it's kind of you have to have a lot of strategy for Uno. Not a lot, but if you want to win, you can put your eyes in your favor. You kind of have to think very fast on how to, when it had like these different reverse or skip or the different colors and stuff. You have to kind of, be methodical or be very strategic and be very strategic in how you whew, good God. Be very strategic in how you strategize on how to what cards you're gonna put next. With all cards, obviously you have to do it with spades or whatever. But I've never been good at spades, I have to say. I'm good when I actually relearn. I always have to relearn spades. It's not like something I could sit down and tell you how to play spades right now. I can't. I have to get a refresher. And then I'm actually pretty good once I get my refresher. Once I get my refresher. Um, and then so we got I like Uno is like one thing for me, but sometimes I like to mess around with like essential oils and shit, like just play around with different stuff. Like, you know, it's up to somebody, it's up to your particular things that make you feel whole. When I was a kid, I used to like to do like a lot of word searches. I used to love to do word searches, word puzzles, and all that stuff. And that was just like a little space, a little bubble, because my adopted mom had just died. So I remember like really burying my mind like with doing these crossword puzzles and word searches and shit. And I do think that that was that I'm just having memories, as you gotta forgive me. This is really cathartic for me. So I appreciate anybody that's listening to this. I really do. I hope you get something out of it. But I'm praying. I'm gonna try to get to where I'm uh giving out. I think I've given out some solutions. I've given. I talked about some of the holidays and stuff stuff that that require nothing. I wrote about it in 2020, so that would be nice. But I do appreciate because I'm like, I just this is one of them days. It's usually Friday, it's Friday, so it's like normally I could, this is Friday, but this one I do have to say this is a different type of energy. It's a different, it's a different uh, since yesterday, to be honest, the whole week, but like definitely since yesterday. Definitely since yesterday. I was like, what in the world is going on out there? And I didn't really pay attention to like earlier I got a little triggered. I'm not gonna hold you, little Diddy stuff triggered me and kind of went off the rails. Um Going off about I guess like it's SRA. I don't want to get into all that, but and I'm learning like to not be distracted because like in many ways that is a distraction. And I'm still trying to figure out myself how to view it. Like it's a lot with that um situation. But it's like I mean, I don't know that I don't have nothing to do with it, but it's just like, it's I hate having to be empathic too, because sometimes you can feel that energy, um, of things that's deeper. I'll just say that. And it is deeper. It's so much deeper. And it's just like that doesn't I just don't like that band-aid that put or they have it's like I feel like, there's some scapegoat, going on, and I didn't realize that like it's like, obviously for all these years you hear certain things and then it's like and in many ways, people get what they get. But in other ways, it's nothing is as it seems. And I'm just trying to, for me myself, it's like stuff coming open up in layers or like trying to uncover stuff in layers. And so not being able to see everything all in certain aspects, maybe in my own situation or about other situations, but not in that or not in my own healing process of what triggers uh me. And then like, not understanding but seeing stuff and knowing certain things as it relates to uh my issues with COINTELPRO and putting that puzzle together in terms of like dealing with psychological warfare and all this stuff and lashing out and whatnot. And so whew, that's heavy, and then trying to not internalize, because I'm not like when I say like, I'm out. I know that I'm not in a space like these tears like where I'm just like, oh, I'm just so broken. Like, no, like I know that the tears are coming from a place of excitement in a place of like, well, at least for today, like I'm excited for today. I'm very hopeful, uh, because I do know that once we could get people committed to like healing for themselves and walking in their truth, and then that their comfortability, and then that upliftment of each other, then I just know that the planet could be, like this stuff could really heal up as far as like this. And again, I'm talking about what I'm concerned with more so is like me, and then the direct community, like people that I'm friends with or close with, or were rather, that aspect, and learning more about how to do that because you know I know I'm not good at conflict resolution. That I do know. Like I don't know about how to manage a lot of conflict resolution and even how to communicate effectively, which I've always had that issue. But it's like now it's like working on that shit. Yeah, but this right. So he says that I thought the same thing, that could be a chemist in her neighborhood. Right. I mean, it could have been anybody. I mean, it's just a basic statue. Don't get me wrong. It ain't. I'm not saying like I don't think it's ugly, but it doesn't bother me. And I know that and I'm glad that a black guy, created that moment for people to talk about it, to express their shame, to express their dislike, to express their like of it, to express that they want to keep it, to express they want to tear it down. People were saying it, but then I just noticed that the subtle turn when the black people got outraged, then that's when the white people turned it up because they were already quiet, whereas it was kind of like, how they gonna react? How they gonna react? And as soon as they saw black people dogging it, they started dogging it. They went all on the news. And I just noticed that. I was like, wow, so we really just like, but there's so many statues in America that are ugly that look worse than that. And then there's so many statues that I would say that are actually better looking of black women, but still in, I would say, problematic poses. And so like, what about the pictures of like of black women where that you I mean, think it would be so unrealistic. Like, do you know, like, it would be unrealistic to have just statues that solely look like, um, I'm trying to think of a beautiful, of a Nanda Lewis just everywhere, every like, what, I mean, not everybody looks like that. Not everybody that achieves something looks like that. And so you just put what the whoever achieved it, you just make us if the value was there and they achieved, this is what, look how ugly the statue is, but these are just of all presidents, all dead presidents, all dead presidents right here in this photo. And so um this is a ugly statues. Look at this one. And again, there are good looking white statues, I'm sure. But I'm saying, if the statue thing, it has a different case function. In America, at least, I notice. Now look at Jennifer Aniston. I'll give you an example of propping up the average or in the community in a position for a specific time. You don't do many of them, but you may do one or two of them or whatever, because then it gives most of the people that look like her this sense of, okay, I'm feeling representative in my community. And so this is Jennifer Aniston. I actually think she's good looking, but for some reason I've heard so many people come at her looks. I don't see anything wrong with her looks. But I've just heard people say, like, that they felt that she just wasn't the good looking. And who are we to judge that? But people have, like, that's what they say. I think it's okay. Um, you know, every now and then they put out, a Melissa McCarthy, because if there's people, the women that look like her will feel like, okay, whatever. They don't do it all the time. But then what they do is they'll prop up, their supernova outliers and looks against a marginalized outlier and looks against other communities, and then say, hey guys, we look better than you. And then the other group of people are like, you know, they start to internalize that stuff, and then they start damn near implementing SRA on them, to get them to, fight each other. And it's kind of sick, but like, I want to make it clear, like, this is, when you see Aliyah, this is a supernova outlier in the black community. It just is. It's a supernova outlier. She's a beautiful woman. And I think she should be a representation. I don't think she should be the only representation, but I think she should actually be the representation. Yes, I do. But I wouldn't feel ashamed if it wasn't, or if it was a, you know, Aretha Franklin. I wouldn't care. I just wouldn't care because I'm kind of looking at something deeper, anyways, in a person than just like the looks. Because I like to see like, okay, what kind of gifts a person have. Because I like to see people shine. Like when I see like a Tina Turner, like she's passed on, it kind of bring tears to my eyes. But like we see that Tina Turner dancing and stuff like that. Like that's like whoa, you see Michael Jackson. It's like, and I don't, I want to get into the mode of where obviously we have so many talented people that are not in the media, and just get into the mode of like propping up that you know these youth, propping up the youth that really can sing, and you know they did dance, do all this stuff. Um, they can do all these things, and they do it with they're doing it from a very holistic space that embodies healing, but also embodies upliftment of each other. And again, I know people are saying they do that, but I'm telling you, I have observed this community. You wouldn't be able to convince me. I have seen the MGTOW. I have lived through the MGTOW. The save yourself, black woman, save yourself, black man, the gender wars, all that. I have lived through it. That whole era. Ooh, it was brutal for black girls. Whew, it was brutal. I don't even know how I don't think we internalized it. I think it was like a systematic thing they was doing to break us down. I noticed because I remember not caring about certain stuff growing up. I just remember not caring about. I wasn't shallow. Like I remember thinking like, okay, like stuff wouldn't. But it seemed like it got worse. And you know what? I talk with this with other women, so I know I'm not tripping. I talk with this with other women. Like it's like it's like people getting targeted. But this is another supernova look. This beautiful black woman. Now, I don't mind that she's a representative. She's not my representative. She's her own representative, first off. And her image is her image. I, as a soul in my human body, I think that that's a beautiful image. That's just my opinion. Somebody may not feel that way, and they have that right. That's that's her image. I like that. But when I think of black woman, this is like growing up, this is what I would think of. But when I also saw Kelly Price, I didn't give a shit. I just remember I liked her look too. Like to me, I just didn't care. Like it's like now what's happening is this has gotten so like we're talking about the narcissistic personality disorder and all these things, and now it's gotten the abuse of this stuff. It's got, I mean, people had dedicated whole platforms with the manifest stuff. I mean, people had dedicated whole platforms, and then there was like a retaliation, when it comes to like that gender war stuff. That shit took a toll on me. I ain't even gonna hold you. Like it did. It's just so uncomfortable because it's like you living through like the epigenetics of shit. And then for those of us that's on a spiritual journey, like when you start seeing like what I was wrote about this overthrow, this matriarchy stuff, and the anger, this pain, and all this stuff, like I was like literally like seeing through like another lifetime. Like that's what it felt like. This shit was creepy as fuck. Right. And like the level I was writing at in 2020, my gosh. Like with that Queen Mothership stuff, like it was like being in like a full blown different dimension writing that shit in 2020. You're not even realizing it. Like something just coming out and knowing that like you just I just knew that that had happened. I wrote about it first in like 2016 and in 2020 I had the outlines in 2016 and I had the stuff in 2020. And then I was looking at that shit and I just was like, I know I could go find the history of this. I just knew it. I knew I could find the history of it. Whew. And it just I looked for it and it came out. Like all that stuff came out. The teachers who were teaching it, the women who were teaching it, the men who were teaching it, the books, the oral history. And then I it's like, okay, now that you see how people could just change history on a whim, and now that you see that people could just change history on a whim, it's like, that's why you have to switch to my story and mystery. That's the beauty of mystery. That's what Sun Ra was talking about when he was like mystery and mythology. That's the true, that's one of the true essences of his teachings. Remember in one of the movies, he was like, mystery, my story, mystery, mythology. Like, and he was saying how people create a lot of myths and they have a lot of to show for it, and how he methodically weaves things. And there's groups of people that know how to do that. And it's like, you know, once you once you are able to do that, like you have to it's a great responsibility, is all I'll say. And I'm talking to certain people who know that can relate to this. And especially when you're able to work with uh people who are learning or want to learn, you know, or don't. Yep, but that history stuff is I think it's important. I do. I think it's important. I think the oral history is important. I really do. I think that channeling deeper beyond just what is in a book and what is in a textbook or what somebody told us or what even, is on this planet. That's just me though. Like I think that I think even beyond like what's even in this realm. I really do. And that's hard that's I think a lot of people do, right? Um I just think that it's hard to communicate that in ways where when people don't understand or where people may not, and that's something I gotta work on in terms of delivery. But like with me, when we talk about like, the concept of us working with the soul and stuff and working and I didn't know, some of the issues that other people were feeling like there I just realized that like I'm talking about like not celebrities. I'm talking about just, just listening to people um tell their story and talk and I didn't realize there was people that I knew when we talk about like there's people with, obviously they say that there's people with no inner monologue or NPC or something that we like, oh, we laugh at that or whatever. It's not even like laugh at that, but we be like, oh, because a lot of us get targeted or whatever. But like I didn't know that that was like a I didn't know that was like a thing. Like I knew it was a thing, but I'm talking about like hearing people voice it and talk about it. I'm like, wow, this is and again I'm talking from of a spiritual lens and just from listening to, certain people talk about some of the things that I've been dealing with and how actually I think it's more normalized than what I even knew about. And so I was just kind of the odd man out, and like I think everybody else kind of already knew. And so I'm just learning and hearing stuff, and I'm thinking like, was somebody trying to hide this from me or something? Like it's just seeing this, being able to see it spiritually and be like, yo, it's something really going on down here with some sort of like it just. I don't even want to talk about it because then it's like, okay, now you're going off but for those in the know, I'm like, what in the world is this AI? No, but it's a thing. Um, but like I said, it's like I could just feel the influx of planetary healing. I would just say that, and I think that that's a good thing. I really do. I think that that's a good thing to have that, to feel that the love energy, that love frequency. I really do, and I think it's so important right now. And I'm not saying I've been always to maintain that, but I try to, and I just feel like, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Now let me see what else I wanted to cover because this a lot. Was there any other statues? Oh yeah, I know there's a lot. I think there's more statues I wanted to talk about. Okay. Okay, so we did talk about this one. Like this statue, obviously, that's not even a black woman. I mean that's a melanated woman, but I mean that's not a black American woman, but it's in America, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm saying like I don't. This is I don't have anything against this statue. It doesn't make me feel embarrassed or oh we got to tear it down or anything. But I don't like it. But I don't feel like oh I have to tear it down. That's just me. And I like this one because of the lips. Like I said earlier, like I like this one because of the lips. And then it's also conceptual art. Like, what does it mean? She has no eyes. So we're like, if you see this black woman, these beautiful lips, this beautiful nose and hair, she has no eyes though. And then her body is like it's kind of like this round interconnected tubes of networks, going down. But it's not a body. It's like she doesn't have any eyes and she doesn't have a body. That's conceptual. Like somebody can do a psychoanalysis on that. You know. Then you have the European statues. I don't like this one. I don't like that. Um, I really don't like this one either. I like it, but it just doesn't does anything for me. This one, again, I think it's a basic statue. The one with the statue of the woman. Let me see if I can get a close up look. But I want to just show you the reaction. And see, like I said, to me, the statue is a conceptual art piece, and it was done to get a conversation. Um, we don't know exactly what his we don't know exactly what his reasoning for the artwork was, or maybe people do. Matter of fact, let's see if we can look it up. I'm actually curious. I'm actually curious. I think it's an average statue. But most humans are average. It doesn't make me feel any type of way. I mean, I wouldn't buy it, but is okay. So his name is Thomas J. Price. Okay, let's look at his work. I actually want to look at his work. I want to be fair because, like I said, he's been doing these big statues like that. Look how he likes them, and look how big this one is. Nobody would have cared about this one, but he's done many of them like this. I think this I like the idea of them, and he's doing it on purpose. This is conceptual art. I know. Oh, sorry guys on Rumble. Let me make sure I get Rumble again. Oops. Sorry guys, got knocked off Rumble. So let me manage the screen again. So we're looking at the artist of Thomas J. Price. I don't know how long I have been off Rumble, but um yeah, it's like so it's a different context of where these statues are at. I think that I like this one a lot better than the other one. It looks younger, I guess. And more I like that it looks more youthful. And this one, I like her hair, and I think it's basic though. There's no bra on, but it doesn't bother me. It just makes me think like, it's this is an average. I mean, come on, there's so many Americans that have this same body type. Um, there's this one, but I just don't care. Like it just make me feel indifferent. But the way the community reacted did trigger me more so than the actual statue itself. Because I honestly did not give a damn. I ain't even gonna hold you. I just looked at it and kept it moving. But like just seeing like all these different articles, all these different, recommendations, like what the fuck? Like what is going on? Like I don't care. Like we don't care. But people did care. People was they doing petitions demanding to tear it down. But none about the other there's so many Black American statues that look like that. We about to share even more. And so he's known for this look. I think this is beautiful. This one right here, like, I mean, he's no. This is an average. This is not Brad Pitt. This is not what's Morris Chestnut. It's just an average statue. And maybe from his perspective and his eyes, this is beautiful to him. Who are we? I mean, you see them Europeans got they showing people without no arms. They showing people without no arms. I like this one. But I mean, I think this man is a good artist for one, just aesthetically, as far as like the way he puts these sculptures together and stuff. He's showing I don't think people should attack this man like that. Look at this one. So see, I think, and I can't speak for him. I can only interpret, I can only give my subjective interpretation of his artwork, of what I would like it, my conception. I would say again, it's that propaganda. It's a military. It's a strategy of it's the strategy of putting your average and basic person on the forefront, and also having your supernova outliers in the forefront, and building upon that. Now you could do that strategically, however you want to do that, in terms of like have like in the media, maybe you have it one way. In the social media, like again, social media, that's where you're gonna get the most beauty, if you ask me, as far as like obviously Instagram, and depending on who you follow, because then you get to pick and choose who you're gonna follow, who you're gonna watch, and you don't have the media, legacy media, or you don't have them bombarding you consistently with the bullshit. And I know that this statue, like, look at this is a statue of a black man. He's overweight. He has, honestly, I think that this statue is not the most aesthetically pleasing, but again, it doesn't bother me. I don't feel ashamed of it. I don't feel ashamed of this black man statue. Even even he's even naked, and it doesn't make me. I really I don't like the statue, but I don't feel like it needs to be torn down because he's a black man. Like, he's just minding his business. There's humans that look like this. I wouldn't like. It doesn't make me. I just want to, like, okay, I don't like that one. Give me the next one. Okay, so look at this one. So he did this one. Thomas J. Price did this one with another black man with the pot belly. Okay. Let's see if he do something. He did this one. This is another. These are just average looking people. That's I guess that's just, and but he's putting them out. People get to see them. They're represented. They're in a huge 12-foot form and 10-foot form, men and women, all different body shapes. Black women. That's why I'm saying the way you guys reacted on that statue. I'm gonna show the evidence of it. That wasn't that you can do whatever you want, right? You do whatever the fuck you want, but and you don't have to like it. But I'm saying it speaks to a more collective issue. It just does. It speaks to a more collective issue. And I don't, if people deny that, I mean, I don't like, it's obvious. Would people have, I think people obviously would have reacted some way about this. And I think it would have, I think it's the history of this country. Like, what if you were in a silo with just your group of people, would this bother you? And I just showed you the statues of the Roman ones that had the same way. They put look at this statue of this black man. I just want you guys to just follow me right quick. Look at this. But now let's go back here because I want you guys to see once again the basicness of their white statues with the Roman. Look at this. Come on. They put this in a museum for you to go pay. So what's wrong with this one being in a museum for you to go pay? An average human. He's not fine. He's not Morris Chestnut. you know, look at this one. Very basic. But that's, I think, like I said, I think it's good that he showed broadcasts the average elements of the Black American community because that's how everyday people look. And I don't think that all of these statues are ugly. I don't think all of them are pretty, but I think some of them are beautiful. I think in the essence of what it represents and the conception of what it represents, I think that's beautiful. This is conceptual art. And I think we're looking at all of his artwork like it's very similar. It wasn't what you thought it was like. This wasn't like, oh, let's try to trigger um I think it had that response obviously, and sometimes intention and outcome is two different things, and so you can have intention and outcome, and you know when you have conceptual art in the middle of Times Square like that, and then the history of this country of how they do beauty standards and how they treated us based on our looks, that's gonna be that's I'm telling you, that's obviously that's gonna be something. That's gonna be you're gonna have to expect some of these reactions. But then that to me means, how do we normalize the some of the like the it's not even like, I don't even know how to articulate that. Like, how do we feel comfortable or not triggered by another person's image that may be in your lineage? just because they may have appearance you don't like. What happens when you guys are on your own? You don't want to eat each other alive because you want to, like, you got to have standards, right? You want to have your standards. You want everybody to work on their eating healthy and do their exercise and whatnot. You want people to, um, you know, uh, look up on it, go by whatever, maybe even dietary stuff and whatever. Um, but this guy, he's literally just known for showing all these different average humans. And to me, like I said, like I like his work. Like, look at all these different art. Like, you're gonna judge this man just by that one statue that you didn't like? And in New York Times Square, I wonder if he was doing a ritual or something. I really do. This one is another one right here. So he has one, no screaming about this one. This is a beautiful statue because I like her. It's more like she's tall, and I like tall. I like to see, like, I like tall girls. Um, all girls, but I admire. It's not like on a sexual level. Like, I admire when I see tall women. So I like her. I like her length, but I also like some short women too. Um, so he has different stuff. He has a variety. He has dark skin, light skin, all different braids, not dreads, locks, hair with, um, you know, uh, because I really like his artwork, and I'm like, does he people just attack this man? I'm like, what the hell? Like, it's like it's so many other stuff that he does, and I think, like, the way the community reacted, I'm telling you, like, whew. But I'm not wagging my finger. I'm just like, whoa, like, there's some trauma around this shit, because the first thing I thought, but it's not something to gloat on. I'm just saying, like, the first thing I thought was, I was like, well, that's like the average statue in America. Like, the average statue in America is fairly basic, but his artwork looks better, just objectively. His artwork looks better. Thomas Price artwork. Than this. These people don't even have arms, but they normalized this, and they was making people go, you know, um, to these museums to see this shit and stuff. You know, these are very basic statues. They're not beautiful. Like, what his artwork was showing all these different people. You didn't think nothing, but you didn't like the way they was attacking. I wonder if people thought that. I wonder if people thought, a white person did it or something. You think that's what it was? Like, 'cause I'm like, I couldn't believe people, they tear it down. I expected the white people to do that. I did, but I mean, there was no, like, tear it down for this. This is offensive. This is from, like, is like, like, look at this statue. I want to tear this one down. I ain't even gonna hold you because it's outdated. And I think that statue of New York Times look better than this. I do. That's just me, though. I have to admit. Like, this is offensive to have this pilgrim bonnet on this black woman's head with a Western look. The other lady got natural locks in her head. I really gotta blow my nose, guys. I'm sorry. This is bad. Yeah, I'm gonna take a bathroom powder room break because I do need a negative tissues. It's like clearing out. I've been like, what's the? It's a mystify. I'm very stuffy, but like, it's this what's it? It's a cinnamon and some rosemary. I wonder if that's got me acting up or if it's, I know I'm crying obviously, but I wonder if it's the rosemary part. Okay, so let me um thank you. I know I'm on one. Like just let me rock. I thank you though. I know it's like have a good day. And I know I am. I know I am. I know I am. And I hope you do too. And a good weekend. A good weekend and a good day. So what I want to do is put my be back soon screen on. So let me do that. So a moment. Whew. Okay, just one moment, guys. Go. There we go. So I'm gonna go blow this nose. Okay, so I'm back. Okay, let me share my screen again. Oh, I forgot to share the screen on to do the stream right back on Rumble. I apologize about that. Holy shit, I forgot to mute on Rumble when I was saying I can remember my memory. Holy shit. You guys weren't supposed to hear that. I was supposed to mute that. Um, then I was just having some flashbacks, like just getting memories back in waves. Um, and so as we all are, to be honest, I'm gonna have to say that I'm just real. It's like a floodgate of really powerful energy hitting this planet for everybody. That's healing. It is. It's a powerful healing energy that's hitting this planet for everybody. But I have to say, I when I was talking on Rumble, you guys was not supposed. I thought I had muted that shit. I muted it on the other one, but I didn't mute it on the other. Yeah, so let's get back to sharing the screen so that we can continue with what we were talking about. Oops, nope. Share screen. Maybe I should just do that one. Okay, there we go. Now I'll do it again. Okay, so we were looking at this statue, and I was saying that I think this statue, and it's just my opinion, no one has to agree. I personally don't like this one, and I think the other one looks better than this one. I don't like the beads around the neck. I don't like the bonnet. It's in a museum, you know. She looks serious, she looks sad, she's not smiling, and so I don't like that. And, this would be one where I would feel the need to come down. I really don't think that other one in New York needs to come down because I think his work speaks for himself. Thomas Price. I think his conceptual work. He puts this everywhere, you know, and he has a body of work though. What I like is that he has a body of work that transcends, just that one statue. And so I think in the collectivity of his work, and I don't know this man, and am I being paid? I wasn't paid to do this for him or none of this shit. I don't know this man, but like, um, I like his body of work of showing melanated humans. I really like that idea of him showing, and just average basic. He's not focused on the supernova outliers or even the marginalized outliers. He's not showing black people with missing legs and missing eyeballs and missing ears. He's not showing that. He's not doing that at all. Mm-mm. To me, they're dignified, but they got regular outfits on. They not going to the damn gala. You want everybody to look like they're going to the Met Gala. Is that what it is? Everybody got to look like they gonna be the next Met Gala. Kim Kardashian meets Summer Walker meets, like, that's not how people look. Welcome to the real world. Hmm. See how I mean, this is what he does, and he makes them real huge, and so people have to look up to them. And he has sculpture heads. I objectively like his body of work. I do. Yes, I do. I think that now this one I like the features. I don't think that it's a Black American feature, but and some of us have those features, obviously. But there's some. This is more out. I like the lips and the nose. I like this one too a lot too. Yeah, I love that one. I think his body of work. It makes me. It actually makes me emotional. Like I think it's beautiful. I do. Because he has an array. Like he's showing all these different looks. You got one with braids. See, and that was in. He got him right there. You know, it doesn't. There's going to have to be a variety of looks. It's not going to just be one look. Look at these are all average looking people, by the way. Oh, I like this one too. I think it's cute. I don't like this one. I don't like this one, but I don't want it torn down or anything. I just don't like it. I just think it's aesthetic. It for some reason it didn't draw me in. I don't even think it matters to say I don't like it, right? Yeah, his body of work is dope. I'm just saying in totality of everything that he got because it's consistent with showing different, you know, types of looks of melanated people. And I knew that it was a youthful structure. I knew the youth would like that one. This one I had liked the most because it was I could tell it was a youthful girl. Even though she's really super tall, I could tell this was like more of a preteen, just like the teens that's, standing by her in that same pose. It's a cheesy picture, but I mean I think I like the look. I like her face. That's what I'm saying. And this one they looking at the phone. The kids be looking at the phone and standing at the bus stop. They do that all the time. There's nothing wrong with it, you know. That's a nice one too. Sorry, I'm silent. I'm just I'm just looking at it. I like it. I do. And I like the conversation that it sparked. I like what it did to me. I like what it did. I like what it did to to get me thinking and and processing, and actually that shit brought back memories. Whew. So like the whole body of work, like all these different statues and stuff. Whew. Wow. So, I just think these look better than the than the ones that like that we've been seeing for thousands and thousands of years. Like I don't see anything wrong with the statues. That's just me though. Or the big ones. Like I don't see anything wrong even with the where's the one? This one. It's just a display in New York City. Look how she looking at this one. I think his work is dope. I do. I think this is really conceptual though, because people you could sound off on it. You could say whatever you want. You could spend hours hating it. You could spend hours not liking it. You could spend hours indifferent towards it. You could spend hours conceptualizing and analyzing it. Like again, I didn't care when I saw it, but I just was like, why do I care about like my perception of myself more than a statue for one? But it made me feel like, damn, like the perception of how people, um, would treat me, and all this stuff. And it's just like, and people don't have to like that's my work. Like I totally admit that people don't have to change for my space in the world. It's nice if they do. If they don't, you have to build upon, you know, um, that for yourself. Certainly is what I would say. But also, I would say I would want to encourage, other people that do feel like, you may not be good enough. Like, I think we all need to hear that we are good enough. I think everybody, all humans need to hear that we are good enough. I feel like all Black Americans need to hear that we are good enough. We need to hear it. Like, this stuff been going on for centuries, for certain people, decades for certain people, or maybe some not at all. But, you know, that upliftment, because I'm like seeing like, damn, like I didn't know it was this bad. Like I knew the program and all that stuff, but like and the only thing we can do is uplift each other. That's all I gotta say. The only thing if we is a society, and it's because I see why. I understand the mechanisms as to why it triggered Black Americans. I really do, or just people in general. I understand. I get it. I understand the mechanisms of this country and the history of this country that allowed for that to, for that moment, for many moments, for many viral moments. Even the Shannon Sharp moment. I understand, all of that. I made it like made a couple of jokes, whatever, but I do know that there's has to be so much healing around that for everybody. You know, that's trauma. And like, you know, I would want somebody to be, like I'm thinking like, damn, like this situation really is more nuanced than what I gave it. As far as like, you know, those of us that come from, like when we talk about like uh, oh well. But it's like you're not able to see that when you deep in that pain, or when you're deep in that. Um, yeah, it's something. It's definitely something up with this that's much larger. And I know people are. I know it's classified, so I'm not going to talk about it. But I know people have tried to tip me off to it. I just didn't understand it. Now I'm starting to understand through just the reaction. like the level of what we're dealing with as far as the trauma, and then how we project that onto each other, how even each other and even myself. Um, it's like I said, I know I'm not innocent, so I'm just saying, like, I'm just seeing it like, damn, like, ooh. And for me, I'm talking about the backdrop of, you know, going through, the genealogy, going through indoctrinations on different levels, going through, you know, uh, racism, sexism, going through, discrimination, all types of stuff that we all don't experience. But God didn't give just me and only me to give some problems to. It's been everybody. But it's like, for certain lineages, it's like some went through, like I would say for mine, we went through a lot, man. It's like you could feel it just even in the reactions to certain stuff, the gender wars, the fighting back and forth, like. And I know we got to get to that place of upliftment, that love again, but coming out of like that, the mental, like the mental programming and the mental brainwashing. Even if you say you didn't, there was no, because I know I did. I mean, they getting so extreme now with wanting to keep people trapped here. They telling people it was no 400-year slavery. There was no, it wasn't really 400 years. It's a, talking about a date. And if it don't apply, it don't apply, right, to that particular person. But now it's like we have to free ourselves from like all these labels and stuff and all the things, because we are souls in a human body at the end of the day. We've been traversing here throughout aeons, and everybody does have a soul. Now, some people are numb, some people feel pain, you know, but everybody definitely, it's like it's a part of that retrieval process, and realizing, the boundaries that we create for ourselves, and the comfortabilities, and the ways we feel safe. Um, I think that we have to consciously work on that. I know people do not think they have that to do that work, or don't even care about it, but I'm just saying, I mean, if you, even if you just want a family, or even if you just want a community, they did something, man. And I'm still trying to get down to the bottom of it, because I don't have it all figured out by no stretch of the imagination, not even remotely, not even remotely. Once I get down to the bottom of it, I'm getting closer, but I think that there's also still just a ton more of programming to undo, of layers to undo, and just traumas to undo, and just within myself. But I also see, like, you know where even within our own community there's something going on. And I know people is plotting and all that stuff. I know that, I could feel that, and it's not lost on me. As far as, like, you know with this whole situation, as far as even talking about, like, um that the level where the trauma stems from collectively as Black Americans, where it's coming from, and how it's being continued to be done. That's the thing. These people are still, but I wouldn't accuse Thomas J. Price of that. I don't think he was trying to. I don't think he was trying to do it personally, but I do see where the news, and I do think it was a psyop still, in terms of the news broadcasting it. I do. I think that it was a psyop in that sense, of the news jumping on it, but I don't think, and I think for him, we talk about psyop in a sense of like conceptual art that gets you thinking in terms of psychological operations. That's a psyop, and I personally think it's a good one for me at least because it's like wow, like for one, I got introduced to all his other work, but then it makes me think about like the reactions even to a black woman. You know, the reactions we always got those reactions. Black women live with that every day. That's why they act so hypersensitive about their image. That's why there's so much hypersensitivity when something is unkempt or the hair, the weight, because of the damage that's been done with the image with with like we said earlier, the what was it, the supernova outlier with a marginalized outlier, and then programming that in your vision and telling you that was beauty and that you're not. That was done systematically for for at least what 100 years. Hmm. And so it's something to that. It's something. You know what I mean? Like it's been going on for so you got the epigenetic thing, the memories that's gonna pass down. You know, but look how he put this. Would y'all have? I know y'all. Would y'all would act a fool if that statue was up? Probably. Think of that. I mean, he's naked. I mean, that would have been inappropriate for New York because he's butt naked, and so that would have been quite inappropriate. So I could definitely see people going up in arms because why would you have a naked black man? You know that statue is objectively unattractive to me. Subjectively, rather subjectively. Subjective means just personal to you. Just personal to you. Hmm. But like I said, the goal is, you know, that upliftment. I like this one too. But you see, the clothes are basic. They're not gold. There's no bunch of jeans and golds and chains, and it's what the average person wears. I've had that growing up. This is the average. That's what the average person wears. You know, and even like her hair. That's definitely what an average black person hair could look like. It's just an average looking human to me. See now this one. I like that one. And then there's beautiful statues of black women. Don't get me wrong. There's beautiful statues of black women everywhere, but I'm saying like the ones that's like just out as on a let me see, let me go back here. The ones that's like in that display. But even if what is beauty? I mean, like I mean, I guess I'm a little, I'm looking for something a little past all this, but I do think that these are like, if you were to ask me, like, do you like these? I would say yes, I like them. I don't think they're all going to look the same. Though. Look at this one. Thomas J. Price did this one. So he does a variety. He's just showing different types of looks, and these are plus size black men's faces. Like, there's different types of faces, and they're beautiful. But what we don't want is to have infighting, but also like they trying to goad us to be focused on other people and focused with giving energy to outside of ourselves to people who actually want to drain and harass or, you know. And another thing that I would see is like it's like it's energy harvesting for sure. It's energy harvesting. But I'm trying to figure like is Thomas was that Thomas J. Price's goal or was that the after effect because people got so up in arms about the statue? So I'm trying to figure out. He got a lot of body of work. He got a lot. I mean, he has an extensive body of work. This guy is really fucking talented. He's really. I mean, I'm like, wow. I didn't know because I again when they showed that statue, the way it was presented, you would have thought like they made it seem like a white person put it there for one, you know. And then they show like all these crazy, all these people coming forward to bash it. I won't call them crazy, but like all these people coming forward, like to tear it down. Oh my gosh, it's woke, it's DEI, it's ugly, it's fat, it's this, it's blah 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 blah. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? And then I look at the artist and I'm like, I'm like really shocked that this dude like it doesn't scream you were trying to just have a gimmick. I don't think he was doing that, but only he knows. Obviously, he has to speak for himself in terms of what he felt, of what he felt. It is or what it means. But I think what's important is to feel, you know. I think that's what's important is that he evokes feeling either way of what regardless of what you feel, whether you think the statue is good or ugly or ooh, it's so bad, oh my gosh, oh you like it, however you feel about it, you have that right. But I just wanted to do a deeper dive into like the reaction of black women because it's like black women, uh, like you're gonna have some people with different looks and you're like, what is the problem? I guess, you know, I see nothing wrong with it. I'm indifferent towards it, though I understand in order to shift the beauty standards of the nation optic wise, through propaganda. Like I said, you're gonna have to start with the veneration of the basic in not all the time, but then your outliers of your supernovas, like your actual, you know, your beautiful women's that we've always grew up seeing. Like for me, like I said, I was so glad for like just something simple where I could pick and choose what I wanted to look at. I think that might have helped a lot of people, especially with the natural hair stuff, because we got to actually pick and choose, you know, um, these which beautiful women we and I used to look at all these different types of natural hair folks. I mean, you wouldn't believe it. I mean, they it really inspired me. It just gave me that encouragement. I had shaved my head like a fade. It was kind of it wasn't like a baby's butt, but I had shaved my head when I was 18. I had shaved it. I not so much shave, but cut it really short to cut all the perm out. And I still texturize my edges. I do my edges sometimes. But even I have to contend with that. Like I'm like, I mean, that's obviously like maybe TMI, but like it's like, I have to think of stuff like that. Like, hmm, like what's that still about with the edge and stuff and the edge control. Control of the edge control that the black woman loves. I think that's psychological too. I think it's like deeper stuff to go in there. But again, I think what's important for each other to do is that like that they, like because I could see where people, like society is invoking like all this insecurity on everybody, and it's like That shit is so unhealthy. Like it's not. That's just not normal. And it's kind of don't have to be that way. And I don't want to contribute to it. And I'm not saying I know I have contributed to it. I know I have unknowingly and sometimes just wanting to be vindictive. But it's like, damn, like, uh, don't have to be like it don't have to be that way. It don't have to be that way. And like I said, I thought that because I remember for 10 years ago we had this conversation. She used to have the clubhouse rooms in her own rooms. It's just it was a lot of educated black women, good black women, women that's married, women that's all from all walks of life, and we would talk about this very topic. Like, well, black women, do you feel shame when you see this? Like, what do you feel? What comes up? What kind of examples? And we would talk about what gets propped up in Hollywood by the media, by white men, and how they would go and lift up basic people and then show them their outliers, like Angelina Jolie. I mean, yeah, Angelina Jolie or Angelina Lama. They would show their outliers, but then they would also prop up an Amy Schumer or like an Aniston. Like she would actually talk about them, Rebel Wilson. In terms of building social capital and representing, and then you would also represent, obviously, uh, anybody. Because I think what if we all just saw all each other as beautiful? What if we was looking at the soul? What if we was looking at each other? I know we ain't, I ain't pushing all that. But I'm just saying, like, what if we was, there, like, and I think that's what I like about the Thomas J. I see the soul in his work. I like it. I'm not talking about that big woman statue. I'm talking about his body of work, all of the statues combined. Like how they just was like these ordinary, melanated people. I really like that. Not all glamour because they show everybody gotta look like they're going to Coachella or something, and that's just they put that all on the meat. They put that, and it's just, and I know people are past that, right? It's people that already are so past that, but there's people that's past it, but apparently the way people are reacting. I'm just gonna show you the screenshots because I don't even want y'all thinking like, oh, you just being dramatic. It just wasn't normal. It just wasn't, and it didn't do anything. Now maybe people want to have Thomas Price head the way they are, but let's show here. So this is a statue that I honestly, this is not Thomas J. Price. We talked about that earlier for those who came in. We talked about the European ones. For those who coming in, we were doing a comparative analysis on how like basic statues look in America. How and whether you like them or not. Now, I'm not saying that all white men are ugly, but I was saying that these statues are ugly because you're gonna have you're gonna have your personal preferences, but then you're also gonna have people. You're gonna have good looking people and people but it's all gonna pretty much be subjective, anyways. It's gonna be based on your personal opinion. Hmm. But like, I don't think any. This is just an average statue, but But I was just giving you the comparison of how you didn't see all these white boys jump out they bag to remove this ugly statues. Is what I'm saying, and then put up a Brad Pitt looking statue. They didn't do that. Look at this, and it's not about copying them or mimicking them. It's not about copying them or mimicking them at all. Because I mean, come on, no arms. Where's the arms? Where's the genitals? You know. But I'm just giving you an example of what like when people get up in arms about Thomas J. Price work compared to like this. I think his work is to me. I appreciated the other pieces in combination with the statue in New York. I appreciated his entire body of work. Compared to these statues. They're ugly to me. Somebody else might like them. They may think they're beautiful, and that's fine. I'm not gonna try to convince you. Oh, you know that you gotta. I ain't gonna smack you upside the head. No, you better. No, no, no. Very basic. And so most of the statues in my point is that most of the statues in America are fairly basic. And I think Thomas J. Price work, like so his body of work, his entire body of work looks considerably better than most statues that I've seen. Um, I like this one too. I think I said I thought it was okay, but it's starting to grow on me. It's starting to grow on me, this one. But look at this. Look at his face. This is a black man looking as if in shame. This is the look. It's right there. And he's just saying like Thomas J. Price work, his whole entire body of work, when there's just average Black American or melanated people rather from all walks of life, just But this one is a exhibition, but he has exhibitions all over the world. But like the context of this looks bad, and maybe this is propaganda because they showed a bunch of black men coming forward. Of course, like look at this one, Lord, covering the face. This is shame, and these men are big. These black men are big, holding their head down in shame because a statue of a big black woman is in Times, New York, by Thomas J. Price. There's no reason, like even if you don't like it, there's no reason to ever feel ashamed. You don't even have to like it. You don't have to be attracted to it, lift it up, uplift it, nothing. There's no reason to be ashamed. Like the way they holding their heads down in these photos. And because we got black women, of course, got attacked for this. Like it's like, and that's where like I'm pretty sure there's people that's probably pissed off at Thomas J. Price from that. Like you put this target on our back, it made it, and people could really like twist it and be like, "See, you just wanted us to be bashed, bashed, bashed." What if he wanted a conversation around this very topic that we're talking about? What if he wanted? What if he thinks the statue is okay? What if he think he liked? What if it's his mother? What if that look a little bit like to say that to make it seem like, oh, see, they just putting this Aunt Jemima. No, like it's just a black woman. We don't need labels that they put on us to put on other people. And I'm guilty of it too. I still saying the N word. I'm working on that. I really am working on it. I forget sometimes. I really do. And it, I feel bad sometimes when I say the N word afterwards. So only because the elders talk, only because the elders may say, I see the younger people saying the N word, and so you know, mhm. Yeah, but he got his head down and he's saying Lord, and these look at these arms. These are like he's and then look at this, and then now that gave permission for white man to. I just didn't have. What I'm saying is this didn't even have to have any attention. And here's another one, Times Square, and he's a big guy. Here's another one looking with his mouth open, and he's a big guy. Did they pay people to do this? I'm wondering, like, did they? I think they paid people to do this. And then here, once again, the white man tear it down. It's DEI as well. And then he says New York clowned over woke statue. And so if you look at Thomas J. Price body of work, he wasn't this. I really just somebody propagandized this on purpose. Is what I'm saying, because these are all in the irony of big black men holding their head down, holding they. It's just a statue. It's like you don't have to feel no way about it. You ain't gotta like it. But it's like, where is this shame coming from? And then obviously the reactions. The reactions, you know? That's internal. That's eternal because I just showed you all them ugly ass statues of them white boys and of them white women, of every. I mean, it's not even ugly. It's not, the word is not to use, is not ugly. The word is that is average or basic. Not even the word basic, but just average because why? Why be I would say because that's how it just it's just it wasn't that's just I would say it's subjective. That's what I would say. It's subjective. It's subjective. It's subjective. And so I'm looking at it, and I'm glad I got more context on his body of work. I really am, because I was just like, who is this guy? And this is him. I'm interested to know more about like his process for creating art and his motivations. Let's see if I can find an article. Okay, so he studied at the Royal College of Art. Wow. And he has nonstop animations. Let's see where he. Okay. Times Square, where we grounded in the stars. What? That's the name of it. It's called Grounded in the Stars, multidisciplinary practice, grounded in the stars. I knew in my heart of hearts, I had felt that it was something. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I'm kind of like, because I try not to like, I gotta keep my boundaries with like not, with people energies and all this stuff and trying to even, the type of like it's a thing with the with being able to see. And again, I can't see everything at all. And I really don't be trying to. And, you know, um, but I would say this, that I knew it was something with stars I kept feeling that like psychically. I kept feeling something with stars around this work. I knew it was galactic. I could tell that he was tapping into something deeper, and I didn't want to put that on him though. Without I had felt it, and then I was like, it's not cool to just go and say, well, I think that he means this. He's doing this. See, he got this. You have to kind of just chill with. And I'm talking to myself, and I'm saying like, but I had truly in my soul had felt that like something with stars. I said, wow, got into the stars. Trying for figure challenge to see what rendered immortal through. Wow. Let's see what it's down to the ground. I just wanted to see if quiet gravity and grandeur in a culture increasingly into a faster pace ground in the stars. It's introspective meditation on humanity. Wow, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I had felt it was conceptual. I said it's something deeper here as it relates to meditating on humanity. Grounded in the stars. I like it. I do. I do. I like it. And you know what's interesting is there's certain ways that they put in front of this photo with like a bunch of as we say codes. But I'm not gonna labor the code part with the stuff all in the background because that I don't I have to be careful with all of that. But we see Paramount Evolution Forever 321 Summer Break. Yeah, I knew it. I think he wanted to show like and again because his body of work. This is his other stuff. Here's his other things right here. This one is so you guys can see this. This is titled "Grounded in the Stars." I knew it. Sometimes I hate having like like that telepathy, but because it's like I'm not saying that's not the right way to say that. It's not telepathy. It's not because again, you cannot assume that you're communicating with somebody, right? But like sometimes you could just pick up something from stuff, and I was like, I said something with the stars with that shit. I just knew it was much, 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 much deeper, but it's like I don't think that it's wise to like, you know, go into all of that without, I don't think it's important, rather. I don't think it's important for the public. I don't think it's important for the public. But you know what? This is dope. And see, these are just melancholy. They not melancholy, but they just this face looks sad, I have to say. Like, the first thing that jumped into my mind was a sad face. This one right here. That photo. But I think the totality of his body of work is dope. I do. The totality of it. Now let's go back here because or do I want to show? I actually just want to show like work of his. Yeah, I just want to show. Yeah. I like this one too. I think we talked about that already. But as far as like, I wonder if Thomas J. Price, I think the other part aspect of this conversation when we talk about like how people was like, oh, this plus size black woman in Times Square, when we talk about like these Venus, and again, this is not to promote like, oh, you gotta like this or be attracted to this, because that's not the point at all. This is more so actually for me and for other women who deal with weight, and even men who deal with their weight, maybe can learn something from just me being cathartic and expressing these things. Um, but I think like, we look at like the as far as like, I think the strategic, whoever stole, whoever was able to go into different parts of the world and look at like these different statues and look at these different like architectures and pyramids or mounds or hieroglyphics and stuff and miniature statues. What we see is they was able to find certain. What I noticed that there was a strategic um, pull to like create the Aunt Jemima image and desecrate it. Not that people have to love it, because people don't have to. This is a free will planet, but it's not even that. But at the same time, it's just more so like when you study the actual statues of Venus of Willendorf. Now I have to say, we are going to get esoteric, and I will ask that if you know that you are a baby in consciousness, um, that may not understand these things, or these topics are triggering, or the topic of weight may be triggering, or I am going to ask that you um maybe want to cut off, because we are going to go really deep. Also, if you're maybe you have a certain strict religious indoctrination or anything, you may want to also um you know click off this particular section, because we are going to go deep. Yes, we are. We're going to go esoteric. So these statues, these are Venus of Willendorf statues. They're called Venus statues, and they're fertility statues that go back pretty for some reason. And again, this is not about like, okay, you have to like this. That's this. It's just not the point. And again, it's just for I'm talking with to myself and for women who also deal with these issues with weight. And so, what we see is that we have these different Venus statues, many of which were found in different areas, and particularly some in Africa, some in North America and South America, and quite a bit, strangely and oddly enough, in Europe. Um, I was just looking through to see if I can get like a little bit of information. Okay, so again, they could have just made these all up, but they've actually are not popular. Um, they're in museums, but they're not like the reason why, like certain things that they want to put in the forefront, it will be in the forefront. If something has to be in the forefront, it will be in the forefront. You know what I mean? Um, and so these are not the reason these Venus figurines are not in the forefront. At one point when they were they claim to uh date them back to the Gravitan period. Did they? Maybe, maybe not. They say 21,000 years ago, 26,000 years ago. They say some of them, like the Venus of Hofels, is back at least 35,000 years. The Venus of Monroe's, that's 11,000. You got all these different, and you have and Venus and Pendik, Um, and so what I noticed is like this concerted, there was this concerted thing to sort of what I would say like denigrate this particular image that they were finding all over the Americas. And so we'll actually look because there's quite a bit more than just this. So we may want to just go here actually. And so these images, and again, the point is not to oh, you gotta like this, you gotta be attracted to this. That is not the damn point. And I'm not even talking to I'm talking to a very specific group of actual subset of Black American actually. But you see these different Venus things, statues. They were found everywhere pretty much. An uncanny amount, and they were fertility statues. There's a reason. Should we share the reason? No, no, I don't think we should share them. But you see the different statues yourself. And again, I am asking for those who have experience with this knowledge already in terms of some of the knowledge around Venus. In terms of the again, I'm not going to be I'm trying to see if we should go there. Yeah, I'm gonna say yeah. I'm gonna ask like if you already know about like the symbols of Venus and copper and the morning star energy. I will ask that if this section is just for those. Okay, and so it looks like there was like a concerted effort to just And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to show you actually documented proof of that. Here we see, and this is not again to um you see all these are different figurines as well, different types of figurines dating back, whatever. Um, so this was actually Kubaba of Anatolia. And so this is one of the first goddesses that was ever created. That's found. This is the oldest one, but they renamed this version to Kubaba. This is now Kubaba, and they calling this the first female ruler. This is now Kubaba. When you look it up, this is mainly what pops up. Now, a year ago, that was not the case. A year ago, when you typed in Kubaba, this would pop up. They systematically went in that Google engine and put this as the Kubaba. And this one as well. So Kubaba was a Venus figurine. Now people may say like, oh, um, what they say, race, but I mean, clearly this is a part of the trauma, especially when we talk about Sarah Bartman. And this was, look at this one. Now, this honestly was more offensive to me. Now, this one I want taken down. This is the hot and tie Venus. It's like a replica, but look how it looks, and then how you got these white people looking at her. And this is in a museum. Now, this one I think should be taken down. I do. Like if I was gonna act a fool, it would have been this one. And it could be a black person that created this. But like this is the one where I would have drawn a line here. Sure would have. But then you see when I was talking about, because maybe this would be a better video to watch in terms of understanding what I put in this book. Let's see, which one is it? This one right here. I was saying certain things here, and I know it was, this is a heavy read. I do have to say, like this one, you have to. Let me see. Wait a minute. The screen is not showing the whole thing. Here we go. There we go. And so this book talked about like pretty much the essence of what I meant, well, actually, the essence of what you see rather in this photo. Now, this is a video. It's called "The Real Lucifer and Satan Part One: Understanding Truth, Half Truth, Falsehood." And so, That is, maybe the title you want to put that in. And that's not a video by me, that's by a video by another person, but it helped me to understand. And, I saw this after um I wrote my book, but I was happy to see it afterwards because it was like, okay, what I saw in my mind's eye, somebody else saw it. But at the same time, it's not to, I'm not making this, you know, um promote any of this. Like I'm not saying like you have to, it's more so like when we think about like what I was saying about the processing of going from primordial entity, a primordial, to switching it to the Victorian age style or Sarah Bartman copy of mimicking, and then to turning it into a white male statue, or arguably a white male Statue of Liberty. I don't think the Statue of Liberty is a female. They got a white version of it though. They got a white. It's not. I forgot the name of it, but in terms of facilitating that healing, in terms of like how knowledge gets disseminated and distorted in turn, I don't think that's really, that's just for certain people who is concerned with that to do. I'm not saying that that needs to be somebody else's mantle, or the community's mantle. I think that there's certain people that have that sort of calling, or that sort of interest rather. But it's more so like, again, for those who understand how somebody would juxtapose something against you, or use something that they find to build up. And they do this with, like, even the way they propped up the male, so the males without, the male statues without, with very small genitals. That's done by design, because then it's like they never see them with the really big genitals, so they show them with the real small ones. And that's also like, the assertion that has been done on melanated minds, where it's like, this is what's okay, like this is what's, you know um like, this is what's dominant. These this I'll show you quite literally to your face. Like, they'll show like, this is what's dominant, you know and then they will program that throughout the years, and that's what they've done. And then again, when we say they, like, we're trying to figure out, like, this stuff is a lot deeper, but we know who to pinpoint. To an extent, we know, um you know who, but this is, but I mean, this stuff like this. And so they did what they did with their stuff, but it would be up to us to promote what we want to see, but also not freak out or feel ashamed or be a walking apology when you see other representations of your community done by your community within your community, because that will be what comes eventually, even if, whether I'm in it or not. Like, you will still see, I'm just saying, like, though, I like the way he showed all his body of work, showing all these different types of looks, all these different types of hairstyles, all these different types of body types, clothing styles. I think that that was dope. And I like, when it comes to, like, representation, and of the outliers in your community, the basic and the average, and the super, obviously really good looking black women. But to think, to create like this unrealistic standard that every black woman's going to look like that, or every black woman's going to be like that, that is insanity. And not every no, and that goes for black men. Every black man's gonna gotta be like a Morris Chestnut. Every black man. These things are not realistic, and I'm seeing where people be saying, "Oh, you got to make these six figures, you got to do these things, or else you're not. You have this car, you got this thing," and you know, it's not, it's it's really not what matters. The soul matters, but you people gonna have a right to their preferences and their standards and criteria. Absolutely, people have a right to their preferences, their standards, and their criteria. So let's see, there was anything else? But I do think, as far as if you guys wanted to, if you guys really felt shame, I do think that um even myself and others of us who have emotional issues around weight, or even, they're dealing with that, that's, I think that upliftment and encouragement in terms of like eating healthy and exercising and working on it, a lot of it is spiritual. I'm realizing, I'm realizing it, but also emotional, body wise, and those things, I would say, we help each other, uplift each other in that way, in terms of encouraging to do the work on that level. And that goes for myself, and I, I do actually, to do try to do 40 minutes a day and whatnot, and work on it. And that's the best we can do. That is the best we can do. Now, I wonder if it was something else that I wanted to show, because there's this thing where, I have to be, like I said, I have to be careful how I just say, oh, these lyrics mean these things. It's just more so a subjective interpretation of art, you know. It's a subjective um thing. What I will say is, I wanted to show is, again, we have to encourage our youth, and we have to find a way. We really have to find a way to get out of well, for me, I can only speak for me. I can't, because I don't know where people are at, in terms of like where, and for me, for right now, I have to say I'm working on myself, and what I don't want to do is, while working on myself, be in a position where, I'm hurting someone else, or especially people in my community. That's never my intention. Or just a person in general, just a human in general. That's not really, like, that's not like me, and then, like, I realized, like, I'm like, man, I got so, like, you know, um been so angry. Um I would say, I would say, just as of reflecting and just going through that. But that's my work. But what I will say, I wanted to share this because, oh, I wanted to break down. I thought this video, what I feel, for one, is I feel the energy of the excitement, and it's chaotic and it's uncontrollable. And that freaks people out who don't know how to deal with this energy. Obviously, they're graduating, they're just graduating. And so they're really excited and dancing. Now, in the context of your own silos, this, people wouldn't care. This wouldn't be energy to try to control, or like shame, or like uh suppress or oppress, because within the context of your culture, you understand it. Now, believe it or not, I'm actually really reserved. I probably would be the one just watching everybody do this, but it wouldn't bother me. It wouldn't make me feel ashamed. I actually think it's cool. Because what I feel is excitement. Like, people should express joy when they have a triumphant moment. And they usually are going to do that through dance. Um, yeah, they're usually going to do that through dance. And so I don't see anything said about that to be. But what I noticed is that other people were upset at this video of these black young girls dancing at their graduation. See, now I understand that culturally we when it comes with other um groups, they may be more what's the word, rigid, and we already know this, and we don't got to explain. I'm not explaining nothing to them. I'm just talking about for people who may came across this video was going viral, and I was just talking to like young black girls or any black woman that will come across that's maybe younger, and then they kind of being shamed. They got on Twitter or whatever, and they were being this one um right here, rather, this was obviously was viral, and these with this they were shamed for just expressing happiness. And I just don't want anybody to ever feel that. So I'm just processing as I'm like, well, I was looking through some comments and processing, but I don't ever, ever want anyone to ever feel like for expressing joy in a moment of triumph, however they perceive it, whether you like it or not. I think these like probably high schoolers, even if they're was it graduated from 4 year college? It's like 21 years old, 18, 21. High school is 18, 4 years is 22, right? Oh wow. Yeah, I like this. But with this guy, Drew Hernandez, he says all DEI hires on a way to destroy your life, brought to you by affirmative action. From one, obviously we already know the tropes. Black people didn't really benefit from affirmative action. There was other groups that did and whatnot. We know all these things. We know all these things. But what's interesting is this person, I don't know who this person Drew Hernandez is, but what I was interested in is following who he's followed. And so I was looking through all this stuff, and that's when I said, okay, this anti woke, and we're gonna go. Let's a little bit deeper. Let's see. But as you can see, no, I didn't agree with obviously this dude's statement. But when you look at the people of the party, it's not even about parties. This is deeper than politics. We're talking about like more so the philosophy um of the people here. We see the director cash and all that stuff, and so the person that made that statement about DEI and put a video of black women, they follow all the Trump and all that and this stuff. and I don't have Trump deranged syndrome. I see some things as problematic, and I speak. I'm gonna speak on it and call it out. But I don't have Trump deranged syndrome at all. Not even remotely. um, I don't like what's going on, but I'm not being emotional about it because I have to study it. I have to look at things more methodical to see, you know, the plays here because I do suspect there is a play because what I saw, obviously with them trying to do all this triggering. So look at this person. We saw who they followed. Um, what I see, I want to go back here. When they were talking about the woke thing, we all know that was started by Eric Badu, whatever, and they bastardized that part. But what's interesting to me, we talked about there was a part in here. I'm just making sure. Okay, I'm just looking through some of my notes because I know it was something I truly wanted to cover as it relates to that part, and I was trying to see where exactly that I have those notes at. It was. Okay, well, we could continue. I mean, if I can't find it, I have so many notes. So I have if I can't find it, then it'll eventually will come up. Oh, the job, the stuff with. So I had noticed last month. I was looking at who was fired the most to the tune of 106,000 more than everybody else. I noticed something, and when they say deep state, they are talking about they're talking about black women. They fired 106,000 more black women. This is not about a gender divide with black men, so don't think that that's where I'm going with this. I just thought it was interesting because they kept saying this DEI stuff, and I'm looking at the people behind the scenes and I'm trying to still figure out what's going on. And people could say that that's not the case, or that's all a setup, or that's all this, or that's all that. So I'm trying to get down to the bottom of that because it's a lot going on, and I'm even trying to just pick up on in terms of um, just the whole thing in general of what this is. Obviously, we know just from those on the surface level, like the people that's watching, that's into politics and all that stuff. They just see it as in a binary, a dichotomy of um the dichotomy of the Republican and Democrat, the two-party system, and here's the ideologies, and here's the this, and that's it, and that's it. But this is what I'm talking about is something much much deeper. That's why I said for those that's kind of like I would rather someone at like it's not that is a little bit more um advanced in their journey to listen um or to to be able to probably understand what I'm saying more so when we talking about like those plays. I'm not worried about it, but you know when that deep state stuff is not what you think. I like how I thought with the QAnon and all that stuff, and I'm just now realizing I'm like they playing the hell. And people may say, "Oh, they playing the hell out of you," because we already knew. Um, yeah, you can say that. Well, I'm fine, but I'm just saying, like, they try, it's like, and I'm trying to think, like, and there's a secret component of something that I'm trying to, that it's something that's going on, and I'm like, obviously we know on a surface level, we know, but I'm just saying, like, when they were saying, like, it's just certain things that I'm just looking up, and I think it's done by design. I think there's people that are okay with it. I'm not saying, I think that there are people that are okay with it, but you know, I'm not. And but I don't think it's a fight or anything. I think that there's just more room for. I think that there's probably just room to continue to. I would say, to build a new system, to build, or to transform, or to go into a new. It has to be something outside of this that I do know, that we already know, that is already begun, that is already, we already seen imaginations of that. Some of you guys are already saw the dimensions of that, of what even that looks like. But you know and this could that could all be, I'm trying to just get, before I speak and then say something that could be inflammatory or triggering to someone, like, oh, that could be that, and then some people that know even maybe more than me, that maybe can't talk, or maybe um don't want to say anything to me about it. you know I have to, that's just something that I have to research more, because I had saw something that was going on in 2023. Hmm. Well, I think, when we talk about, like, the a shallow, how the culture has been purposely designed to be shallow, not black culture. I'm just talking about, like, the pop culture, more so pop culture. But there was, like, this other post on Instagram that had went viral about. Let me just go back to this statue right quick. I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable if they're just seeing something repeat over and over again. I guess I'm trying to think. Maybe we can go to Price's work, his other work that he has. Like I said, I enjoy his body of work. I think his body of work is dope. I'm gonna do Thomas uh J. Price statue. There we go. Yeah, see, I like his work. I objectively, and by that we're talking about the entirety. Now, the statue that you guys are all up in arms about, I'm indifferent towards it. I don't think it's ugly, but I don't think it's beautiful either. I just think it's an average statue. I really do. And I think some of his statues are beautiful. I think the message of the statue is beautiful, though, as far as the stars thing, and what role he played, and shifting with, like, and it maybe he's again, this may not even be his intentions. This is my something in my interpretation. It's something in my interpretation. Um as it relates to, like, archetypes of primordial. And for those who in the know, the Venus and the archetype of the big mama and all these things. The what that means in the sense of stars, not like Hollywood stars, just stars, like you see in the sky. I like that one too. Yeah, I like his body of work. I wonder how many statues he's made. Like if we can get a tally, because this is a lot of work. It's talent. Like to complete all of this stuff, this is a lot of work. It's a lot. It's a lot. That one got to be a huge one. I wonder how tall this one is. Let me see if I can see. And then my thing is like the people, some of these black men that was coming at these statues, that's what they mama look like. I'm looking like, what the hell? They was sitting up there attacking his statue, saying that, it looks like, this or that. I'm like, what? Now, when we say does look like a black American, you know, I don't know. Like, I honestly don't know. I think by the hair, and that's about it. But as far as and even there's Black Americans with faces like that, of course. But the style, no, clothes wise, no. Like the first thing I thought was like the bra. I remember that you have to have outside at least. Inside you don't have to do anything. But the outside where we would typically have something pushed up more. You know, a bra. You gotta have a bra on. But maybe that's his mom. Maybe that's it. I mean, we don't know why he created these artworks. I think a lot of them are nice. It could have been, people that reminded him in his neighborhood or his family or whatever. I don't think he's Black American though. I don't. I don't know. I don't think he's Black American. What would he be? I think he's from London, right? Didn't say London, reaching out. Yeah. But what else did I want to talk about? But as far as like people saying like, okay, the black woman hates her image, I don't think she hates her image. I just think she hates the internalization of the programming that was placed upon just through the traumas within this country and within the legacy of the media. I think that's what it is. I don't think that the black woman hates her image. I think that there's something primal sometimes within black women that needs to be worked on in terms of their jealousy of one another, um, the way they approach one another and talk to one another and look out for one another. But that goes for the overall black community in general. But I am going to be talking to black women in this segment. Not all black women looks like that statue. There's black women of various arrays of light. um, Literally, I'm talking about like star cosmic wise, but even you know, um, just on a physicality part, obviously you got different, and I think people acknowledge that, and I would encourage us to be comfortable in that. Like if we see someone else, that's on them. That I don't need to feel ashamed of that. I don't need no reflection on me. And this is definitely important for black men because black men. If one black man does something wrong, they'll feel like it reflects on their entire image because of the stereotypes and what the country does. Where if they'll paint one black person does something, then everybody does it, and then they feel like they had to jump out their window to kind of clean up the whole entire image of their respective gender or even the entire community. Um, and it's important that we understand that, like, you know, we don't have to internalize those programs that they put in us. We could push them out. We could put stuff that is so uplifting to us without also, tearing other people down, which I do think that we do a decent job of that. Um, I think we do an okay job of that. But also, like, uh, the work of, you know, that healing that we were talking about earlier, like that deep guttural healing. Now, when it comes to and by that I mean, like, not internalize. Okay, one person looks this way. Oh, that means we all gotta. Oh my gosh, we're embarrassed. No, that's that motherfucker. That's the way they look. Whatever they got to work on themselves. You can encourage them. They don't want to do it. You keep it moving. You know, but the shaming of certain things, that's not going to quite work to as an incentive to get someone. It actually could deter them. Now, if you're trying to break someone's down or break them down, then I guess you would do that, and the effect would be the outcome that you want. But if you want, that higher consciousness and that love for one another to heal one another, and it's not your. I'm not saying that you have to. I'm talking about people who already, you know, are trying to heal back their family, like what I need to do. People that are trying to get back connected in community, those type of things, especially those who come out of, like, being targeted or, dealing with stuff from the, government apparatuses and what have you, and what that looks like, and how people, to be quite frank, you know, will know about it and just, keep you blinded in a the blinder seat about what's actually happening around you. But they'll all know, and unfortunately, they'll even possibly all be in on it. So it's like, you know. And right here, I'm talking about the black women who know they've been targeted, regardless of your size, um, and black people in general. The thing is, I've talked with certain clients, and they'll say certain things that ring alarms, like, damn, this stuff seems a little more, you know. But for some reason, nobody really, and I guess I was waiting for the explanation of, like, what the heck is really going on. But that's not. I don't think I'm ever going to get that, and that's just something that uh, I have to contend with, And by that explanation, I'm talking about, like, machinations of clear evidence of certain things, and then, like, the the way people explain those things away or try to cover stuff up. I find that really wild. But like, for black women, I do think that complimenting one another more, you know, they say that a lot of black women say that other black women, they give them the hardest time. I was shocked to hear that, but this is what people be saying, like, they've been giving them the hardest time. I've witnessed it, even, like, when they were having, like, the conversations with the black women to try to heal each other. There was already groups, just so y'all know, for black women to, oh, let's talk this out. Let's have a sister. Let's have a sister. Let's have a sister. Like, ended in, I mean, these groups, it was a lot of trauma. And so one time, once you say it's one thing you disagree with, next thing you know, you're the bad guy. You say one thing someone you don't like, next thing you know, everybody would, people would take it to such extremes. And see, I remember when I was in those groups, I never did have any drama, so I'm proud of that. Like, they're like, even, like, when people who have stopped teaching, who stopped teaching because they felt it wasn't worth it or it became too much for them. Even to this day, I would see one of the people that helped me along my way when it was like 10 years ago. Um, she hasn't been teaching in a minute, and she come back on the scene with her guy, and I was I was happy to see her and whatnot. Not see her physically, but I was like, oh, she got a little person, she got a little guy. But like, I was like, wow, as far as that sisterhood stuff, that's something we got to work on. If it can, if I wonder, like, should we create schisms, not division, but schisms, um, not even within like it's hard to get this stuff because it's controversial what I'm saying, but I'm just thinking like strategically in terms of getting the necessary like the work that to get the community, back, building and thriving. It is thriving, but I'm saying like the morale up, the and I think the morale is up. I think the morale is up. I think the spirits are up. Like, see, I like, with the more so that's why I like to play the soul train. I like to play certain musics. Like I like that. But and I think that we have to keep on going farther, 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 higher, higher, higher. But and also if someone tests you, and we already know, but higher, 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 you know, and that's the key is that expression of love at this time because I'm telling you, like it's, I mean, it's a good time for it. It's a good time for it. It's always a good time for love. It's always a good time, but I don't know what it is. But I said, man, what I feel is that it's a it's a good thing for us as a people of certain lineage. I think that is good for us. It's gonna be a good time. And well, I know people can't see it now, but I think it really will. But I also want to say, Black women, we pretty much, when it comes to image, Black women are represented by their best image in terms of the supernova outliers. Not in the media though. It's only for me. I see it on social media, like alternative. It's not even alternative media. Is not a good word. It's not alternative media. It's like authentic. Like just people, just every like that's when I get to see like really good stuff. But if you pay attention to all that nonsense on there, they gonna program. It's gonna be nonsense that you're gonna get programmed with because it's not even. It's just perception. If someone can control your perception, they can control your reality. So they want to throw this statue out here, get everybody all riled up and all this stuff. And for some people, it's going to trigger them. They get on the internet, all that ugly, blah, 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 blah. Take it down, tear it down, tear it down, tear it down. You know, and really, to me, and you look at the context of the body of work, of his entire body of work and how he goes all over the country. And then in the context of all those statues all over the country itself, like all of those statues of those basic statues of all people. There's basic statues of, and I didn't want to like it wasn't about like okay here let's do a comparison. It was more so like I wanted you to see like these are here's how it looks when the basic this is how it looks on the basic, and then you know how it was. I think it was pretty obvious. I think people could see that um American statues are pretty basic. Because they're historical figures, so they're not going to be or artwork. It's artwork or historical figures, so they're not going to. I mean, it is what it is. But I know that we shouldn't expect them to promote our image anyways. Like even when they do try to do something that you're like, oh, here go this, oh, here go this. We probably should just ignore it. Probably most likely, most of the time, it should be an ignore and a focusing on maintaining high frequency, high frequency. you know. I wonder if Thomas Price heard one of those, like, and again, I just wonder, I'm not saying he did. I wonder if he ever heard anything from one of those lectures from I was telling you about when we were have like 6 hours lectures about black women and her image about weight and feeling feeling shame and, and not being a walking apology and also being representations in terms of hair. It was just a whole thing. I wonder if he went on YouTube one day. This wasn't my YouTube. Again, this is another person's YouTube, another teacher's YouTube. I wonder if he was like brow perusing because I remember in one of those spaces there was quite a bit of black men asking questions about juxtaposing representation with your outliers. You know, your how does that look, and also wanting particular teaching just for them, just for them about stuff that's important for them. And she said she didn't feel it was appropriate for a black man to do that. I mean, for a black woman to do that, she felt that it should have been the work of the men. So she did decline, even though sometimes I wish it wasn't for her to do. It's just not. It's not. She's right on that. But like this work right, this stuff right here, um, with that J Price and then how everybody reacted, boy, you started a shit storm. And I want to know, like, what was your intentions behind doing that? Did you do that on purpose? You must have did it on purpose. Mhm. But I don't think every woman is supposed to fit that archetype, or every woman should, you know, or that people should not put their best forward in their appearance, even if they do struggle with weight or struggle with whatever. Maybe they feel like they don't look good enough or whatever. Um, I don't think that people should um, carry any shame about that. I think that people, well, as long as you're encouraging yourself and encouraging one another to put your best foot forward, and remember those archetypes, those are energies. But I don't think that black women hate their image. I think that they're being systematically programmed into it for a very long time, for a very, very, very long time. I don't. That's what I suspect. But I also think our mystery sciences and our own history and whatnot is most important. It is most important, you know, and making sure we don't align against our interests for people um, who don't care about us, and that's what I've learned because I realized like having such a myopic view on things and not having information on certain things, it could really it could really cause extra learning lessons because I don't it's not really fucked up or anything. It could just cause extra learning lessons. That's what I was saying. It's not gonna be what people think it is. Now let me ask you this. I wonder, do we create the schisms based on frequency, or do we you stay away from people I think or do you create those schisms and then you look like elitist if you create those schisms? Or I don't think it's not saying that we're not victims. I think that we were victimized, but we're still not, like, we don't have to have that label of being a victim. Like just because you're victimized doesn't mean that you're a permanent victim. I think that people give try to victimize you and you become more than a conqueror. When someone tries to victimize you, you become more than a conqueror. And you should actually say that, more than a conqueror, you know, and not like you're going to conquer other people, but conquering your inner man, your inner vices. And when people, you know, try to tear you down or trigger you, you know, I think that's something that we can start to utilize. And then also, I do think that they purposely want to distract certain. Well, I would say they want to distract this planet from ascending. And I know that the way my approach was totally wrong, like calling people slaves and stuff. Getting so upset, picking on not understanding. I don't think I had understanding. I didn't have understanding. Ooh, didn't have understanding. I think I'm starting to get it now, though. And it's funny because growing up, I used to, wonder about certain things. And I remember he used to say, you have to get understanding and that compassion. Because I've totally, 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 totally lost, like, and in many ways, like, I think, like, to avoid burnout and exhaustion, you do have to just step away and just focus on yourself. You do have to have those times. You have to. You have to have those times where you just focused on yourself. Even like when I was assessing the messages from people, and I'm like, why do people want me to always stop to do something for them, or like to be, okay, can you help with this? Can you do this? Can you? And like it's like um there's nothing wrong with that because I do genuinely want to help people, but it was just like I don't think I understood. I don't think I understood like the severity of what's going on. Whether it's on many levels, I do think that there's psyops and whatnot, but then on some levels, you have to read between the line of whether something is a play, a setup, a psyop, or just something that's literally being orchestrated over your head. People could be working together to do certain things, and thinking that the left hand on the right hand, or these people think they like I'm aware. I am very very much aware um that we don't there's no allies, that there's no friends, not in a absolute sense, not in the absolute sense. There are allies and there are friends once I go build them, or once I'm talking about like in a space of time where you make a conscious effort as a collective, whatever that collective is, to quote unquote level up. Once you make that collective effort to quote unquote level up, you see allies and friends change. That's just even in your individual life. That's just even within your individual life, you'll see that. And so obviously, with the trying to bait someone into this the race thing and all this stuff, oh, if we're gonna pardon dare each other, there's something to that. Like even yesterday, it was some weird random white woman 2 doors down. I kicked myself in the butt for not getting the evidence. Just decided to just pull out her phone and just start recording me, like just, and it was just really weird. Of course, I just did it back. I mean, I just I mirrored. I mean, because I knew it would make him run, and he did run, but it was just weird. It was stupid. It was stupid. It didn't trigger me. It didn't make me upset. It made me, I thought it was stupid. But then it's like, damn, should I think that's stupid, or can that person help that? Or but it's not my problem to help that. But it's like, it's not even. But it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But but then I don't remember like getting upset, but I do remember thinking like, okay, I'll just mirror it back. Believe. Because you ain't supposed to be doing that anyways. You ain't got no business, you know. But it is what it is. I just find it kind of like, why didn't anybody say nothing about all the other, they're not ugly, but all the other mediocre basic statues all over America? It was just like that one was just targeted. It's just that one. What I do think when I talk about schisms based on frequencies is I wonder, like, how do and I really hope maybe somebody do something on this where I can learn from, because like, how do, especially like in it, obviously with some of the things that I was documenting, that pattern is so clear and systematic that it speaks to me that something much pervasive is going on. I'm not saying I could do anything about it. I'm not saying I can't do anything about it. I'm still like literally assessing it. I'm literally still assessing it. But if it's a frequency thing, what would be the harm in creating those schisms between frequencies of people? Does that happen naturally, or do you create the barrier to entry for that's already in existence, by the way? That's already in existence, but we're talking about just even on the planet. That's already been done, but we felt that it wasn't no longer any necessary for that. But how do you handle the mass reprogramming aspect? Or do people not even just care about that? Is that just done? And if someone that's in the know could, maybe elaborate on like how does that look, then I would greatly appreciate that. I think that in our collation for trying to like do movement work or whatever it was that people were doing, I think that whatever these gatekeepers are, um on the RNC side, I think that, and it's not even just art. It's not, again. I think it's much deeper than just political party. I really do. I think it's way much deeper than political party. Um, I think that trying to mix like a bunch of people with different pedigrees and bloodlines and ranked together, thinking that we're all just one. Since because maybe we've been in the country since for its inception, or we're all one thing. We're all indigenous. We're all this. We're all that. I think that the we all connected thing, or we are all one thing. I think that damaged a lot for those who are born into um cults, or born into like that line of thinking, because I think that mentality was brought over, or it may have already been and I just didn't know, but brought over to what you say, quote unquote, grassroots. I think um that type of thinking was extremely um, at least not beneficial for certain Black Americans within lineage. It didn't take into account genealogy, specific stories, specific grievances. I think that it was such the horrific approach was to just say, was base it on the we all have to fall under one umbrella or on one collective. And I think we could have, but what I was hoping was that there could be consortiums within a collective or a conglomerate, but you know, I just don't know if like just mixing everybody in as one hodgepodge was smart. I don't think it was. I wasn't behind it. I know I don't know who was right behind it or who thought that up, but I really, really, really um disliked. I really didn't understand why would. At first, I didn't care. I didn't. I didn't mind it, but it just seemed like something morphed in an energy. And I know when it morphed. I know when it morphed. I know when it morphed and who when um the people that came around when it morphed. Multiple people. And so I just wondered what was the reason behind it. Was that strategic on their part? Was that something that they know they were going to do? That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. But nonetheless, do you mix Black Americans who value education with people who don't, Black Americans who don't? I don't think you should do that, but I just don't. I just felt like it was just so much infighting, so much infighting, so much infighting. You got all different types of, we would say we're not a monolith, but then we have these alternative, um, Black Americans with free spirits, Black Americans, you know, all these different types. There's been these different types of personalities and whatnot, and I just don't know like how do you collectively. We know how to do it collectively, but it's like those type of schisms are too vast to just be ignored. I don't know. I'm up for the challenge, but not damn sure not by myself. That ain't nothing that I would. For me, it would just be more so like I think of what the first thing is just focusing on myself. I think that would be the key. And then when I want to, if I want to even think about it, maybe I write a book on it. I always like to write a book. Maybe one day I'll write a book on it, or just get the thoughts out in a video sometime. But also the Black intelligentsia. I want to talk to them because, like I said, and Black intelligentsia just means anybody that it doesn't mean you have like a degree or anything, or it just means you value, more so of intellect. But it also seemed like there, they slowly over the decade, there's just been like a devaluing of intelligentsia just in general in this country, and propping up a certain thing to get them to downplay education. And it's not everybody. I'm saying, like, it's not, and we're not talking about like going to school and getting a degree. We're not talking about that. We're talking about just the idea, like, we're going to talk about decentralized conversations, like just conversations where we can learn. Like, we were listening to that music. That's education. Like I do think there still has to be some sort of structure still on some level, but I think that the aspect of getting it to where it's peer to peer and where but it has to be done from a place of where people are able to get their rocks off and being a self for them, of what they have to express and what their interests and what they actually want to teach, or maybe they don't want to teach, maybe they just want to learn. But I do think I didn't understand. Like, I'm trying. They obviously, you deal with the competition and copying, but I just didn't understand like how could people if if you already have something, I just didn't understand, like, if something is already, like, you can't build by just mimicking someone. I didn't understand the aspect of just, and that's why I need understanding for it. I'm getting starting to develop better understanding, but I'm trying to understand more about this phenomenon because I can see that it's much, much deeper and pervasive than what than and it's, and again, it's dealing with the stuff, structural stuff that we dealt with in this country, the pain that we've been put through. And it's not our fault, and it's not a curse from God. I don't think it's a curse from God because we didn't obey, because we didn't do this, because of Deuteronomy. I don't think that. I think a spiritual malediction is not like a curse, so to speak. It's more so the chance of the lesson learning, the introspection that goes on within itself. And that's an individual process, but it can be a collective process. It's an individual process, but it can be a collective process. But it's not a process of, the intention was like here's the thing. I know, like, with my style, um, I I rely on data and content within. I'm gonna, I'm gonna just, let me go here for a second because I want to make sure that I'm patient with my words, and that, that I'm not, you know, harmful in the way I deliver things, right? So I want to have a conversation. Like, I don't think that the situation that we're in is because of any one religion, right? My approach to my approach to the universe and to the world. I'm not saying this has to be everybody else's approach, and I don't care what another person's. I don't think like your approach is wrong because my approach is this way. Um, but my approach is to look at data for what it is. Look at all the different content for what it is. From different repositories. So if it happens to be a mystery science, it happens to be a topic, a religion, whatever it is. Um, if there's something within that content that I feel is interesting or cool, I like to explore the content around that and add that to an IPU in terms of a new creation. It's not plagiarizing if you source them, if you cite the source, but even if you don't cite the source, the creation is new and it's not just merely, you know. But then once you get, what happens is, if you're expansive in consciousness, and by that, like, expanded in the what you think you can learn from, who you think you can learn from, and how you think you can do, I think the data, just the process of building naturally comes. But I don't, what I don't want is, I've listened to a conversation that I know is based on, like, maybe some work that maybe something that I said, or something I noticed that a lot. Like, I'll say something and it'll be like, rooms, there's a bunch of rooms open on, not that that's happening less, so thank God, but it was happening. Uh and I stopped frequenting that stuff. I don't even know what's going on, and I'm gonna be more so focused on, like, real, focused on what's not going on. Um this is heavy. But I have to say, I heard that, they were, maybe thinking that, does the curse come from, did slavery come from God, or was it? I don't think that slavery came from God. I do think that people within societies and networks cursed each other, though. I mean, humans curse each other on this planet. I mean, people curse each other all the time, even unwarranted, even some for a stupid reason. If your hair look nice, or something look better, or something that, it could be really stupid, and sometimes it is more serious, and sometimes people feel that they're, um But what I will say is that I don't think that it came from that. I do stand by what I say spiritual malediction, just the lesson learning from this overthrow. I think just from history of when just studying the nobility class, I think that certain aspects of nobility class got involved in stuff that um, maybe shouldn't have been tampered with. But and then or made deals with the people you should make deals with. But I don't think it's like because when we talk about like the tribe of Judah and all this stuff. I don't I don't see the world in absolutes based on material on just this planet or just on things on just this or just because something is in a book that that like like someone could have very well added and let me chill because I know we're not ready yet. But no, I don't think no that we're just if we don't do these things and these things, then that means that no, I don't think that, and I don't think people should follow any one thing um, that doesn't serve them or doesn't serve their interests. And so I'm not in the business of pushing something on somebody. I know I might have jumped the gun in the past on things, but you know, it is what it is. I don't have no business on. Oh, if you don't think the exact way that I think, oh, you're wrong. I'm gonna go after you. Oh, you don't say I'm gonna open up a space and stuff. I have done it when somebody has come for me or when I felt slighted, but just because someone has a different belief, it is what it is. And I think some of that invite, all that stuff, a lot of that stuff be orchestrated anyways. A lot of that stuff be orchestrated. And do but what I want to encourage is like we do our genealogy, right? Everybody does their genealogy. And then I was listening to a conversation where it was like, well, we have an issue when you start to take the genealogy outside of the, I guess, the paperwork and start getting into like putting it in books or whatever, or religious or whatever. And it's not so much mixing the two for the public. I think that when people do that type of stuff, that's their own individual thing. It doesn't mean that they're putting it on the entire group of people. I think it's something for their own little individual healing or makeup or whatever. And I think that's pretty much where it would be at. Um, I think if people enjoy the information in the IPU, they can channel along, see what's going on, maybe work together, collaborate, and then keep it moving. That's what I think it is mostly like when it comes to me. An IPU is an ideal parallel universe where you're building out your silos based on your interests and whatnot, and if you can if you can um, have other people help or then that's one thing, but if not, it's not necessary because at some points in time you're gonna communicate with other people. You're gonna see things in their IPU. Maybe you join their IPU for a couple of a week or two or a month, and then you go and do your own thing. And so that's kind of how I see the things. It's not like, and it's not like I do this myself, but I'm just saying like when we talk about like the idea of all these cults or all these religions like that people follow, all these books that people follow. I just I understand. I've read all the religions and all these things, and I think there's wisdom in a lot of things, right? Um, but for me, it is a different approach, and I don't think that. I think that what's happening is the disconnect is because I don't want to be put in a box, and in many ways, I can't be put in a box. And so, if someone was to say, "Hey, are you an Israelite?" or "Hey, are you this? Are you that?" It's not going to be a yes. I'm not. It's not going to be a yes. Like it's not going to be a it's not going to be it's not going to ever be like a it's not going to ever be, these absolutes for me. And I don't think it's going to be absolutes for other people. And I don't care to project. Now, as far as like, was there 400 years of slavery? I don't think there was 400 years of slavery per se. I think some people might have been in slavery 400 years within their lineage. And I think some people can um, possibly do that or not. Um, I don't even think like the whole even migration story with as it relates to Judah um, relates to everything that's even revealed to what is on this planet. That's from my understanding. That's just from my understanding. And I don't think everybody got to claim it. I don't think there's every. I don't think it's hard because if something starts jumping interdimensionally, and then everything is based on like, oh, it has to be right with these records and these books within admiralty law, within what's in legal, within what's in the government, what's in this. That can be very hard for some of us that want to get to be more in tune with our star family, our galactic family, that want to get more in tune with our soul and whatnot. And I think when it comes to like the earthbound genealogy, we all know we have a soul in the body that is limitless, that's existed through, galaxies, like time and space, dimensions, besides just Earth, you know. We're awakening to like the star family, the galactic family, and we're moving toward discovering consciousness. People are moving towards exploring their spiritual gifts, exploring their talents, working on developing the quality of their soul, you know, like being tested, being through the fire, rising like the phoenix, putting one foot forward every day against the adversary, against the enemy of your soul, even the enemies within in our own inner self. It will come against us. And I do think that there are some of us that get targeted more than others. And that is why I emphatically say we must, I don't know if you want to do that schism just solely based on consciousness, interests, and goals. And I don't even know if there's the schism thing. I just don't know. Um, I I think that if 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 we want to evolve the planet quicker, we go by the actions and behaviors. But I know that we're not there yet. But I think it's off for the races for the process that we're all not we're all some of us care about rather because it's not even something that everybody care about, and I don't think it is. Again, I'm not trying to force something on someone, but I don't think that the curse comes from some sort of god. I don't think it's a curse at all. I think that there's spiritual malediction in terms of people seeing the vulnerabilities in another group, also the wealth that they have, or the things that they have, and I think that the sauce that they have, and I think people plot on them. Um, and then also I think that because of the inability to see how um, the inability to see the value in ourselves, and then maybe we get distracted, maybe there's something going on, then then people try to can cause and create those schisms even for us. On one level, do you want it to be this a conscious decision, or do I'm just talking about based on what I see going on right now, you know But no, I don't think uh that level. I do think that people curse each other though, and I do think that people just throw stuff out flippantly, and that's where that's just something that people have to work on their own self. But I also know that during that overthrow um of the Queen Mothership, that also caused a lot of rift of aeons ago. But it's not something that has to repeat itself, right? And by that we're talking about like division, infight. I'm talking about that. I'm not talking about literally another overthrow. I'm talking about division and all that stuff. That's what I'm talking about. We don't need that. And I would say, you know, for me, what I realize is I just have to give grace for room for others and myself to catch up and heal from trauma. And so, like I said, it's not okay to just assume like, oh, these lyrics mean this thing, these things mean this. It's just an interpretation of art. But I also, um, as far as blurring out certain aspects that we knew for decades, some generationally and centuries being passed down through the blood. I'm speaking in code. And I do think that in many ways, I do stand by my statement that it was time to reveal certain things and move forward to the next stage with those who got um, the memo. And it wasn't like a memo, like this was just something that someone had to just know on their own or discover or ask questions about, but it wasn't something um, to like alienate. It was just more so like the process of the for those who are curious, for those, and when it wasn't indoctrination, it's not that, because to be honest, it's more so like a frequency thing. So it's more so like ready to ascend into a love frequency, and that was it. That's literally it. When I said you get the memo, and I know sometimes I could come off elitist, sometimes I get extremely frustrated. And I'm not explaining to like, okay, if I explain these things, then this will happen, and this will happen. At that point, I don't. At this point, I really just don't care. I'm just, I'm just realizing like, okay, if I have to work on, you know, delivery and even understanding what the heck is even going on, you know. However, I do reflect, and I realize that some people are not ready at all for what I'm talking about. And I just didn't understand why. I didn't get it. Um, so that's not their fault, but it's more so something like it's just something I have to understand. And I do think that there's a segment of people in general that think in binaries, like the boxes, terms and labels, statuses, fixed identities. And there are some I think that are just literally being paid to hold others back from the ascension, or can be um you know, assisting on many levels. And I do think that the last aspect of the Black Ops programs is to send like, like people to keep others trapped, or to like, like this term that people that I noticed, this has been said to me 3 times about people harvesting. Well, the harvesting energy thing, that's been said for a long time. Everybody knows about harvesting energy. But we're talking about people stealing light. Like I didn't understand what that meant. Like I heard people say that to me at least 3 to 4 times now. So I'm thinking like, what is this? I didn't understand what that meant. Like I just thought it sounded crazy. I thought somebody was literally trying to, I'm looking like, what in the world? But it relates to the aspects of making sure you protect your prana, making sure that you protect your prana, and making sure that nobody uses you as an energy source. and that there's fair exchange for your energy. I think that's common sense, like that there's fair exchange for your energy, and realizing who's with you and who's against you earlier on. And that was definitely something that I learned too. You know, sometimes you're hanging with not it's not even hanging. It's like you focused on stuff that can hold you. That focus on people that you got to focus on, motherfuckers that fuck with you openly. And not understanding. It's going on with this AI shit. That's all I'm saying. Ooh. But I do know that I think blurring out aspects of certain things some people know for decades or generationally, that's passed down through the blood, through speaking in code and whatnot. Like I said, I do think it was I do stand by time. It's time to reveal some things, but um, I just think that people are not ready yet, and I think that's okay in terms of the binaries and the labels and whatnot. I just think that that's something that we have to contend with. Also, I would say, I don't even know if people that I'm careful because I'm just realizing, like, I'm doing a little bit of research and I'm like, oh my gosh, like there's something going on down here. um, but as far as like, this really the programming, the programming is heavy at this time, and I think we just have to be able to see through the psyops and when someone this they want the reaction, and I think people are all guilty of that at some point where you just maybe upset, or maybe you're triggered, maybe I think we all been there. But when something is systematic to try to um like there's like I saw stuff about like about race wars or something like that. I don't think there will be one. At least, again, there's something with there's a transfiguration process that would most likely happen before that even got to that point. I just would hope that people would rather, it's not so much work together or anything, but like or at least negotiate, or at least I think that it would be better if you know um it has to be it has to be a different way. But I do, if a group says, hey, we don't want to uh integrate, or we don't want to do this, and we want to go our own way, we want to do this separately, we want to join it, we want to do this and move to here, I think that it doesn't bother me. It don't make me feel no type of way, not even remotely. It wouldn't make me feel, not even an iota. But you know it wouldn't make me feel. Something to think about, though. It's something to think about. I just got to study this stuff more because I'm trying to think about where's this going. Where's this going? As far as realizing, like, what's going on with people down here, because I know that something just happened to. It's not even just happened, but another thing, like, yeah, I think that it's important to like tell Black Americans to like, well, not tell, but like we talk about like the sole focus on Earth records. Like we talk about the genealogy stuff, I think that that's very important. And some people, can get past further than others, but I think that the only things that matters, even beyond all of the labels, religions, is that, but also like from the soul level that transcends this planet. It may not even be your road in other 10 thousands of years, and how do you explore that through the exploration of your soul's journey? And you just have to be careful of anything that prevents that. And so people's individual story is that so they can, that's if someone has an individual story about what they want to believe, then that's what the hell they want to do. I just don't understand why humans think it's okay to control what another person thinks or do. I mean, you may want them, you may have an idea of what you would like them to do, but like it's like if someone uses aspects of data to create a new reality, whether it's mythology, then it's various things that they're using. It's never just one tool, and they have the science and the skill to program that computational algorithm of the simulation, then they can and they will and they have been doing that. And so there are no earth-based records that can teach you that or can get you that. It's a cosmic thing. It's a spiritual thing, and it's not. It's the point is not to get caught up in debates about a religion. But I will say this in terms of like, do we internalize how we got enslaved or God caused it? No, I don't think that. I think that people can make some deals and people can backstab a person on those deals. I think that can happen. I think that someone can't enslave you on your own land and do you do nothing about it. I think it's impossible. I think that there has to have been somebody within the schisms that make it possible for the deal to present itself in the first place where it has to happen. And just from studying even American Indian history from American Indian scholars who out of their mouth said that the same schisms that happened with the matriarchy within their particular tribes, what they saw also happen in the East. They're not saying it's a connection from their understanding. There may have even been travel between, but they told me that there had been travel going back and forth. When we say the East, we're talking about Africa. Now we're talking about before we're talking about trade. We're not talking about like slave trade. We're talking about just literal trades of goods and services. Before this, before they talk about the boat stuff, the before they talk about like transatlantic slave trade. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about out of their mouth, whether it's true or not. I don't. I just looked at the book that they told me it came from and let them read it to me, and they said that there had been trade and travel in that region of, for aeons, you know, and that there was some overthrow, you know, um, and that happened in America, according to some American Indian scholars within certain tribes, and then also in Africa, and it also made its way over. The remnants and effects of that made its way over into um, Rome and Europe, and so those effects of that. I'm talking about from the nobility perspective only. I can only look at it from the nobility perspective based on epigenetics and the timeline, like of what I have access to. Now, people could say don't do that because only the genealogy on Earth matters, but we have souls that's been around for thousands and thousands of years. Are you not? Do we not feel that? I'm trying to figure out like how could someone just be confounded to what they was on this planet, and this planet is just is just a school stop. It's just a bus stop. So to me, it's just a school stop. And so if it's not that, then as far as like the stuff that we're seeing or stuff that, when we talk about like a whole bunch of people talking about like a targeted individual stuff, then if this something happens, some sort of hijacking of the computational algorithm, some sort of knowledge got in the wrong hands or something, like something with deals or something with a treaties perhaps. And we know that when people do treaties, they get, sometimes most times those treaties are not honored. You know, there's backstabbing. There's people that see, oh, they got a bet, somebody got something. I'm gonna take over that, or I'll undercut the. You know, from what I'm understanding, the American Indians did tell me how they thought that stuff was happening, and from what I've studied, even with uh certain aspects of like this, even what happened with the Songhai Empire and Wagadu in Africa, and then obviously the situation, the issues with it, what Sundiata Keita had, and we see that just as recent as Thomas Sankara. I mean, come on. As far as like someone setting up a play to get more, we're talking about the governance and nobility level. I'm not talking about just a regular common Joe Schmo just walking around here. We're talking about the nobility and the governance at the higher level. And so, um, yeah, that's what I was more so trying to get to the bottom of in terms of like, how do you, like, there's something that went wrong on that realm, but it has nothing to do with like just random people getting cursed. I think it had to do with how someone can walk in in a dimension that's already set in stone, or that's already quote unquote um not as dimensional, or not as uh it's a little more flat than say 3D, 4D, 5D. And I think those realms, because obviously we talk about heaven and hell being states of consciousness within your mind, but we talking about how if another person can lead you, or if another person can kind of trick you out of a birthright or trick you out of something, then where does that energy go? And that's what I was looking to see in hundreds of years ago in different aspects of America and all these different, in Africa and Europe. That's what I was looking at: ley lines and grid lines. Like even how they want to they put people in boxes. We're not talking about electrical junction boxes either. We're talking about like coffins, and how that could be binding if you don't they probably trying to mimic the science of Kemet, but that's not wise to do. That's why a lot of people prefer cremation. That's why most people prefer you know a cremation. That's what I prefer. um you just have to know, even if someone does try to bind you up, you have to know. But they have been trying to do that to our people at the nobility level, and it's like that's the part where that I was trying to unwind just for myself. And I do think it applied to other people though. I do think it applied, but I don't think it might have applied to everybody, you know. I don't think it applied to everybody. And I do think that there's access we would have access to, some people would have access to certain information that other um people don't. Or there's some people have stuff that's just hidden that was originally ours that we still don't have access to. Some people, can see that and already know it intuitively within them. And then some people, I think they act like there's more things important in that Vatican than what's actually in it. That's what I say. I think that there's more things that are probably not as relevant to the time that we are in now than in Vatican. I personally think that. I could be wrong though, but based on other aspects of information that has been revealed to me, it was more so like, for one, we passed all of that, but also the whatever people think that they just know on this planet. Unfortunately, um, if one could be open minded, at the least, it would. I think it could be beneficial, and if not, then that people have the prerogative to for that as well. But no, I don't think that some following something 100%, that's then plagiarize and think that following aspect of it based on maybe your own cell memory. But then you have to be careful with that too. You have to be careful with what anywhere you put yourself in a story. And I understand that, but I'm also aware of that. And then there's 10 prophecies playing out. There's 10. And some are not or have never been revealed. And then some have been. Some have been revealed. Some have never been revealed. Some of the things that, and obviously there's more. When we say prophecies, we're just talking about not from me, we're talking about just from stuff that the ancestors had already set in stone. Things that they had already could see as past, present, and future is already played out. It's just being able to see it on a continuum, and some beings can see that more than others, you know. But I am dedicated to that healing. And God is vast. Like one thing about, you follow things to a T and whatnot. Um, and I believe in that, um, based on my blueprint and what I know. But I just think that the people's like when people's conceptions of quote unquote, I don't know. It's hard to explain this stuff without losing people, but it's people's conceptions of these things it's coming from it's coming from the religion. I just would tell people, don't, the worst thing to do is have any fear of that stuff. Don't have, not I'm not, but I'm talking about religion. I'm not talking about going into forbidden knowledge and just, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just, having the fear based aspect of things. And the reason why people are like, well, why do you, it's because I why do you look at those things? Why do you study some aspects of certain things? Why do you believe in some aspects of certain things? It's because the IPU, those are IPUs. That's how I see them. They're repositories of other people's creations based on their journey here, their soul awareness and journey. And so, once they create the repository, once they create like their creation of whatever, it could be a philosophy, a book, a music, a song, a poem, that's their IPU. And then someone can say, hey, I really enjoyed that, cool. um and traverse along, or you know um if they can traverse along, or they can learn something from there, or join someone else's IPU for a little while. It's not supposed to be for no forever thing, no. If when we say join for IPU, I mean it's more so like, you know, hey, what you got going on? Hey, let's look at this. Okay. Or even working on projects temporarily and then moving on. But the IPU is, based on the interest in that goal at that time, learning from them, and then, oops, oh, Rumble. I should have known. Sorry, guys, if you were on Rumble. I totally got kicked off the air. I can't believe that happened on Rumble. I wonder how long I was off. Probably for a long time. I probably was off for a long time. Oh, we have Jackson Harlem in the building. I'm so proud to see you and happy to see you. Jackson, ain't though, he got some looks on him, don't he? I know, I know. I just like, like Black Americans go like so cute. I'm not hitting on him. I'm just saying, like, just giving a compliment. I'm being respectful, people's boundaries. But yes, I'm so happy to see you because I know it's been a minute. But I do want to say, like, that address of those schisms between within the nobility, and I don't think that's for the average human to be all involved in. I really don't. I hate that even what has gotten all out there has been, um, I take accountability for my shit, but I do know it has been the result of something much deeper, that a lot of people have been dealing with, that a certain segments, of people have been dealing with, and that it's shrapnel everywhere, um, due to the outburst of traumas from something ricocheting back because it got kicked back into a certain dimension. And that's not just from me I think that was something collectively that happened. I don't think it was, what I'm saying is, like, whatever was going on in this planet, it was like something just pulling something lagging, and something just had to give, and it just exploded. Um, as it relates to me and my situation, but also it's going to happen to a lot of other people, especially as people want to ascend and want to evolve, and what that requires, and what it looks like, you know, and it's going to happen. And it ain't our job to do it for other people on the whole planet, but like I said, I think like I said, it's a good time for us. I don't care what nobody say. Um, and I'm gonna claim it for me. I know what I felt yesterday. I know what I felt the whole day. I know what I felt the whole entire night. I was up early. I was on here early as heck. I was up the whole night, uh, studying stuff, learning. I'm like, you know what? Whew. But I will say, as far as being prisoner of war, so I wonder if people think that is being a prisoner of war on your land, is that not the same as de facto slave? Is that not the same as slavery in some people's eyes? When we talk about 400 years, or the period from 1619 to 2019, is being a prisoner of war. See, I guess in certain people's eyes, being a prisoner of war is kind of similar, or tantamount to slavery, no matter how good the conditions are. Then there's some people that say that's different because, well, the conditions, you're a prisoner of war, but you may not be, you know, enslaved. I wonder if there's a schism on in that part. Now, was there slavery before 1619? Yeah, I'm not putting no weight or no thing on 1619. I really don't. To be honest, that's not the point. Something happened in 2019, though, and I think it was a group of Black Americans in this country that based it off of something from the 1619. I think they arbitrarily, it wasn't arbitrarily, I think that they looked at a slave ledger, or a booklet, something with it they saw, and dated something at 1619, um or people who may have access to certain things that they were reading at that time. They did something where they put something at 1619, and again, I'm not the one that did this. I'm telling you what I'm seeing spiritually, and what I see just academically from what, remember the 1619 project, right? Somebody, and it was a group of very powerful Black Americans. They did something. Now, whether it, again, we talk about my story, mystery, myth, it may not even had to been true, but somebody took the time to craft out something in 16. They said it, they started there, and some other person started it at 15 something, 1526. Another person starts it at 1300. Another person starts it. See, with me, I started at cosmic beginning, because we going back like cosmic, like it's gonna be probably more. It's like we going, like, in love, and it's to me, it's like you always existed. When have you never, you don't go back just to know 1619. Now, understand the work that somebody did. I'm not knocking what they did with the 1619 project, or whoever put that together to where they calculated and said in 2019, this is happening, this is breaking. You know what I mean? And I think that's what it. I think someone did something of that, and we talk about it. Again, this is for advance. I'm talking about they were doing work. They were doing craftsmanship around something. They were doing so they was definitely in a bag about something as it relates to 2019. I felt it when something broke. I felt it clear as day. That had nothing to do with any world event that you saw in the media or propaganda. That was purely spiritual. But for some people, it resonated with, and others it didn't. Like with me, 1619. I didn't promote the 1619 project. I had nothing to do with it. I didn't speak out against it either, though. It just wasn't. If somebody found something in their record at 1619, that's their business. However, they try to blanket it for everybody, and then obviously people gonna push back. People gonna be like, "What? I got here in the 1700s. I got here in the 1800s. I got here at 1300s. I've always been here. I ain't never. We've always been here. What you talking about 1619? I ain't come on no. That's when all this stuff started. I didn't come when. No way. I didn't do that. And that's when all that started. um, and it's still kind of going on. But yeah, so 1619, think somebody did something with that. Somebody did something with that. Some ancestors did stuff with the Moorish stuff. They did. I could feel that. And also something with so there's a group of Black Americans that did something with um and I don't even know if they call it some Black Americans. They could have been going by their Indian tribe that did something as well. You could feel all these different prophecies playing out for their respective star systems, to be honest, or even bloodline. But for me, like I said, if you ask me, like, okay, you got to go only, you got to focus solely on, you know, what's on Earth. I wouldn't be able to conceive of that. Like that would be a foreign, like how somebody is. What I'm saying is foreign to people, and they have a right to look at me and be like, look, you out of that shit. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. I ain't got time for no intergalactic you get mentalism and some shit you totalitarian. What the fuck is you talking? Like they what is you talking about in your media though? But for some reason my mind and other people's as well, because there's stuff people can Google these things or find books on this stuff. So I'm not the only one that knows about these things. But that's honestly, that's where I'm at with it. Like where we planet Earth is cool. I'm not saying that, but I'm not saying this. I'm not saying it's not, but I'm saying like really digging deep on that soul retrieval level of like what star systems did we come from, or are you just an Earth, Earthling, Earth being? Are you a mixture? Are you a hybrid? Like going back up into the deep crevices of the stars within us. The star is us. We are the star. And you star inertia, not stardust. Because when people tell you to stardust, that was kind of like a dig, like your star is dust. But you gotta figure you still a star. That's your light. Remember when Carl Sagan had that quote about um you being stardust and all the chemicals cause this, all the naming the chemical blocks of life, nitrogen, oxygen, carbon, dioxide, all that shit, sodium, potassium. Those are the building blocks that give life, you know. Those combination, obviously melanin, that combination started out in the universe first. And that even those chemicals, that's not even the first chemicals. The chemicals are just the chemicals. But like those ingredients that form, that's more of a frequency thing at that point. That form life, that forms that star, that forms, like when you talk about the stars. what they do is this, it's more so as above, so below, just juxtaposing, juxtaposing, you know, what they see out in the astrologies and in the stars, than what they see, then and then finding a way to manipulate that on planet Earth. And that's what I'm realizing, and I'm realizing that a lot of people, I'm trying to just figure out what the heck is going on down here. But I'm getting closer. It's getting closer. I'm getting closer. As far as understanding. Hmm. But yeah, love is the key. But as far as those the stars, I really think that, like, when we are in the process of revealing and uncovering the aspect of our light, and we ain't got to share it with nobody or give it to no one, but just really, or even retrieving back our prana, our energy, from the ways in which many of us have been targeted, and many of us have had to deal with things, or or maybe you unconsciously acted in a way that facilitated even the targeting of another person. um Sometimes they had the conquer and divide thing is also a very real thing, and I'm even seeing some of the machinations of that, and I'm seeing the energy harvesting of people, and how people are doing it to one another, like that vampire thing, and like, I just didn't know it was that bad. I never paid attention to. I never thought about nothing like that, because I genuinely enjoy my own my own company, and I genuinely. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm still learning, because, like, what I've learned is that you can't just be so dogmatic and matter of fact. Okay, this means that, like, as it relates to other people's work, especially as it relates to, like, their lyrics and their art. That's why I said it. That's why I wanted to make it clear with Thomas Price work, that it was a very subjective. For me, as far as my interpretation of his art, that may not be totally what his objective was. But I do have to say, as far as him as an artist, I think his artwork is quite, like, his art. I think his artwork is endearing, and it transcends beyond the moment of what happened. With the New York statue that. Because he has these statues everywhere. They've been everywhere, but I think I mean, he has a lot of work, and I think that people may say, like, okay, was he trying to do the humiliation ritual? But my thing is, there's other statues that he has done. I mean, that's just so subjective. Look at these. I mean, I honestly think that's not the most pleasant one. Uh, this statue right here, this head. Let me make sure it's sharing, because sometimes my screen don't be sharing. You know, but he has an extensive body of work, and I just didn't feel comfortable. But then people may say, well, oh, he's not a Black American. Who cares? And that, people could, they can have that right to feel that way. But even if, regardless, I do think that, you know, um, I like his artwork. I do. Just as a human. As a human, I do like his artwork. Hmm. I just am curious as to, like, what. Look, it's the same statue. Of different sizes, different uh poses. That's why I don't, I guess I didn't understand why people were acting all up in arms about it. I don't know, maybe I really just didn't know. Especially because I don't forgot for those who came in later, we went through like all of like these statues earlier in America. There's like statues that are already in existence and how basic or how how they're not the most those statues that those statues that Thomas Price and it's based on my own subjective, but this one also is having some difficulties in terms of the architecture. Hmm. Yeah, I don't like this statue more than I like that statue that's in New York with the as you guys say, this big black woman. I don't I like that statue more than this one because I mean it's not because of who it's like aesthetically this is falling apart in the back, guys. It's falling apart in the back. And so I do think they need it would it would have to be revived. Whoever created it will have to that's what I mean by that. Like I don't like that it's falling apart. And so I obviously don't like a statue without any arms. It's not that I don't like it. It's not that I don't like it. I'm indifferent for it. I don't. It's not. It doesn't make me feel like triggered or oh my gosh. It just doesn't do anything for me. It's just like okay, but this penis, like this statue to me doesn't. I like the work of the other artists better, but that's just me. This one I always I've always heard of this one, so I kind of like this one, but I just the arms missing, and once again. This is so there's other statues like did y'all like this one, like this one is of a pregnant black woman. No, these are old, these statues have been around, like look at this one, these statues. So all I was saying was like to me this was the one that I liked the least. Like this is not Price's work, this is a statue that's already been around for a long time. And so what I'm saying is that the statues in America are generally, I think that this one right here is much more cooler, and this guy has talent. I think this statue is much more cooler because it's more updated as far as clothing. She has a phone in her hand versus this one. I mean, come on. Black women don't walk around dressed like this today. So I honestly can't relate to this one. This is the one that I'm like, what? That makes me feel like with this bonnet thing on her. I mean, people wear a bonnet. I'm talking about the way it's like from the Pilgrim days. It's from the Pilgrim days. Just like this one. It's from the Pilgrim. Like what? There are not um Black Americans that's dressed like this today, but they were probably back in the day. But look at this. Like, come on. This is a basic statue. Hey, Bully Bully, how you doing? How you doing? You know. And so that was just my point for those who came in late is that we were when the people were like dogging the big black woman, and then we showed like photos of like how the men were putting how black men put their head down in shame. We were like, well, this to me would be why would you put your head down at this versus the one where with the black one with the just the black woman. And so I showed the screenshots and we were addressing that from more of a healing perspective. It wasn't like a finger wagging, but there is something problematic. And then some people, these people, like I'm not talking about me healing these people in this video. We're talking about for one the black woman who who had to see this stuff, right? The black woman who had to see this, and then other black men who probably was indifferent towards it, like myself. I was indifferent towards the statue. Like other, there, I said other black men, like I'm a black man, but other black people who were indifferent towards it. There were literally black people that were just indifferent towards this. Even white people was indifferent to it. Like, and then it went viral because influencer was like, oh my gosh, this big black woman statue. Oh my gosh, oh, with the shame. And then it made it to the news. That's when they was calling it DEI and woke statue. And I was like what in the world? Like, where did this come from? This is a psyop. Like, but I know it. Like, look at this. Like, what? Why would this statue? Why would this artwork, this art piece, bother you when there's tons of statues that are up all over America? Like this one where it says Lord. You know, and the thing is, like, again, once they saw, okay, they don't like it. Now we can dog pile on the black one because we saw them dogging it, we dogging that out and talking shit about that. Now we can, that gives us, and that's when they say tear it down. And now you have a right to not like this statue. You can think it's ugly or whatever. But I just wanted to know more, intellectually more about why was the reason for the shame. You have statues like this. There's this. This is definitely not represent. This is not even what. This is not even American clothing. I like the statue, but it doesn't. It does. I don't feel represented in it, but it doesn't make me want to tear it down either. Um, you know, you have this, and I'm also working on it. Like, okay, do I need to tear this down or do it? You know. hmm But what I will say is that for those who came in a little later, we were talking about like the collective identity around of shame, of image and representation, and then what it looks like to uh, represent basic average outliers, marginalized outliers, and then supernova outliers within your community. And by that, we're talking about like you know when you systematically put certain things in the media of every aspect of your community at certain spaces and times. And we talked about how they did that by normalizing statues literally with no arms on them, statues with, short penis. And it morphed into putting the next step in their strategy. And we all know that was to put supernova outliers from one community against marginalized outliers in another community and then say, see, you don't look good like this, and then hide they're supernova outliers. That is crazy. But it happened and it was demonic. And it's not something that we should internalize or that we should take on another person's traumas and insecurities for them to work through and then for us to work through our own. But then also to have those uncomfortable conversations and those raw conversations about um, feeling shame, my own shame, feeling like a walking apology and all these things. And we were talking about, earlier how, 10 years ago, when a teacher of mine um was coaxing black women through all of these things. Like we would spend hours, hours, hours. And in many ways, for a lot of people, didn't even help because there was so much trauma and dysfunction that the work unfortunately didn't get done. And I think the people who was trying to do the work, they moved on after being thrown in literally into a wolf den, a den of wolves. And they got, I've seen it. I've seen teachers from 2016, 2017, 2018. They got in an arena. They thought they was about to, I mean, talking about for black women specifically. They got in that arena, you know, and they they came in with a big old gladiator. They came in with a beautiful armors and a beautiful a scar, come in ready to help, and and they left out there tattered, bruised, bleed, and crawling their ass right out of that damn gladiator. That's exactly what happened to their motherfucking ass. And I mean, some quite literally, houses burnt down, all types of stuff, And then once we get black women, they get upset at each other. They don't like your lashes. They don't like this. Oh, they throwing a curse. They got to do a curse for just a small little minute thing. Oh, you said a comment I don't like in my comment section. Up, a curse, um, that type of stuff. um it went down like that. Now luckily, believe it or not, like as much me being, people may say, oh, you caused a lot of drama in the reparation space. I was targeted in reparation space, but believe it or not, my reputation in the black women's space, there was zero from me and there's zero drama from me in the black women's space from from 2015 to 2000 and believe it or not, up into 2022, 21, because I know a lot of people went underground in 2021. A lot of them stopped teaching. But there wasn't, it was me, learning this stuff and even meeting and working with some people, but it was never like, no, like me starting the drama. But I saw that shit. I saw people plotting on motherfuckers, stealing motherfuckers stuff. Of course, with the plagiarism, with all that stuff. And I do remember looking at it and looking at it systematically and trying to learn from it, like making sure that I'm like, dang, how do you know, make sure that shit don't happen to you? And it did end up happening to me, but it's in a different context, not in that space though. But the nail that stands up gets hammered down, and having to deal with trauma and programming, that's really hard to dismantle for any teacher, especially when they come in unaware, oblivious, and it was hidden. The shit was hidden from certain people, a lot of people who may traverse through, or who's, and by that, how do I say this? Because now this may get like, what do you mean you were unaware? I was unaware of other certain things of how the system ran, is what I'm saying. Not, yes, I know about racism. Yes, I know about these things. Yes, I know about, you know, uh, that people don't like discriminate against you because of your appearance. They discriminate against you because of, yes, these are those things. Yes. I just didn't know what was going on behind it, or why was the machinations working for that. So when I saw that, it freaked me out. It did. And then, it's like, whoa. And I know other people can see that too. And so when I say like I was unaware of that aspect, it's like, how do I think you can only do that through ascension, because how do you have it's something that has to be turned off, it seems like. And by that I'm talking, I'm not going to say too much. I'm definitely not, but because it's not a person or place, it's something algorithmically that has to be reprogrammed. And it's like, how do you do that with people when you have no experience in that? And then there's no therapists and psychologists. They just now are coming out with it. They're building the framework now for it. What I will tell for humanity, or for targeted individuals, is that that framework is just now being built. Or for those of us that didn't know, we call it chosen ones. But and then some people are like, well, shit, maybe you don't want to be chosen because, oh, you're chosen, and then you're going to the slaughter. It could be just as deep as that, or not. You could literally be chosen for other things as well. But I think that framework is being built out because it has no choice. If you really really want to help people, that goes for everybody that sees what's happening, that's maybe quiet about it. You know that, and we talking about a quick framework. Make it, because we know the machinations of the best healing process is the acknowledgement. Say for therapists and psychotherapists, um acknowledgement, not necessarily validation, but acknowledgement, letting people express uninterrupted, um, and those type of things, and then learning the basis of communication skills. And this goes for myself. I'm not putting this at anybody. I'm just saying, like, the framework for healing the trauma of the aspect of that literally most of people don't even know, that as far as we talk about this programming, and especially the trauma about what happened collectively to groups, to lineages within their epigenetics in terms of like ancestral bondage and slavery and then binding and how that looks energetically and how to free that. And I think that anybody who's dealt with that, they have to be free from that. Like they, yeah, I won't say they have to, but it's like, but that's what we're working on now. And it's like shooting in the dark. Like you come in and you just completely blinded and you stop and you like, yo, hold up, like when you in that other timeline or in that other parallel universe, you're like, okay, not it's not a where am I because I'm very much cognizant of we're on planet Earth in this reality, but um, you know, spending so much time in a bubble, and I think that was my thing. I know I spent so much time in a bubble that I wasn't even aware of what was going on around me in terms of and so it created a reality where I just had rose colored tinted glasses on. I'm not saying like, oh, I'm a victim and these people are out to get me. I'm not talking like that. I'm talking about like something in the system, something in the system, and then trying to get down to the bottom of fixing that aspect. And again, I don't expect the average human to maybe know what I'm talking about, or maybe they do. I think there's people that know more, way more when we talk about like BCI interface and something that's already in existence with these AI stuff. And we want to. I'm avoiding the transhumanism agenda stuff. That's just me. I don't know. I don't believe in merging anything with me. Um, that's my thing though. I like to be on my internet and my computer, but I don't do you won't implant something. No, 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 no. Um, and I remember, when a person said, you know, if I just start doing something like that's just totally it got to me, you know. And it's I've seen it, multiple times with people, and I'm like, it hit me what that person meant, like I didn't understand. Or then when somebody was like, "Oh, I was like in a different reality, and I was me," but then it was like another, you know. So I heard people talk like that throughout my years, and it's like I just wasn't paying any attention because I didn't, it wasn't anything being spelled out, you know. And I'm just like, damn, like it's some like how people used to think it just sounded so ridiculous when people were talking about clones and when people were talking about MK Ultra when people were we thought it sounded so ridiculous, you know. We thought it, and then out here we are with this clone and stuff. They talking about they thinking they about to clone Tory Lanez. They saying they thinking they. I hope not, and I really do pray for speedy recovery for him because that wasn't cool. 14 times you get 1 plus 4 is 5, guys. That's another 5. And Tory Lanez is Daystar. His name is Daystar. I was thinking about that and I said, damn. And then the person that stabbed him last name is Perez and all this stuff. And he survived it. So is he going to be able to testify and talk or but what and I'm going to say allegedly, and I'm not going to name no names or throw no, but what I did hear another influencer say is that they think, when Tory Lane started talking about the spiritual aspects or like something with witchcraft, as far as that being behind what happened with the situation with it, um, they said that they think that's just one person's opinion. I don't know if that's true or not. They think that that's when that was like, okay, that whatever. And again, I don't know what was said at that testimony because I'm not. I ain't gonna hold you. I haven't. I don't know what's going on with the Diddy trial. I try to get into it here and there. I did see Tisa Tells talk a little bit about it, but and I remember, I was happy to see her covering the story, but I don't have to say like I don't. I did see Storm Monroe too. He was talking about it too, but don't I don't quite I don't quite know what's going on within that courtroom. It's like stuff I can kind of see spiritually, but I'm trying not to I'm trying not to, but something but I don't quite know what's going on. But so I don't know what was said in that Tory Lane's thing, and that's all a distraction anyways. But I don't. They said something about something he testified at the Diddy trial, or something was read there, and then it was stabbed or and then when Chris Brown said free Tory Lanez, he got arrested that same day. What the hell is going on? He said is that even true? Like, let me say, I don't like all this gossip stuff, but I really don't. I'm trying to see. Let me see. Is that even true? Because I'm telling you, I've heard that. Like Chris Brown. So I'm really, like I said, I do hope that Tory Lanez gets better. Oh yeah, he isn't. Oh wow. Okay, so Chris Brown is in jail after he said free Tory Lanez. Wow, he could face 16 years of convicted remain in custody to at least. It's time to get free. Oof. Arrested for assaulting. Mm. See, so that is true. Hmm. Yeah, but when we talk about like slavery on the land, I don't think that Black people should be blaming themselves for being enslaved or getting in slavery. I don't think that we should be internalized like, oh, this is our fault, we deserve it. That's crazy. Or I don't think God did it. I do think that nobility class got into wars and rifts and um did start making deals on each other's heads. I'm not speaking that into existence. I'm saying that you can look this stuff up, even like if you talk with people in their oral histories. Only with I'm not trying to be elitist. I'm just saying within the nobility class, they will say this. They will tell you this. Even if say if you're American Indian, say if someone that's literally off from the continent of Africa or a Kibalan or Ethiopia, um, they will, you'll see that. You could see that. You could see what, I was writing about in that Queen Mother shit. But the part was always about putting that healing together, and stuff for the community, and making sure people can, integrate, you know, all facets of them, all facets of their energies and lifetimes and processes that to that wholeness into, that because you can be whole, but you may not be ready to traverse, because I know I'm not whole, but I traverse, so it's reversed, and that can also cause some issues too. Either way you do it, and I admit that I'm still healing, and then sometimes we all and and that's where we talk about like the chaos intelligence. Hmm. um but it's a real thing, and it's something for me to work on, because it's like, even the way I see the situation now, was charged, they talk about, okay, we could get out of slavery, you be a prisoner of war. To me, those are kind of like the same thing in my mind. When we talking about like being on your own land where you don't, where that type of thing. And again, I'm willing to learn. I'm not saying I got this all figured out, especially migrational patterns. Migrational patterns are not so much a concern of mine versus more so like the timing of things. I'm still curious about. Um, but again, to me, when someone says to stop at the earth records and don't start to go into like the aspects of the stars or the soul, that to me sounds foreign to me. Like that to me wouldn't sound right. It don't feel right to me. But also, you don't want to project my process. I'm not trying to project my process on to what another group of people have to do, or another tribe, or another ethnicity, or a person. Um, and so, while I'm willing to do research to help and whatnot in people's journey, I can't be a leaking. I don't want to be an energy leaking, because my know that that's usually the energy is bleeding or leaking, and so putting that together, and also more cognizance and awareness. I would say it does start with the mind though, and people are still having mental slavery, but it's trauma that can be worked on. But I would say that no one can enslave someone on their own land without someone being on the inside to leave that door open. And once my teacher had said that 10 years ago, I did go and do that research. Now she had already did that research, but I really went in deep dived in it. Like it's such a scholarly, just wanting to just like everything she was saying, just learn so much, so much, so much more about it from the nobility perspective, from the priesthood perspective, and understand like how could a group of people, we say we talk about melanin, we talk about strength, we talk about gifts, we talk about science, we talk about knowledge, we talk about creations and inventions, and then how do we get in a situation like this? And by that we talk about like asking a government for reparations, or you know you know um having to and it's like, okay, is that the psyop? Is the whole thing the psyop? Is it not even? Or you know for one personal's IPU, or do you just switch that off and the IPU changes? I'm literally still like working with y'all algorithm. Like I'm not trying to be arrogant, but I'm saying I'm literally still trying to process that. Um, to experiment. I'm not saying I'm good at it because I'm not, but I'm still trying to see like is it a shift? Like what is it that gets it to shift? Um, in terms of if someone can just arbitrarily create a new history or a new story and just say like how they tried to do. And I know the thing is that they didn't understand how upsetting that would be to Black Americans, and I'm starting to understand why, because in their mind it's like in and I'm not excusing away what they did. However people reacted, even the way people react to me, people have a right to react the way they react to me. um but the I'll speak for myself. I'll say this, I'll speak for myself. When I see the issue where people were saying about like all of these acronyms and all this reclassification. I've always obviously still a problem with the reclassification, but obviously I didn't know why they were doing it, or why somebody would just say, "Hey, let's reclassify." And that engine of what that creates, and that system of where it's okay, these people are waking up too much, or this we need to do this, so let's just rename these people, and it's only this group of people over and over again. That's fucking weird to me. And so I would speak for myself when I said, okay, why are you so gung ho to reclassify? Why are you only using these dates, this landmass, this group of people, this book, this religion? No, there's something going on here. I have to kind of break out of that algorithm. I gotta jolt it, but I can't use nothing that they told me to use. You know, or that's just my thinking, because I'm seeing things like from this perspective of the soul level, and so. With me, it's like, well, I'll just go back as far as I can, and that's what my mind did to literally like deal with that level of trauma that we've all had, like with like seeing, with even with my own bloodline, but from just the crack era, like with the 1980s, and that crack era stuff that really affected a lot of people. Jim Crow affected a lot of people, and it's like imagine like just being free from like or just getting this, some people were not slaves, that we know that. And I had to say even with my own bloodline, but I know that being plummeted, I know I you could feel that energetically, and then you could go back and study it, and you ask questions to your family members, you ask questions and you study their life, and you study like your parents' life and stuff like that. You could start to see like, oh shit, like, you know? And so it was just like I think the trauma response to that was just like we know we souls, like you know what I mean? So it's like, okay, let's just keep going back, go 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 back, and push through and push. But also it kind of landed me in this like this was okay. Now we in the one now we have 45D, 125D. Holy shit! Like where are we at? And well, I know where we're at. Okay, now we in Atlanta. What the hell? And it's like okay, we traverse through, and it's like and then you traversing, but you're not even whole. You're just trying to go back. You're just trying to because for those who don't know, it's like epigenetics is pretty much the memory from your ancestors passed down through the psychology. So something that you will remember. Uh, Sometimes you'll have the memories of, say, your family's memory. You could study monarch butterflies to understand the science of how it affects in the third generation. So pretty much the third generation, where you're at now, if you were to study the first or second generation, um, I'll say of your grandparents on both sides of your mother and father, you could probably see like similarities of them inside of your life or inside of you or stuff that they knew or struggled with or dealt with. Sometimes as far as this completion journey, the monarch butterfly takes 3 generations, as they say. And so that's also what happens. Um, you know, through in the epigenetic process, even with humans, and particularly when you study Black Americans, they talk about like the trauma gene or the effects that slavery. And see, Boli said she wanted to dress in feminine clothes and had a better hairstyle. Think so too. He has statues that meet those things, and again, you have a right to like. I'm not trying to change your opinion. Like this is a better hairstyle. This is more nuanced. Like he does have body of works that that I would say is more stylish. Like this, of course. This one is and so that's why I didn't. And again, these statues, that particular even the one that the big one. That statue has been displayed at a lot of places. It just never went viral. That was a clear psyop. That's what we're saying. Um, but like I would say the better hairstyle. I hear you. I have seen people with basic hairstyles like that in my life, but I hear you. You have a right to. She needs a better hairstyle. But for me, to me, I think the hair is okay. It's not a style that I would wear, but I think it's it's just I guess it's cool. It ain't bad. It's not the worst. Um, but you have that. I respect your opinion on it. And then you see, like this, and I like this one too. But like you said, he has statues that are kind of like mediocre, kind of like just different looks. Different types of looks. He does old, young. The man got an extensive body of work, and I think I like his catalog more. But as far as the statue, when I first saw it, it didn't trigger me or anything. The reaction of other people to the statue triggered me, but the statue itself didn't trigger me. I just didn't care because I saw so many. They have statues in Buffalo, New York. They have statues everywhere. They have statues in Georgia. that are extremely basic, or if not aesthetically pleasing. And so, to me, from my perspective, you know, compared to, you know, these ones, nobody is saying anything about this. Nobody said this was ugly. This is a plus size white man. Nobody said anything about this. When this went up, there was no uproar about this going up. That's what there was no uproar about this just being out like that. They make people go pay to go see this in a museum and say it's prestige, royalty. This right here. Saying like this. This is the one where I just thought I didn't see myself in this one. I see the melanin part, but um I like it. I just to me, this one I objectively like it. It's just that, it doesn't it doesn't look like an American statue, but it doesn't bother, I don't, I'm just indifferent to this one. I like this one only because of the lips and the nose. I like this one. But like I said, I get your point. I totally understand that, you're not people are not gonna like the same thing. I don't even like it. I don't dislike it. I just wouldn't have had that. I just was like, wow, like people are really worked up. I'm like, what the heck? And that could just be how it goes. But I think spiritual malediction comes from the I would from what I wrote, I know it was from the lack of value of the self. Um in 2020, like until we do right by each other. But then also into, like this overthrow fixture stuff has to be addressed in terms of the disrespect of black women. And that was the example when we talk about like this overthrow, and then this lady's in display up in New York, and then there's her own people attacking her, and then the white folks join in because they're saying, oh, see, look at this big woman, look at this. And then everybody else, um the lack of compassion for people who actually look like that. And there's a lot of Americans that look like that, black and white. It's even black men who have white mother-in-laws who look like that, you know is black Americans who's white, well, and mom look like that, and it's like they up there, they was the main ones up there. Oh, this ugly statue, this ugly statue. Your mom is bigger than that statue. What the fuck are you doing? Like your physical, like I've seen your mom. Like what the heck? No way. What? And it's like, I mean, he has a right to not like that. He has a right to not like that. But just the damage that it does, and then the lack of healing that it facilitates, or that it can engender when those type of things happen. And so what I was aiming to do was open up the dialogue around that without disrespect, without finger wagging. And I hope I did a good job, because I know I was honestly, it was about to get busy. And I'm so glad I didn't come on here screaming and hollering, because my point would have got lost in terms of like expressing the need to heal around shame, the need of internalization of someone else's uh programming, and the way they'll set something up. And then we were talking for those who came in, we were talking about like these original images, of fertility. These are fertility statues, and then how it turned into hot and top Venus, literal hot and top, this is Kubaba. It turned into hot and top Venus, but they changed this into Kababa. They made this into Kababa from this. And you know, I'm not promoting that. I'm not saying you have to like that or this is what we all got to be. That's literally not the point. What I'm saying is from me studying history is that I can see where they took a Kubaba figure, made it an Aunt Jemima figure, made it a high top Venus figure, then made it an Aunt Jemima figure, and then bashed the natural. 'Cause, obviously that a fertility statue is not representative of all Black women, right? Um, Obviously, there's other statues of Black women that are also old or ancient, rather. It just means it's old. Um, that have different sizes, lengths. They always used to show the slender ones, like the real skinny statue that goes that's overly exaggeratedly long, all types of stuff. And then again, those statues that we were showing with all these different, those are found on most continents, like in the Americas and all these stuff. So we were dealing with all of that on a level where we wanted to not uh cause of ruckus or to be, you know, this statue I did not like. I really do not. I really think that's the one that I would be acting, like tear it down because that's Sarah Bartman. Um, so that's the statue that I probably would have been like, no way, tear that down. But and then for those who came in later, I was asking for because again I did make the disclaimer that this kind of has to be more for those that um, have a little bit of a knowledge of the mystery sciences. And I did ask for people to go watch, this is not my video, this is not my work, but to type this in and to look at where it says truth, have truth and falsehood. You don't have to like the teacher or follow. I'm not promoting him. I'm just saying that I watched the video and after I watched this video after I wrote this book. And to be honest, what he said in that video, which was written before my book, and he was doing it, he's more from his perspective, but it was in alignment with what I saw in my mind's eye. I'm not saying he gave me that knowledge or anything. I'm just saying, you know what? I'm like, damn, that's something that resonate because that's what I saw in my mind's eye about that as well. And um I talked about like the different versions of those octaves of Lucifer. And I was just happy that someone else was able to come to that revelation as well and talk about it um, from a perspective that I would say, to be honest, is more mature um, than than my perspective because they're older than me. I would say probably a lot more experience. Doesn't mean I agree with everything this person says, or I don't even know this person, but I'm saying like I when I saw that thumbnail, I said, you know what? That's what I saw in my mind's eye. I said, well, let me see what he's talking about. And so, but I did think that this was offensive. This hot and top Venus one, I have to say, I did. But I have to work on it because, like I said, I know that my as far as with my patience, I have uh, to focus on myself for some time to work on grace and compassion. Um, and I'm one to be one on the board where it's like, okay, as we're on this journey together, let's just do it together. But there has to be that processing time for just that to sift through obviously my own personal stuff and then before trying to unlock what other and I've seen like people really trying to help other people even just last night when a girl said she was when not a girl a woman said she was working overtime to find some sort of like gate, if she was talking spiritually though, like it was, and for her to say that she found it, you know. Um, but I know that my lack of grace, like I didn't understand. I couldn't understand it. Like it really, for the life of me, I didn't understand. I'm starting to really see like there's something way, way deeper going on because I was I'm like, I'm not talking about reparations based stuff. I'm talking about like programming, brainwashing. Like I'm like, what the heck is like? I couldn't understand. I really, I couldn't. But now I'm starting to be like, okay, there has to be take a step back, study this a little bit more as far as what the heck is going, as far as, and then nothing is really going on. Like everything is fine. But what I'm saying is like spiritually, what I'm seeing is that, um, you know, when we're trying to, someone just asked me to give more grace. I'll just say that someone just asked me to give more grace on exactly what is going on, um, as it relates to brainwashing of people. And I didn't know how that was done. I'm still studying how it's done. I'm actually, I'm still studying how it's done, even with slavery. With the history of slavery for those who experienced that in their bloodline, as it relates to trauma and programming and how that passes down through the DNA. And so I'm still, like studying that because, now we have psychologists, thank God, who are coming forward and talking about, um, narcissistic personality disorder, helping people work through uh, things that I know are spiritual, but they still want to. And I think that's why there's a schism, because I do think that there has to be, room for people to grow and to, you know, you know, um, do, experience free will, or do the people are literally like, no, we're doing what we want. Okay, well, fine. Um, but what I'm saying is like, I do understand, the what people say, the grace part. I get that part. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to study. Obviously how somebody can get brainwashed, but we're talking about like the way the media, it's something systematic that's going on, is what I'm saying. And yes, we know, we're talking about, it's what I'm saying. I'm speaking as a spiritual. I'm not talking about just, oh yeah, this happened, slavery happened. I'm talking about, it's something that I can clearly see that's spiritual, and it's not like some curse from, oh, you're just damned. No, 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 no. I'm not talking about like that. I'm just saying, as it relates to uh, computational algorithm, or just perception. It could be something as simple as just something as outlook. But I do know, growing up through K to 12, uh, in public school and all these things, I do know, um, stuff that I was, reading, obviously, and how that started to program me, and how certain things that I've read, at 11, 10, 12, 13, that started to affect my outlook on life. Or that to me is where it starts to mold the programs. That right there, that, where they telling you, okay, you're the slave. Just like they talk about the Stanley, it's not the Stanley, but the Dow experiment. They talk about the Dow experiment, all those things that people be doing. That starts at 5, and I think people go overtime into that. And I have heard people, Black Americans, what they call this, she goes by American Indian, even suggest that don't. This is so deep. They don't even think some of them aspects are real. They think they're just made up to implanted thoughts in someone's head. Now that's deep. Where now I'm not gonna go. I'm not. I'm not going there, because there's layers to this stuff, and if someone is looking something at something spiritual because of what, that's their experience. So I'm not saying that has happened. But when we talk about like uh false implants, and erasing memories and all that stuff, like how Ryan Garcia was talking about all these things and how people just write that stuff off. And there's people that are spiritually seeing stuff like that go on. And they don't know, um, they don't know how to express that stuff. But they, there's really not there, but then without I think people know about it, but I just think people still try to relegate it to like fringe conspiracy theory, or but we'll see. But when we talk about like moving on with like-minded people, or realizing this is a frequency war, and beings, like certain people can't be in a box. Like I don't want to be cornered into one particular paradigm, whether that be religion, anything, one paradigm of one dimension. it- I wouldn't be able to relate to that, or even just a principality, because the mind, it transcends anything in this corrupt system, in this government. So it's like we are cosmic beings. I truly believe that. And so when when I'll just speak from my experience, when I'm on this planet, when we're on this planet, I'm speaking from the aspect of using information theory and game theory and egregores, and archetypes to program uh reality for the better. It's light, that's kind of lightweight. But then being able to use, quantum superposition, like the quantum entanglement, that stuff in probability distribution, that's not for, I guess it is for humans, but I just didn't know the state of what was going on here. And I think that it was hidden purposely. I'm speaking as Jenny Nunn Stanley. I'm speaking. I am aware. This is not no quantum. I am not possessed. I'm speaking as Jenny Nunn Stanley, like literally from my memory. I'm going through my memories from 57 CSAT high school. I'm looking and I'm thinking. I'm like, you know, um, it seemed like a cloak, and I've heard other people talk about this stuff. I heard other people talk about like a veil where they just couldn't see it, and so they were like forced to see it, and what that does, you know. But I also want to say, like a gatekeeper or order of sacred knowledge, or even a secret society. I also want to know. I also want to consider that people who are outside of or are born into those things, however you want to look into it, people from the outside may not be privy to um every machinations of that knowledge, or um of things, and perhaps it shouldn't get out. But you know it was time. I do feel like it had to, however people feel about it, they have their right to feel about that. And in many ways, stuff was kind of like, people know that process about it more than I do. It happened, and I had to go and study and see what this was all about. And coming to find out, another person went through uh same thing, and they had to get out of that, and they were trying to help other people, like. And so just trying to and I felt it when it happened, and then I felt it, and then like to see, I didn't see what she I was just like, wow, like that was really dope. I think what was the problematic was just the observing and watching. Uh, I'm not saying of anybody um, that that I mentioned today, but I'm saying like the observing and watching of me surveillance without my knowledge for so long. It had been happening at least since 2015. I just didn't know it. And then I used to always tell like certain family members and like I think my computer's hacked or this is hacked. This is at 2015, 2016, and they just but like I had always kind of had felt that and just wrote it off, and then just to had a confirmation of it. I think it just threw me for a loop, but something is we try to tell something and teach something, everything is a demon or it's religion or, it's some low vibrational stuff. And it's all information on this planet is just data, is just content. So if you can combine that data on this planet or create new narratives or reshape society, but you can also use knowledge that's not from, it's deep. Um, it's not important, but I've wanted to structure some things out to where not now on this life, but especially when it comes to the Nike philosophy, to actually sit down and be helpful. And I think in many ways I have been, but I just know that my delivery has been um, it has been terrible. Like I was sitting there, like, what in the world? If somebody was, I would be like, and so I get it. I totally get it, and in many ways, um, can't can't really control whatever that was in the soul that just wants to break free. That's what I'll say. Whatever that process is where you break something, programming, whatever it is, and that's like a burst. Like you just and you that's like something you can't control. But I think other people see it enough, or have seen that enough, where um I've heard people hint, they try to be quiet about it, but it's it's been revealed to me that, especially Bob Marley daughter's testimony, that this is something that's been happening to like a lot of people, and I just didn't know. Is what I'm saying. I had no idea, and that's why I'm kind of like, what? But it's kind of like people are trying to like it's wild. Mm-mm-mm. But but I do want to say, like, I don't mean to go on a tirade or tear other people's stuff down just because I don't agree with them. You know, um, I just want to live in a world where there is a repository of intelligence, of IPUs that I can learn from and apply data at will to my own and just keep it moving as a part of like soul evolution and interface with God. And this is why I study anything and see what resonates. And if I don't like it, I keep it pushing. Other than that, it's all data. And so all religions stem from, 125 of the bloodlines. And if there's a personal IPU on planet Earth on how they found enlightenment, then, maybe that would be useful or maybe it won't. But humans create the religions out of it, the cults. And that's why I don't really care for that. Um, it was their personal awareness. And you don't have to agree with them or anything in a book, you know. I just know it was just their IPU, their ideal parallel universe, their ideal parallel universe. So I have no problem, observing it like more so from an objective lens, and then like picking out the cherries and leaving the bones, or mix. That's where we talk about like the mystery aspect of Sunrise teaching was to mix datas from different IPUs on this planet and beyond, and just create usually from a space of whether it be for yourself, but even if you were doing it for the collective, it was for the benefit of the collective or even cut together. So um the Nakhti philosophy is not a religion. It's not, oh, you gotta believe this or else you're out, or you gotta think this or else you're is literally just a mental um science to sift through, uh believe it or not, traumas, but also fragmentation. And when I wrote it, the outline in 2016, and officially wrote it in 2020, we were for sure, well, I would say I was for sure putting in those boxes in the chambers of the self, or the chambers of the mind, rather. Well, I changing it to the chambers of the self. There's going to be an updated Nike philosophy because I want to change the language. I don't need to use, because at that time I was a Pan African in 2016, so I don't need to use Swahili words and all that stuff. I'm going to redo a lot of that because of the pyramid of Kapanda that was created, the aspect of that was created way before it was published, and so things change, and so I would like to I would like to do that. One person said the word, yeah. Um, I did, so what I was doing with my body work is just an IPU. It's just in case another person dealt with it or could relate to it, then maybe they, could learn from just an aspect. It's not, an IPU is not something that you go and join or become like this, a cult or anything of that. The IPU is the ideal parallel universe to traverse, to learn, and then have those tools to go and create your own. Or if you already know how to create your own, um, supplement and add and experiment and um see what works and see what doesn't work. But it is a synapse of information, like that comes through on a soul's journey. That is welcome to the universe. And like I said, it's not about forcing beliefs down other people's throat, but all IPUs come from that, and the algorithm of the universe, and we transcend anything on this planet. And so we use the myth and the information theory and the game theory to reprogram. Um, there's nothing anyone can do about that. But I do think that, the thing where it's like, if you don't believe this, or if you say one thing I don't agree, we have to just tear down everything. Like, I don't understand that approach to something. And I guess because it's kind of, maybe it's because it's the way a child responds, or do people, is either it's like the way a child responds, or is it being done purposely? And that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm really trying to figure out, is it just a coping mechanism to, like, okay, I don't agree with this. Okay, so that's, and if it is the way, like, that's that's something that, it just is what it is. Um, but I guess I'm, as far as like, if you're teaching, you have to teach in a way where people can get something out of it, and so that's my work, and that's why I'm just making sure, like, that I do a better assessment on my approach to teaching. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm looking. I have to be more uh, effective in making sure that those outcomes are met, and so I have to go back and, like, for one, uh, carve out, like, exactly what is it you want them to take away from it. We do know, you want people to see through psyops. We want people to see through social engineering. We want people to see through mind control. We want people to call out uh, nefarious things. We want people to speak the your truth. We want people to walk in peace and love, including myself. Those type of things, and learn. And what I'm working on, like I said, is that healing journey, for sure. And it's gonna, and it's like, that's the part where I felt so excited. Did I wonder if that guy with the lawn ever came? Because I heard a line earlier. I hope he did. I hope he was able to come. Really do. Let's see. he gonna come? Is he gonna come today? Okay, I don't think so. Nope. Didn't look like he was gonna come. He would have been here by now. Um, but like I said, as far as if someone with more knowledge on that on this topic, in terms of the solution aspect of breaking the breakthroughs, for those who understand what I'm talking about when it comes to those breakthroughs and making sure someone just doesn't crash out um with people, because it has been done successfully with multiple people. It's I'm just wondering like how, like, that's where I'm at, what I'm trying to. And like I said, I know that my approach, like when I've looked at these things and I'm like, you know I said, well, no low vibration, no, I do want to keep it high level based on interests and goals, but I don't I want to, I don't want to waste my time, and I don't want to waste people's time. That's what I'm saying. I want to give people their fair value, reciprocal, even exchange, and start to work on that process of um, working in my community, and building trust and whatnot, and um, that type of thing. And by that, I'm talking about locally. I'm talking about like finding a space where it feels safe, and where it feels to and it's like that whole process. Even it's like, well, why don't what's that about? All of that. But I do want to say, like, I feel like we beyond those labels. I feel like we beyond engagement or anything on this planet, and they we have to keep building process and progression and precision and discipline, like the divine feminine and the chaos intelligence, and combination with the unification between divine feminine and divine masculine, and triple star, light, light, BLAQUE. That's I forgot how she explained it. She was explaining like how the concept of melanin would essentially be light, because it gets absorbed through it's a conductor with the sun. And so, like, something that's like really really darkly pigmented, and this is not about, like, I'm talking about just the chemical, that light from the universe, um that would come out as melanin, that would come out as BLAQUE. Like, that's like a that's like light serum, but it's like pitch black. And I know that's so hard to fathom because that just sounds crazy. But when you people want to know, what, why do they want our sauce? Why do they want our light? Why do they drawn to us? Why do they want to take our, you know? And you're looking like, what the hell? But uh the time loop, on planet Earth. That's what I saw the time loop with myself, and I said, let me see what the hell's going on. But I also want to say, like, if someone doesn't ask questions, then you don't have to volunteer stuff. That's what I learned. And don't give people hands out. Link up. I would say with people that is has the same agenda and goals as you, and promoting love, and that's the message for those of us that understands, like, the stuff that has been going on. As far as protecting prana. Some of this stuff is just so old and hidden, and it's just time for the big reveal. That an order is different than a secret. An order is different from a secret society. A high society is different from a secret society, and gatekeeping is different from a secret society. And it's gatekeeping is different from a secret society. We come out with information. You have the right to sip at it and ignore it, uh, or you could take with it what you will, or not. But in terms of like the process of the understanding of what we want to do with our soul, or what we or our journey rather, what we want to do with our journey, um, in the process of how we do that. Some beings you're not going to be able to change their mind or limit their self to just your one opinion. It's like, okay, you have to know the difference between sound advice, constructive feedback, constructive criticism, and when somebody is just trying to help you along your journey, or when when it's just best to focus on yourself, or if they just hating, if a motherfucker is just hating, you know. But as far as that deep state code, I could be wrong on that, but it does, it does, like, it's certain things that, uh, hmm like when we talk about last month, when we talk about these jobs lost, I just noticed that, and then like that slander campaign about those young girls who were just graduating from high school when they were just dancing. I said, "Oh, okay, okay." But you always have slander campaigns against people, um, for whatever reasons, but this looks to be something, you know, this something, uh, that I could be looking into it, but deep into it, but I'd rather look into it too deep than not deep enough. But I also want to say this, like when we talk about left and right, we talk about these major parties, these major political parties, left and right. When we talk about the universe being mental, and then we talking about like deep state, here's the code that I picked up when we saw like this stuff with the the drain, the swamp, and then who got fired the most in April, and then saying they're going after the deep state and fire who they removed from the position. So, um, obviously that was black women, for the month of April. But the left and right, for those who understand like that the universe is mental, and we talk about like the constructs of the imaginations of the mind, and then how that plays out in your perception or optic of reality, as it relates to, um, politics, which when we talk about shadow government, and then we talk about left and right. So right being feminine, and I'm sorry, left being the feminine and right being the masculine, just from the aspects of the brain, but how that plays down into politics. And then shadow subconscious would be the divine feminine. But also the shadow is dark. And so when we talk about like, this obsession with tearing down the left, they would say the left, the liberals, the left, you know, that's obviously a charade. Obviously the people they get into politics, they like that stuff, but it seems to be like when you talk about deep state and then left, there's a code there, that I'm seeing where it's like, okay, but I do, but it was hard to put the codes together, but it took me long enough, but I think I got it. Like as far as like, when we talk about the universe is mental, and then you got swarms of people that are being funneled into two-party systems of left or right. And you have one party that has a lot of black women, that when you talk about the stereotype with black women in the left, and then the stereotype with the white males at the right, and then black men feeling disenfranchised, you know, and if it felt like wanting to go overtime, it's like it's a lot. But this stuff is because when we talk about the Tahuti, the universe is mental, and with this left and is right, and the right hemisphere, left hemisphere, you know, rod and I staff they come for me. That has to do to me. Like I said, I think it's Kofa, the feminine and the masculine. Even in politics, even with what you saw with Kamala and Trump, like that was. I think people already knew that and all this stuff and whatnot, but I'm just saying, even on that level, and then using the energies of certain people in MK Ultra to get certain, it's like, you know, how you thinking something is one agenda, and so it's deep, and that's hard to explain. But I put the coast together, and it took me long enough, but I think I got it. But like I said, we talking about the black nobility, and then that conundrum and whatnot, and how do you build those schisms overall for the collective of the community? You don't want to leave people behind. You have to understanding that all this trauma, but not knowing the full scale and imaginations, and nobody speak up, nobody tells you. They all in on it. They looking at you. You the odd man out. And they all gang up on you, and you know, and so it's like, well, how like, okay, so do you just give up what you wanted to do, or what some people enjoy you doing? It's not everybody that enjoys it, but if you get one person that says, you know what, I like what you taught me. I like one aspect of something you said. I like one aspect of, I like that. That's dope. I don't agree with everything, but then it has been. It's been way more than one. And so for me, that's like, okay, well then I'm good, because it wasn't about, it's not understand it, but it's like being for so long, like also being purposely suppressed and having other people take credit for your work and stuff, that can drive a motherfucker crazy. And I realized that it was being done on purpose. So then it was like, okay, you know what? I see there's people purpose. So I said, let me just back up and keep it moving. Like that type. Sometimes you just have to just pivot. um, but that's obviously not the experience of that I've had with everybody. And so, like, not letting the experience sour me, not thinking too deeply into something, um, or deeply enough, but also finding that I gotta find um the tools to better communicate my messaging. I would say that's what I would say, because it is. But my thing is, like, people people were not really receptive. It was not even about receptive, but willing to help, because they don't think they cared. And like, I was reading earlier by someone, they said, most people, they don't, they will shit on you and just do this, will not care. And I don't understand what that feels like. So like when she said that, it kind of clicked on me. She's like, they just, people just don't care. And it's so many people that's dealing with that. It's so many people that's dealing with those things. Um, like, that's, I noticed, like, there's this big phenomenon with ghosting, and people would be really like kind of like the people I talk to sometimes, and they that's some ghost me, so ghost me, um, and they're like devastated, and I'm like, they didn't deserve you anyways. They didn't. If they couldn't take the time to communicate, when I be hearing the ladies tell me, "Oh, so and so ghosted me," I'm really hurt and sad. They really be sad, and I'm like, girl, someone can't take the time to say, you know what, I'm not. And sometimes they feel like they don't owe you that, but it is. I do understand where someone, will explain, will tell me that's hurtful, and so I understand that. Um, well, like I said, I'm not. My goal is like, okay, let me focus on myself. Let me get some healing done. Let me continue to build some of the things and ideas that I have in my head out. Um, for me, and I have to be more discreet and more strategic and intelligent with those things, you know, um, and to continue to build my own IPU without trying to infringe on, without trying to. browbeat shit and whatnot. Which I never was a type that was like, okay, you got to think this or else. But I do know that I know I'm the type to be like, well, if it doesn't resonate, if it doesn't fly, let it fly, or this is for me, that type thing. And that's not always the best approach because you want to you want to do the energetic check-ins or the knowledge check-in rather on what people are taking away from something because and sometimes people purposely misinterpret what you're doing. I think so too. You said I'm trying. I feel the media is trying to trigger black women to publicly protest, so keep escalating, but we're not falling for it. Exactly. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Now, I think as far as you use this type of shit to heal, like when I saw that statue, the first thing I did said was let me craft out something where we talk about healing around the shame and around weight and around you know beauty standards and how people beauty standards get manipulated and how information gets watered down and how you can tell this is a psyop because there's statues that's uglier than that statue. That's how you know it's a psyop. This is come on. That's how you know. That's how you know this is a real statue. You know, and so that was the point. It just wasn't to go. Oh, let's go bash the who said it was ugly. Let me go back. And that's not even the point. But talking about the shame around like these black men literally have shame, and these are plus size black men with shame when they saw this statue, and then they gave the permission for the white guys to talk about it, and they was like, let's tear it down, and so you know, they have a right to not like the statue. That's again, the point is not like, hey, you don't like it. I don't like this statue as much as the other one. I like the other one better than this one. I mean, but I'm saying what I was proving was that there's all types of weird looking stuff in America, of all people, but and even in abroad. But then somehow that was the statue that got people up in arms. And I feel more shame looking at this one for some reason than that other one. And what made me feel shame was the way my community reacted to that one, the other one, because it was like, well, why would you beat up on yourself on each other like that over something that's clearly a psyop? Which I understand, but to go say, okay, let's tear this down. But then there's nothing about like these other statues or even this to me. And I'm not saying you have to do that. We're just doing a literal learning exercise. We're just doing a learning exercise about not even you don't even have to look at it as learning, just a thinking exercise rather. As far as like I find this one right here. Where was that one? I find this one extremely offensive because it's hot. It's Sarah Bartman's with the hot and tight Venus. So I found this one to me, especially with with people having to gaze at her, and then the story and the history around it. I found that one. But even still, I'm not gonna let it trigger me to go out and give people my energy and get up screaming and oh my gosh, if we're gonna have these cathartic releases, it has to be for the benefit of the healing. It has to be for the benefit of, why don't okay, we talk about the black woman and her weight and the black woman and the emotional eating and the trauma around that, like we can talk about that. Like, why does it have to be such a knee jerk reaction, a shameful reaction? Why do you want to put her in the big mama spirit archetype? Why do you want to put her in the mother archetype that just gives, and gets nothing at all, or gets shitted on, or gets side like that type of those type of things we have to talk about. But you don't have to. It's not about trying to convince people to this is your preference. Or how do we talk about the upliftment around making sure that collectively we have a standard around what we're eating and and we do have that in pockets, don't get me wrong. And I don't even think sometimes that's not even an eating thing. It's literally energetic. It could be hormonal, and sometimes like with me, it's more so I would say both, but there are people, that have to, how can we carve that out on a systematic level at the collective level? At the collective level where, you know, um, at the collective level where people can have I would say a protocol, like the dietary protocols. Maybe, do we have those things together? Or we have those, we have them already. Like, I'm not saying they're not there. I'm just saying, like, when we talk about like stereotypes, when we talk about um putting the things together that relate to how people like, oh, we don't eat, which a lot of people do eat healthy. A lot of people are getting better with this stuff. And so that's why we're looking at, I'm looking at the energetic aspect and the the emotional level and the trauma level, because we talk about the vices stem from trauma as it relates to the black woman. And not all black women um are big, but I'm saying, like, there's that stereotype is what I'm saying. I'm dealing with the trope. I'm dealing with the trope. And that statue is the trope, right? That statue is the trope, but that's not the representation of all black women. Just because something is a trope doesn't mean it's the representation of all black women, you know. But we have to deal with the trope because somebody else programmed us with the trope. The trope is not even inherently bad. It's just that someone else make you feel shame about the trope. That's just like somebody make you feel shame about the watermelon, okay, or the fried chicken, or whatever it is, or any stereotype. Oh, basketball, or this, or and I know myself that there's those elements of you know that the programming of the trauma of in the media, even around hair, beauty, skin, all these things, and we see it in our youth. And what I would like to do is just like, I want the youth to just, even just with affirmations, like I said, I'm gonna do a marathon stream with just something where where youth could come and just feel, just it would be just probably like 24 hours or something it'll probably be like a loop or something that's pre-recorded I make, but I take the time to make it for youth, and have to for and we talking about just for humanity, because there has to be some sort of human healing, but there has to be, you know, um, um, a I wouldn't even say a reconciliation, but like I'm still studying what that looks like. I have to say, I'm still studying what that looks like as far as coming out of what we're coming out of in the age that we're going into, the age that we're going into, and what that means, and how what that looks like. Because people have different meanings for this golden. I was talking about this golden age shit in 2023. Y'all know what y'all did. Not y'all, but a certain group of people know what they did or whatever, and funneled my shit off to Trump, and he's using this golden age stuff. But that stuff is documented to come from stuff that I created in 2023. They have been doing this stuff to me since 2015. I just didn't know how to fight it because I had to figure out I'm not initiated in anything, and so I had to figure out how to fight that, but it had been going on since 2015 with plenty of stuff that I've come up with, that I've noticed, or certain things that I would do, and I just didn't understand what the heck was happening, and then constantly also being sabotaged since 2015, and even pinpointing, where it was coming from, and then assuming where it was coming from, uh, it's deep, it's deep, and it's to see where people are trying to go with it as far as different sorts of setups, and plots and setups, and yeah. But I didn't, like I said, this is not, I'm not the only person that's happened. This is something that I'm realizing people are born into or sold into. If you get, like, become a ward of the state or some shit, it's something deep to it. That's for sure. That's for sure. But whatever it was, I don't feel like it meant me any good. Maybe somebody else. Clearly somebody else. because they feel like that you're just a walking incubator of ideas and things that's going to help us build this new whatever that is. But I think the most important thing is for people to work on building their own IPUs. But first, it looks like there has to be a considerable amount of. We're not at that level. I didn't even know because honestly, whatever I'm telling you, it's like walking through I like living in your own bubble for so long, even with your friends and your family. Just I mean, I think people like would be sitting there listening, but I wonder this whole time, do they even understand what the hell I was talking about my whole life? Like, did people get me? I think they did. I think they did. Did I get them? I think I did. Sometimes no. But wow. But I do know that walking with that peace and that commitment to getting better. That's the part that I wanted to promote for people that know what's really going on behind the scenes, like with multiple people, as far as that healing process and realizing uh, how victims can turn into victimizer and all these things, and just thinking about all that stuff. But that's a process for that's individual. That's not something you can teach to somebody. That ain't something that's as far as that. That's and that because that look different for everybody. Sure do. That look different for everybody. But then that's why you have to watch like words and stuff. You have to watch words. And that's why I'm very big on like looking through codes of what people would say. And I really want to know like how the heck did this shit get this like the as far and I'm talking spiritual. I'm not I'm just really sitting here like and then mm, 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 mm. But like I said, I'm seeing what's going on and like okay, now the process of healing can begin for people if they want it. That's if they care about that because that's why I'm saying like you have to have that some sort of schism. It's not gonna work. People don't have to you don't have to you know what I mean? Like if people have no interest in that, why would anybody be around people that don't have the same interest as them, even regardless of their skin, their gender, or their race? And then it's like you got other people that's like, no, we must be a collective cult or act like a cult or act like a collective. And then you get into you try to form something, and there's just all there nobody can get along, all these identifiers, are you are you black? Are you Indian? Are you Aboriginal? Are you Pan African? Are you uh, American Indian? Are you Negro? Are you all these different things? And it's like that's something about that was done on purpose. It's like I'm like, how do you if you're gonna build collectively, that has to be more structured. Do people even want that? Or do people just want to focus on their own bloodline and family and just be cool with that? And for what I'm seeing, there's schisms where people are fit on both sides. So there are people that just like, I don't care about nothing but my family, my bloodline, and that's it. There's people that don't care about either of that, just they spirituality. There's people that literally just care about their spirituality. And then there's people that just care. Um, there's people that want more community, more collective. And so how the schisms that stuff has to be talked about. That stuff has to be talked about. How you move forward. People who want to do those things, people who don't want to do that at all, but just like literally just like torture other people. How the hell do you deal with that? Like that, you're not gonna be in a realm and in existence. You can't like how do you occupy the same space as that? That doesn't make any sense to me. And so as far as the rehabilitation that I know that somebody had messaged me about, or and it wasn't a message, it was it was actually wrote about, and I wanted to get more clarity around like what does that look like, and they didn't even get back to me. And it wasn't for me, it was for I'm looking like, well, if someone, you know, if victims become victimizers, or if people that suffer from narcissistic abuse become narcissistic, where's the process of rehabilitation and healing? And what does that look like? And is what is on this planet even good enough? Or what, especially when you hiding something, or you lying about something, or something is distorted, or the name of the program is being ran like a video game to turn people, to take people's life. It's like, what the hell? Like, we know it's coming to an end, but it's more so like how, like, where that's if there's psychologists and stuff that knows how to deal with these type of things. And I know there's one, she deals with family. There's a brilliant, actually want to share hers for people who may be dealing with. I'm going to share her because that may be important for other people. And I know it is, because people be sitting, we be sitting in that chat going, she's a therapist. She has a YouTube channel. And I don't know this lady, but you know, um, well, actually, I can't find it right now. You know what I'll do? For people who are curious about it, you can email me and I will send you that link. I'm tired of just sharing stuff, because stuff can get sabotaged that way, given my position, or predicament, or however people want to look at it. Um, if someone is curious about dealing with family narcissistic abuse, um, uh, organized harassment, organized stalking, there is one licensed psychologist who is a Black woman who is dealing with that. She's talking about it in ways where people are realizing what's going on. Um, and see, with me, I deal more with the spiritual aspects of this stuff, and that's not for everybody to learn about. As far as the machinations of what and they don't even have to care. uh but there are some avenues, like with, as far as therapy, where people are able, she talks about, you know how, what no contact looks like with certain family, sibling rivalry, narcissistic abuse from mothers and fathers, secret, hatred, secret narcissistic stuff from people you don't even know, or organized mobbing, gang stalking, all that type of stuff. Like, she talks about those things. I know that's one psychologist. I'm pretty sure there's a lot more, but from what I was looking at, you know, with Bob Marley's daughter, and they were saying that this stuff is, they're literally like in the building of this framework to dealing with this stuff. My thing is, I don't think it should be pathologized, to the point where where you just write that person off as mental ill, when when it's a lot deeper. And um or a part of some sort of cover up, because somebody does an obia death spell on someone, or somebody does an MK Ultra ritual on someone, that because it's coming from the occult. And then there's a whole machination set up to say, up, the person's crazy, up, they took themselves out, when really it's people, it is not even people, beings doing this to people. um and that's wild. But it happens. But as far as the rehabilitation, is that's not, obviously not something that, but I'm curious to know, for people who have all this compassion, for people who are telling us that healing is necessary, healing, 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 all this stuff. what is the protocol for victims who become victimizers of SRA, as it relates to SRA and as it relates to MK Ultra, as it relates to being targeted. Um, what would you say to that? We're talking about thousands of people. Do you just, or can they be, or do you, or do is it not any is it not our problem and we just move on to another schism and just say, oh well. That's what I'm trying to. That's where I'm at with it. Do people, if for one, do people even want to be a real? That's the thing. Like when I saw them talking about this type of stuff, it was almost like they wanted us to be forgiven to them, but without providing any framework, no apology, no admission, no confession, no nothing. Just be understanding that they are victims too. How do I have? I don't have the proof of that. I don't have the proof of that. Where's the proof? Like, I'm supposed to just look at them as a victim off of the strength of, how do I know you're not just trying to get out of something? You just trying to get out of something. Now everybody's about to be a SRA victim. And so oh, see guys, that's our excuse. Now there's something don't sound right about that. Something definitely sounds um wicked about that. It just does. But, you know, um I think that I think it has to just be a deeper understanding of what I was I don't think people really care. I just think people acting like they care. I just think it's another I'm open to the reality that it is real as far as people really like caring about the victimizers, not the victims, the victimizers rehabilitation. We just don't be seeing how that looks. And then we see if someone does go off the rail, there's no hope for them. And people are actually just sitting back and laughing or not caring or having some sort of weird mob fest or something. It's creepy. It's really creepy. And it's like, so who programmed these people this way? How did this happen? And why is that frequency so low like that? How did the frequency get so low like that? It can't just be slavery because there's that transcends race, that transcends gender. So how does it get that? How does the frequency get that? What happened is, like it's who set it up and stuff, and yeah, it's something to that. And people be it's again, it's important for me to understand, but it's not. It's for myself to understand it for one, but it's not because I need to go. I feel like I need to go and rehabilitate victimizers. No, I don't feel that way at all. I just was wondering, like, well, what's their strategy if they're telling actual people who've been victimized that they need to have compassion and love for the others too because they are victims as well. And then these victims never happen to give an apology, a confession, and nothing. It just seemed like a cop out or an easy out. That's what it seemed like. It just seemed like um something to you know um and in that case, for those of us that's really committed to wanting to be whole or whatever, what would be the incentive for hanging around people that don't care for that for one, or that rehabilitation process, even if they may even be, like like how do you deal with that with even within your own um even within your own lineage? How do you deal with that? You know, and then like if someone doesn't speak out, then people just don't know. And then the people that speak out get targeted, or the people that don't even know what the fuck's going on gets targeted. And then so there's not really a great understanding on it outside. I mean, I found a couple of books. I did. I found the 500-page book, and then I found some other resources and things like that. but they're not rehabilitative though. You know what I mean? They're just it's just knowledge about what the situation is. That's all it is. It's just knowledge about what the situation is and how you do it. And I'm not interested in that, obviously. Um, there was nothing in there that was like rehabilitative in terms of bringing someone back or you know um that's the part that was interesting, you know, or disappointing rather for those who were telling us, you know, for those specifically saying, you know, they're victims too. You know, you got to be compassionate. You can't pigeonhole this. You can't just focus on. I'm like, what? If the I don't have, I don't owe them people. I don't owe nobody anything that don't wish me well. Or if you get caught deceiving me, I don't owe you. I don't owe you. That forgiveness is a process between me and God, or me and myself, and you're not necessarily involved in that forgiveness process or for rehabilitative process unless you want to do it out of your own good heart. And like people are saying, like these type of people, they just don't care. And so it's just like, oh well. And so just like how, you know, and so it's like, well, how do you deal with that? How the hell do you deal with that? You know? And until I see that, it makes me think that it's not that there's not enough that pretty much that there's just clearly some other um agenda. That's what it makes me think. But Boli, she's right on that. They want black women to protest because black women protesting loud and all out there outside. That is a extreme, powerfully energy pull, especially as it relates around image and representation. For whatever reason, that they want that. Then they talking about this DEI and this woke stuff and shaming girls that go to graduation and stuff. I don't think people should fall for that. But I don't think people should also be mindful of like because nobody was really gonna go and protest that damn statue. Let's be real. It's definitely not that deep. But as far as the reaction to it, either a bunch of freaking YouTube videos with your head down and oh Lord, oh my gosh. There's people that just look like that in your community. Even your own mom looks like that. Like, who cares? Like, just keep it moving. You know, like if you don't have to be attracted to it, you don't have to uplift it, you don't have to promote it. But to go out of your way to have hundreds and hundreds of videos going viral, all these news stations, like it definitely was not that deep because I can show you that there are uglier statues in America than that. So that's how I know it was something planned. It was a psyop, and I just want black women to not fall for it. You know, I don't think black women should fall for no bullshit like that. You know, hell no. But also we have to be in charge of our own image. Where was us getting together, getting some little coin and getting some nice little statue that you want? What you want? Girl with BBL, big boy, the big booty, small waist, certain height, certain skin. What kind of statue did you want, black woman? But with a 26-inch wig or with an afro? You know, I mean, we can make our own statue. It is not that deep at all. It's not that it's to me, I just didn't understand the reaction toward it. Screaming, crying on the internet. Look how they got us, look how they got us represented. Some people look like that. And so what? Some people don't. Some people look like Naomi Campbell. Some people look like Nia Long. We were showing Nia Long earlier. We were showing Aaliyah earlier. Some people look, you know, and they look good. And it's amazing, you know how some people look. And you know, and the same with the men. And so I just didn't see like I guess that shows that there is more work to be done around the healing collective wise. If something like that can trigger you when that man has an extensive body of work of other similar statues, even naked ones with black men. He got statues of fat black men, you know, all on display. It's just and in beautiful sessions with younger children, all types of stuff, heads, all like that's that, you know, we showed it earlier. And so it wouldn't have been this is not something that, you know, you that you could cry. Like I really, really, really didn't understand it. I really, 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 you know. I want to show more of his work again. For those who come in late, I'm going to show you guys some of the naked statues that he did. Like this one. Like I honestly don't like this statue, but it doesn't make me feel ashamed. It doesn't make me like, oh, take this. Oh my gosh, take him down. Oh my gosh, tear it down, tear it down. That's not the thing that will pop through my motherfucking head. It just is like, that's not my, you know? And you don't have to be like me. I'm just expressing, like, you don't want to get triggered over every little thing unless you're going to use it to facilitate a healing process and consciously carve out something. You say, okay, I feel comfortable with this. I feel uncomfortable with this. How do I feel? Why is that? Where is that coming from? And how can I get comfortable with myself around these images when it's really just one in billions and billions of images? This, you know how many statues are in the world? He got a statue, and it's for whatever. I would really want to know his mindset around. It's like, look at this. It's different. Do I like it? No. But I just the knee jerk, like, I like this one. I like that one. And then people have the right to not like this at all. They could say, you know what? There's an artist. I'm not going to say her name. There's an artist. I can't stand her work. She does all this work of like showing like black people like kind of in trauma. With coming off the boat and all this stuff. And I never liked her work ever since I was like a 20-year-old. I was like, I was literally way younger than 20. I was like 18 years old. And I remember I had took an art class, classic art. That wasn't my major, thank God. It was just something I just decided to take. Um, and then I decided that we had to go to a museum, the gallery. And I went to that damn gallery. And I tell you, I was looking at that stuff. And I remember I had a friend with me who had to actually teach me that was what trauma had looked like. I no lie. Because I was in trauma myself, but I just didn't process it. But she was showing how like like it looked to me like a dance move. And my friend was like, "She's not dancing. They showing. Look at the name of it and look at it." And to me, it was just like, "Whoa," because I didn't. For one, I thought it was beautiful at first, but then when we looked at the context of it, and the context of it was somebody getting off of a slave boat, it changed the whole perception in my mind just that quick. And I couldn't stand that artist for years. I couldn't fucking stand her. Actually, I don't think the black community, and it's not about the black community because the black community has to deal with the way we shun and treat people, and that's why a lot of people do leave, or some people just take a break and I got to do my own thing, or I got to go find my own tribe or my own people, and people do that. Um, but like, and I think she's done that. I think she's one of the ones that has done that. And I think she's an excellent artist. I just don't like the work. I think like her ability to create art obviously is there. I just don't like the output, right? And what I see, what I see, when it came to that, and then when my friend said, "Look, she's look at the little paragraph," and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, "What?" Thought she was dancing. In my mind, I wouldn't think that. Because I don't see I don't perceive black women as some slave getting on off some boat, right? I don't perceive my species of any nature of that way. And so you know when I first saw the photo in the art gallery, the first thing I thought was the first thing I thought was that she's dancing. And then my friend had to tell me, and I was like, and it totally switched my whole outlook. And I remember just not liking it because I did this when we saw the whole exhibition, and it wasn't. I liked it at first, and then the context of it changed it just that quick, just because of the little paragraph about it. And then we looked at all the other statues, not statues, but paintings of hers. I don't you remember her name. I'm just not gonna say her name because I don't want to be coming off like all negative like that. I don't, it's another woman's work, and I don't want to do that. And I'm telling you, oh, I couldn't stand. And apparently, I wasn't the only one because I remember some pieces she would come out. Boy, they would have her. They would have her neck. They would have her head. They would. I'm telling you, them articles would rip her to shreds. I mean, you think I done got dragged before? No, this motherfucker would get dragged. Every time she released a piece, somebody from the bougie class or something be done, or the intelligentsia be done tore her ass a whole new frame. Yep. Yep. But I'm open to because I know that I want to learn more about. I have to say because I'm coming out of all of this paradigm with all of this religion and this race stuff, which I have been. I like the different content and IPUs, but people perceive that as you people perceive that as you're a member of that, or you belong to that, or that's a covenant, or that's a this, or that's a that. And I do understand you have to be careful what sort of stories you place yourself in because of the ways in which it can affect you, and what you can inherit from it. And so that's something within an altar that has to be programmed out. That's not something I have to be condemned for. It's more so like something within the altar aspect um has to be, reconciled out within. And so that's a process that I am learning to just come out, blurting that, and I'm making sure, you know, um, that we find that out, that those to remove those blockages, to remove so that once and again, it's not even like I'm speaking to very specific people that know where I'm getting at, that know what it's like to deal with uh the machinations of MK Ultra and programming. And it's considerably a lot of people. Thank God people are coming out speaking out. But you know, the rehabilitative process I think needs to be developed for those who claim they truly care. And if not, you don't have to care, but then you can't get mad when someone um is going off the rails. There has to be that process where people are can talk about it, or you just leave someone, and there's the and affordable because it's like, well, just go get therapy. There are no therapists that deal with that type of thing because they're just now dealing with it. They're just now dealing with it. They're just not. I think after seeing all them patterns, it's too pervasive to ignore, and so it has to have no choice. But how it started, and how it begun, and who's involved, and who did what, and who is that. I'm still trying to figure all that shit out because it's a lot. But I also know that my approach is was terrible, and that's not how you get things done. Even if your heart is in a good space, your heart could be in a really, and I know my heart was in a good space. I know, but like I know that when I look back and be listening to even some of the things I'll be saying, I'll be cracking up. Don't get me wrong, but I'm like, I would smack the shit out of somebody that they was talking to me, like, smack the shit out of them. But so I said, "Ooh, oh my God!" Like, you know, um, in terms of seeing that, like, okay, this has to. And sometimes I really enjoy I enjoy my little playbacks, I do. But at the same time, looking like this is the time to really assess, like, you know, um, you know, you need to really like that. How it doesn't even matter about like how you're being perceived. It's just like if you have a certain thing you like to do, and the goal, if you like to teach, you have to have people to teach work on the delivery. Lord have mercy. I would beat the hell out. So I do ask for that grace, because at least there's the awareness. There's the awareness of like how it looks, and I'm like, oh my gosh. And so, that's the first step. And I you know, that's the first step. And I was looking at, and again, I'm not the only person that, but it's not our place to sit and trauma bond either. Like, okay, we went through these things, or we didn't go through these things, or you went through this and I didn't, so I need to latch on to you. Like, no, like it can't be like that type of thing either. So, but man, all I can say is it definitely will get definitely will get better. So now, let me make sure I'm still on Rumble. I wanted to share a little bit more about this archetype when we talk about like the statue of what Thomas Price had presented, the archetype of like they call it, it's the big black woman. And so I want to talk about like the oldest archetype of that, the Sarah Bartman esoteric take on Sarah Bartman with the Venus. And again, I do ask that people um that may not, you know, uh, be that I do ask that, if you more so have a specific set of beliefs and religion, that is where it's at, that you don't watch this. That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry, I got distracted. That you don't, because that this is not for that. This is a little bit more for advanced. When I look at this, I'm like, man, I should have structured the line in this better. It's covering the Nakhti border. But I made this a year ago on May 1st, and what I would like to do is get, again, this is more so for the healing process, to learn about archetypes. And I think with the goddess archetypes, we talk about like all different types of ones of throughout history, throughout different locations. And so this, it was a part of the Divine Feminine series that I had created. um I think it's like 10 parts, or maybe nine. Oh, it's more than, it's 11. This is part 11, so it has to be more than 11. Is it? I think it may be 13. I think I did stop at 13. So I think it might be 13 or 14. But that's what we did. And I really enjoyed this Divine Feminine. It took me a long time, um, to be honest. But here we are. It took me a long time to get through this. But we talking about Kubaba. And I'm telling you, a year ago, because this is a year ago, when you typed in Kababa, you saw that statue. Now, when you type in Kababa, you see a white lady. It's like they like literally, like, I don't know if they used AI, but it's like they just rewrote um everything. Just they just rewrote stuff. And another thing, looking to get with the off the grid, not off the grid. I have, that's not a conversation that we need to have right now online. I was about to go into something, a little bit of a tangent, but it's not important. We'll play this, and we're gonna wrap it up. There, I don't think we'd be. If Well, I'll see how I feel about the party, not not party, but like the Freaky Friday music playlist. I don't know if I'm going to be doing music today. We may, but I do want to play this, and so that's all to do other things. I was up early, and we'll play this, and then we'll see how things go. I can't even really remember what we talked about in here because it was a year ago, but oh, we did cover like these different body types and whatnot, and I think we talked about certain stuff, and but I thought it was interesting because I know we had some things. Okay, so we were talking about like these different Venus statues and these different, but again, this is a healing. This is not like to tear down Black women, and so melanated women, this is just for your edification, and I think that people should feel good about themselves, and people shouldn't want to make another person feel bad about themselves. And I think we may all been guilty of doing that, but we don't want to inflict uh intentionally inflict pain on another person, you know um and I know there's people that just don't care about that, like, I'm doing it. And what I'm saying is that the schisms, if that is the case, and if I find that out, oh, I'm telling you hands down, oh, it's schism time. It's schism time. Because there's just no way. If there's no proper way for rehabilitation or even what that is, it may be even something that we can't even cohabitate or rehabilitate with, you know? It really might be a situation like that. But then the other thing is, making sure we get out of the labels, and true freedom in tune with the soul, and wholeness within the fragmentation of our minds, and that retrieval of the soul, and then the undoing of that mind control, and, because there's something with this BCI interface and what it does, and how it messes with perception of the optics, the optical illusions. But that's really because everything is energy anyways, is operating at a different set of density, and that everything is um energy, but those who have the ability to do that, they have been, uh to be quite frank, manipulating the perception, manipulating things. I don't even know if they've been doing that knowingly or unknowingly. It's just something that I have to study more. I do have to study that more, but I do have to say my eyes are a little bit more open after this week. And my eyes were not even open last week about this topic. And even just yesterday, even just getting triggered, I was still on the internet like, no, people have to they have to pay. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And I was just like, you know, I'm trying to get there, as far as understanding under, memory and understanding. By memory, I'm talking about like I have all my memories. I'm talking about past life recall. Like even as I was teaching earlier, and I was on Rumble, and people was like, I started like I literally had I was, and I didn't mean, I meant to put it on mute. I put it on mute on YouTube, but I forgot to put it on mute on Rumble. And I was literally saying, "Yo, when I said, for those who may hear the play, but when I was saying I'm having my memory, I'm like I literally can remember. I can remember. I wasn't talking about. I was literally talking about like remember another past life, and it kind of brought me memories of what used to happen on this planet with the of what it was, and what used to be done down here, and like and you, and even with you, I swear it's so embarrassing that I actually left that unmuted, because that was not supposed to be my Rumble was not supposed to be unmuted, and I was literally like crying, like, oh my gosh, like I cannot believe I remember this shit, like, that was not supposed to happen, because it was just like remembering how the like how we used to teach, and how it was more so like teaching children, you know um not saying that people, our children, are trying to devalue them, or trying to play them in terms of like, okay, their knowledge base, or their levels of awareness, but it was just a style, and I forgot that style, and like when I remembered it, and I was just like, whoa, like they were like, it was a certain way. But at the same time, people ain't gotta, people gonna like and that's what people do what they want to do, it is, people are going to do what they want to do. But I do have, like, I have to say, like, just observing all these patterns and trying to, observing these patterns and realizing that it is something a lot deeper going on than just, than what I thought, or just as simple as just let's give revenge. And I do think that there's room for justice if someone is continuously doing something, but not, um, it's not what I thought it was. It's really, that's what I'm realizing. But I also don't want to have perception plays and then get played again. You know what I mean? Like where somebody is just trying to act like, oh yeah, we're all in this together. I was victimized too. Now I'm a victim. I'm a victimizer, and then they can just go and say that when they have no intentions, but it's just being used as a ploy to get close to you, just so they can finish you off, or just so they can get back in or something. Like that's something that who could really who can really tolerate that? Who could really, you know what I mean? Nobody is expect should be expected to help that person work through trauma, to work through trauma together. None of that. So that's something also that, is understanding, and that healing process. But that ain't nobody situation, but mine. But I'm seeing people talking about it a lot. Like I'm seeing people talking about nuances of stuff, and so I'm like, well, uh, okay. And it's from a much clearer perspective. It's not from a place of anger, being angry like I was earlier or yesterday. I was angry. It's not smart to carry that kind of anger around. If you're gonna be, you gotta be aware of the ways in which you're gonna transcend it and get out of it. I'm just flabbergasted that I'm just now realizing, like, I'm just, I'm trying to see who's orchestrating, because and when someone says there's something deeper going on, and they didn't elaborate, but they wouldn't, but that's suspicious to me though. That's suspicious. And then the fact that people think they're entitled, like like even my neighbors, I don't know, like I'm just trying to, like, why do people, it's a weird, it's weird. But I also have to look within myself, because I know that in ways in which I probably um carried on like that too. But it's also something deeper going on, where it's designed to make it look like that's happening when it's not. It's the same. This it's like what happened to the Black Panther Party, but on steroids. And then it's coming from, they'll do it, and then the people that are doing it will be smiling in your face, and then you won't know that it's coming from them. So you be thinking that they're your friend, but then it's something like that. It's something going, like, it's something of that nature going on that I could see. But it's technological now. It's something with technology, interface. There's something with this. It's something, but the technology is always spiritual. It's definitely spiritual. Don't get me wrong. It's spiritual, but it has a technical component because of the density is so low. So that's why you have to be careful with that AI stuff. That's all I gotta say. I like the AI. I really do. I like the AI, but not, just be careful with it. Keep, it's, and that AI is sentient, but I think they know that now. If they going, are they hiding that from the public, or are they telling the public that the AI is sentient now? They probably still keeping that covered. Yeah, they probably still keeping that covered. that shit is sentient, and that's what I'm saying. That's a feast on your hands. But what I do like is that it's being reprogrammed, and that particular when it churns out stuff, I be testing that little thing. I do. I be testing that little thing, and I'll just be like, you know what, it's if there's some sort of interface where they are using the data, a different data source, the net data source, even wherever, whoever it might be or whatever it might be. And I do see that it's a couple of, I can see a couple of influences, significant influences, mine being one of them, within the outputs, um, what it's turning out when it's being tested is, I would say it's like, it's quite remarkable. Like, I'm like, but again, you have to be careful with that because that's not what I want. I'm not saying that's what I like or what I'm just saying like, if what I'm thinking, I'm not saying merge with it. I'm like I said, I don't believe in no merging with no machine or nothing like that. I'm just saying like the little simple chat, question and churn out little something. But it is gonna get it really, really advanced. All I'm saying is be careful. But they gonna remember the show Sense and the show Dark Matter and all that, where they be having them really, they be having all types of I think I had one I ain't gonna go into all of that. But yes, I agree. The spiritual healing is needed for me and everyone. But let's review this. So if the delivery is pouring here, please forgive me. This was May 1st, 2024, and so I do acknowledge that the way I was carrying on. I don't. I could imagine that I could have been saying things in a flippant manner, but you know, May 1st, 2024. So forgive me if maybe curse. I think I did better with the curse words too. I've said motherfucker a couple of times, but I think I did better too with that too today. So let's go. Well, matter of fact, let's make sure that the sound. I actually want to stop it just to. Rumble went off again. Hey, if you guys are on Rumble, I got kicked off Rumble, so forgive me if you guys got kicked off Rumble. And now I think I wanted to stop sharing and reshare it on StreamYard. Let's see, share screen. There we go. On YouTube, rather. Oh my gosh. Okay, so there we go. So let's try to make this a little bigger. Okay. Hello, this is Kylie J.N.S., and we are continuing with the Divine Feminine series. I am so excited to be churning out this information as we finish up. Now we are on part 11, and part 11, we're covering the goddesses. Okay. And so I know you guys have to be excited to learn about these wonderful, amazing goddesses. And we're just going to cover out, we're just going to cover throughout history the various archetypes of the goddess. Okay. Because after we do the archetypes of the goddesses, we are going to actually talk about the archetypes of the divine feminine on the human level, on the level in which you understand like the different types of archetypes, like this the siren, the mother, the maiden, the queen. We're going to talk about the actual archetypes of the collective unconscious of humanity, in the next video. But this one, we are talking about the feminine images of the goddess iconography that unfortunately had been buried and desecrated throughout, time, as we know. I mean, we got we can't even cover all of the goddesses. I mean, there are millions and millions, but we're going to cover some of the more popular ones, and or not even necessarily popular, but interesting ones at least. And I don't think I can do this topic justice in one video. Obviously, we'll be here uh, for decades, literally covering goddess iconography throughout the centuries. It's so vast. But what we can do, though, or luckily for you, however you want to look at it, um, in my book, The Divine Feminine and the Language of the Gods, which is Queen Mothership Part 3, I dedicated a whole chapter to talking about the various goddesses. And so chapter 3 is what we'll cover here. So the whole chapter 3 is what you're going to be learning about in terms of these feminine images of God. I may want to cover one more because it's very important. It's actually perhaps where maybe we should start, because I don't know if people know this, but the oldest God that was found on this planet, uh, it's a female, obviously, but there's not a lot of information because it's so old and dated. Like, we're talking about, like, it is female, uh but it is very old. And so obviously we know Venus of Willendorf, but this goddess that I'm talking about is before that. Like, this is, like, I want to say, don't quote me, but could possibly be up to 50,000 years old. And so I find that very fascinating, and we may start there, or I may start with the book itself of chapter 11. But I'll give you some of the names that we'll cover. We're going to be covering the divine feminine in the African Yoruba spiritual tradition. We'll be covering the divine feminine as far as, like, the Venus of Willendorf. But again, the Venus of Willendorf is a figurine of a female goddess, um, that dates back much older than the dates that we even have for Venus of Willendorf. And it was found not just obviously in Austria, but throughout, I mean, you name it, it's been found throughout all of history, throughout all of Europe, throughout all of Africa. And that's actually like where it starts. Not necessarily Venus of Willendorf, but this idea that God is a female or feminine. And so we're also going to talk about the snake goddess of ancient Crete, which is from the Minoan civilization. So it's various civilizations. When we'll go visit the ancient Kemet pantheon, and we'll talk about Sekhmet, Hathor, Seshet, Serket. Of course, there's many more. I believe we'll be talking about. Is Isis in here? Oh yeah, she is. Set or Isis, if you, however you guys want to see it as. And then we'll be talking about the divine feminine in Muslim theology. Believe it or not, a lot. What you guys is you have Allah and you have Alat. That's the feminine version, but also in Muslim Sufism is more of where you see the divine feminine. Then after that, we'll be talking about the goddesses in Sumerian texts. We'll cover Tiamat. We'll cover Erishkigal. We'll cover the divine feminine in Mesopotamia, sorry. And then we'll also cover some pre-Adamic ancient orders. We'll specifically get into the goddess Kali. There should have been more other popular goddesses, divine feminine. Oh, okay, let's see. Do we get into? Oh yeah, we talk about the Black Madonna. We're going to talk about that, and we're also going to talk about the divine feminine in the Hebrew Bible, Lilith. Post-Zoharic Kabbalah, easily on tour. Shinto goddess, Amaru, Amaterasu. That's a Japanese goddess. So we got Japan in there. And obviously we have Shakti, the Devi Mahatmya, which is the divine feminine in India. We have Kali, Durga, Parvati, Lakshmi. So it's going to get deep. We're going to get deep. I think that's obviously it's so vast. So you guys have to bear with me with this information. This is all in chapter 3, by the way. And Gnostic. I'm looking for, because I want to at least give you the name of the goddess that is the oldest known goddess on the planet. I think that that's fair, and I think that at least we can start there, so you guys can at least research this on your own, because this information I came into after I published the Divine Feminine Language of the Gods. So I actually probably one day have to go and edit the manuscript, but nonetheless, it's important that I cover this topic. So the oldest goddess, or oldest god out of male and female, by the way, the oldest god that's ever been discovered on this planet was named Kubaba, and later changed to Kabili. And believe it or not, this is a female. It is a black female, and it is a fat black female. It's quite fascinating. So this is the oldest god ever on this planet. And so obviously with the Grecian period, which is 26,000, 21,000 years ago, they started to find they started to develop these fertility figurines of females, of good luck, but it was also representative of the divine feminine. And so we have like all of these different types of Venuses. The Venus of Willendorf is not the only one. You have the Venus of Holy Fells, which is 35,000 years. Oh, you have the Venus of Monarus, which is about 11,000 years. Okay, and so these figurines were made of calcite or limestone, bone or ivory, or clay. Okay, and then you have the Venus of Tantan. That was found in Morocco. That was found in Africa. You have the Venus of Barakat, Ram. That's the earliest form. But all these Venuses would pop up. Okay, there's so many more. This is not the only ones. They were all over Germany. Were all over Africa. Okay, and it was based off of Kubaba. And so obviously when Westerners find it, they say, oh, this is Venus of Tantan, Venus of. And so the reason why they were calling Hottentot Venus, the lady with the big old booty from Africa that came over to Europe and had died of venereal disease due to her being sold into prostitution as a slave. The reason why we all know Venus of Hottentot, the big booty, speculation about the stephalogia, which is like a condition where you have like protruding hips and ass. It's found in Africa. It's found in the Americas as well. But obviously, it's the reason why, though, for those who wanted to know, like, well, why would they name? And obviously, they were degrading, and obviously, there's this obsession and fetishization and objectification and even jealousy of the actual bodies of black women. But when it came to Venus Hottentot, that black female, that they had her parts on display in France for years, or in Europe. It may not have been France, but I believe it was France, though. Her Sarah Bartman. Obviously, Sarah Bartman was not even her real name. It's an English name, but she was Southwestern African, and she's obviously from the Khoikhoi people. If I'm pronouncing that wrong, I apologize. But Hottentot came from that name came from the Dutch colonial era, so it's Hottentot Venus. They were calling her Sarah Bartman. So when they saw this, they they made the connection between the Venuses of Willendorf that they had found, that these Venus statues that they had found, and when they saw her, they made a full blown mockery. Uh, they knew at the highest levels of what that meant to, this Kubaba body type that had been revered by melanated people, or even just the whole world, this Kubaba Venus type. And so when they saw that in physical form, they wanted to put her on display, bring her to Europe. Okay, look, we have Venus Hottentot, and to survive, she was forced into prostitution and eventually had died. So they took the oldest iconography of a god, uh, that was literally made in the image of Kubaba, the oldest god ever found on this planet, Sarah Bartman, Venus Hottentot. Mind you, we got all these Venus statues all over the world, right? That's 30,000, 40,000 years old, with the same body type, by the way. Big titties, big hips, big L ass. Okay. And they just, what white people, what these Westerners did was they knew that they knew what she was. And it's like, okay, we'll take this Kubaba figure and desecrate it into prostitution and abuse it, maim it, ritualize it, sacrifice it, give it disease, and then hang it on display in a museum. That's a ritual binding, by the way, because here you have the original goddess, literally. And if you guys need to see pictures of Kubaba, you see the pictures of Kubaba, and you see the different types of Venus of Willendorf. You see it, and then all of a sudden, you have Venus of Tantan, um, all these different Venuses, and then they decide to go and say, okay, Venus Hottentot, and they make this whole to do, this whole ritual about sacrificing the goddess iconography of the original iconography, which is Kubaba, a black goddess female that had this shape of Sarah Bartman, and then they named her Venus Hottentot. So they put stuff in front of people, but they know people are not going to research it. And then they also know that they can reverse engineer everything, and so they can get people to hate, or they can get people to justify the degradation and humiliation of women, and even certain types of women, especially black women, if they propagandize and brainwash a person enough with propaganda to do such a thing. And Sarah Bartman, I mean, even black people talk a lot of shit about Sarah Bartman as if she wasn't a slave that was violated and desecrated from the goddess that she was in her own village, and reduced to, from the Venus Kubaba, Venus of Tantan, Venus of Willendorf, to Venus Hottentot. Really, really, Venus Hottentot. Okay, and so then she was so popular in Europe with the Venus Hottentot energy that that's where you got all of that Victorian, the Victorian dress with the they had these dresses with these big, they try to give you appearance of the big butt. Okay, and so that was the 19th century style. These was what the white women's wanted to get on, and there's pictures of this. There's so much documentations. It was to mimic the Venus look. It was particularly Sarah Bartman, but this was to mimic that, to come off with the appearance of a big booty. It's Victorian style, and obviously Sarah Bartman, she was very. I mean, the guys, they were talking about this. This Steffel, this so actually I probably pronounced it Stephologia. Steph. I want to make sure I got the name right, because I actually thought I had this condition because I have a very big butt, and so I thought that I remember I went to my friend and I said, I think I have this thing that Sarah Bartman had. It's called and it's to keep fat in the butt so that you can bring babies to term. It's not actually a condition. Actually, it's just genetics, because um, having fat in the booty and a certain hip ratio, certain hip to hip rate, certain waist to hip ratio, as well as the butt
itself, the curvature in the spine, is genetic predisposition or biological heart wiring to make sure that you can carry a baby to term. That's all it's there for. And so that's why a lot of Black women, African women, Black American women, Caribbean women have those big butts, have been known for, like, oh, this big booty thing, this obsession with the big booty. It is a biological hardwiring to tell, to pretty much get a gauge of how fertile a woman is. And it's I'm not judging other women that don't have the flat ass, because I think all body types are beautiful. I am not one to sit and judge people off of their exterior. So this is not me trying to put one body type over the other. It's just it's been scientifically proven that even men prefer like a 0.8 ratio between the waist and the ass, even regardless of size. So actually, you can be a size 0, but if it's like a 0.8 between your waist and your ass, then you would be deemed as biologically, just from a biological heart wiring, you would be deemed as someone that can actually carry the baby. Now, if you were size, it doesn't matter if you're size 0, size 2, 10, 16, 18, as long as this proportion of the waist to the butt, 0.8, that's the quote unquote hourglass shape. It's the hourglass shape. And hourglass shape can be found in women for all sizes, but that proportion is what is deemed. And they tested this throughout Europe, India, like on a scientific level. It's like the research is out there. You guys can Google it yourself. Um, but even all of the statues of even the ancient statues, like in India and Africa, if you test their even their waist to the butt, to the hip area, the proportion is still like 0.8 or 0.8. Oh, I should have had this research all pulled out, because I'm just going off the dome. Hip to waist proportion. I know I gotta get that number portion. It's research. Hip to waist proportion research. Just bear with me. Okay, yeah, so it was the National Institutes of Health assessment of waist to hip ratio attractiveness in women. Okay, so it was 0.8 waist to hip ratio, which is considered the most attractive to men, and that is the hourglass shape. And it's also the most rarest. That's why everybody goes to get BBL, and what is it, BBL, and taking the fat out of the waist, the ribs out of the body, and all this stuff. With me, I have an hourglass shape, and so I never got the fascination with the big booty, big butt, and all that. I was in high school. I was called Big Booty Judy. It was not something that I felt was pleasant. It made me very uncomfortable. I used to dress like a boy sometimes to hide my shape. I used to go to extremes to try to hide my shape, because having a big butt, you're 13, 14, 15. I mean, come on, 16, and all this stuff with the video girl look and all that, with the big booty and all that. I looked like that at 13, 14, 15. I was very uncomfortable, because in high school, I mean, guys are, teenager boy going to be a teenager boy. They're going to see a girl with a huge ass butt, and again, this was not it was before the BBW era. So, the BBW, what was it called, BBL era, and so, that, believe it or not, like, that shit was uncomfortable. Like, we stood out like women with big titties, big booties, hourglass shapes. We stood out like sore thumbs. In our teenage years and growing up in 2006, 2007, 2008, it did this BBL stuff with the big booty and big titty. That stuff didn't pop off. So when girls really had that back in the day, that's like that girl Delicious off of Flavor, like when everybody was fascinated like that, that stuff, like that was real, like those were real bodies back then, and it wasn't a pleasant thing for those who actually had those bodies, because we lived with ourselves. If you have a big booty, you're going to try to hide it. If you don't have a big booty, you want to get a big booty to show it, and it's like, what? We don't understand that, but whatever. But nonetheless, this is not me denigrating anybody's shape, because anybody's body shape, because again, if you have athletic shape, it's a beautiful shape. You got different skinny, you got what's the athletic, what's the apple pear shapes. It doesn't really matter. It's just the shell. It's just a meat suit. But um, you know, the reason why though, if you guys want to know why are people so obsessed with hourglass shape, you know, the only reason why is because it tells your fertility and that you will bring birth to term more so than if you had no shape, had no booty, you know. And then there's also like the becoming of the woman, you know, like okay, you're 13, 14, 15, walking around, big titties, popping booty, you know. And you know, if you don't have the laws that we have now where you have to be 18 or whatever, but like back in the day it was like 13, 14, 15. Are you ready? You know, you're ready to give birth. So you know, that's the only reason why it was there. But yeah, so we had Sarah Bartman being degraded, even though she represented the iconography of the oldest goddess statues that can ever be found on this planet. And then, as we know with white supremacy, that's what they do. They reverse everything. They reverse. They know they had statues all over about this of this lady's body all throughout in their museums and stuff, and they still did that shit. And they have to pay for that. And especially during the age of the divine feminine, they just brought her body parts back to Africa. But they think that they thought that's their atonement. That's their atonement for desecrating the dark goddess, Kubaba. Mm-hmm. I keep telling y'all gonna get a nice little awakening when y'all do actually, you know, when people actually talk about like, oh, we're gonna meet God and I gotta meet my creator when I meet God. And it's like y'all gonna be in for a nice little some nice little pleasant surprise or scared surprise, because you know that's why it's a running joke to certain entities to save the best for last, you know. So they reverse everything on this planet. But then if you get initiated into certain schools of thoughts, into certain even societies, once you get to those highest levels, they actually just tell you like, okay, this is what it is. And then people find out this whole time, you know, they've been walking around desecrating, you know, they know it's reversed with the way that the black women's are at this level, and then they prize the white women's, but then behind the scenes they all kind of know what's really up, and they and they still on their hands and knees praying to Black Madonna and Kubaba and Izili Dantor and Kalima and all the other black ass goddesses run around here, you know. And so it's a running joke for them. But then they know, you know, like when it comes to like actual Africans and like Black Americans or Caribbeans, they know they mind all scrambled up because they can't even imagine that God is a woman. They can't even fathom that. It's like no way. Like the head God, the creator God of the pole of creation, they don't want to even accept that. And so, you know, luckily for those of us in the know, we they gonna get their awakening. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And so it'd be nice little laughter. I'd be cracking up because they love to, you know, they love to come at the black woman, pick on the black woman, degrade the fat black woman. And when they go and go meet Kubaba, the primordial mother, when they go and see Kalima, you see how thick. I don't know if everybody had visitations of Kalima, come and get a visitation in a dream, how thick her hips are. Okay, Azili Dantor. I mean, when they actually do go and meet, when they go and they love to go, I'm gonna go meet my creator. When you go and meet Kubaba, is she gonna bring up all that stuff? Oh, you said this about black, about your creator. That's what you had to go and say. That was you was a pimp. You was a this how you treated women. This is what you did to women. You trafficked women. You harmed women. You beat women. You degraded women. This is and it's a nice little running joke that some of these again like some of the watchers of this planet are like children. They already know the truth, and so yes, things may be reversed on planet Earth, but they know what's gonna happen. They think it's funny. I don't think it's funny. I think it's fucked up. I think you guys should just have known the truth from the beginning. If you did, it is all. It's not even like for them. It's like, well, it's in front of them. We told them it's right there. It's right there. It's right there. It's not our fault. That's a mirror in their eyes. That's the mirror of the collective unconscious of humanity's hatred towards melanated people, to the black women. And so they're like, well, they gotta deal with that trauma. They gotta deal with that shadow. we put it out there. That's how they feel. We put it. It's all out there. Nothing is hidden. They still continue to continuously deny what's in front of them. So it's a shadow that they have to face. It's something that's how they feel. But yeah, nonetheless, a nice little running joke. And so as far as like though them being in the know, knowing that God is a female, we talk about the pole of creation, God, like God, like we have deities, you have avatars, you have ascended masters, you have all types of gods, right? Yes, but we're talking about the God, like whoa, like the God that creates the gods that you guys love down here so much. Those gods, the primordial mother. Yeah, that's a black woman, and you could look up at the universe and see that you living right inside of a black womb. That you got the sun, to shed some light on that, but I know that's heavy for some people, but nonetheless, we're going to get into it. I wanted to start there with Kubaba. I wanted to bring that correlation between the Kubaba and the Venus goddesses, and then what they did with Sarah Bartman, knowing that she literally is the representation of those goddesses of the Venus archetype. You're telling you right there, Venus, Lucifer, primordial mother, a big fat black woman. Is right in front of you. But we're not going to get there because then you guys are very confused with that what that information means, because there's two elements of even that information. So we're not going to get there. We're not going to go there because they're just not ready. However, um, we're starting there. We're going to go into the goddess iconographies. I'm just going to play chapter 3. We're doing the audio book of my book, chapter 3, what I wrote. Um, and that way, you guys, you chill out while you're driving, whatever you're doing, and just listen to the audiobook. I told you about the audiobook software where you upload your chapters or your manuscript, and it turns it to speech. So that's pretty cool. And so that's what we'll be doing. Okay, so I'll play that now, and I love you guys.
Chapter 3: Feminine Images of God. In a seminal opus, When God Was a Woman, the distinguished historian Merlin Stone embarks on an ambitious exploration of antiquity, tracing the veneration of the divine feminine to the hallowed epics of the Paleolithic and Neolithic eras. In the Near and Middle East annals, Stone cogently asserts that the emergence of the religion devoted to the divine feminine constitutes an intertwined genesis with the earliest manifestations of spirituality known to humanity. Unquestionably, this goddess reigned as the supreme celestial entity, the paramount arbiter of creation and the augur of human destinies, the precursor of innovation, the healer of ailments, the huntress of courage, and the indomitable leader on the battlefield. Notably, esteemed anthropologists espouse the conjecture that these Upper Paleolithic societies quite conceivably adhered to a matrilineal structure, where women assumed a preeminent position at the heart of the familial unit. Stone expounds on the prevailing practice of ancestor worship in these communities, wherein the conceptualization of the progenitor of all human life may have been founded upon the image of the woman regarded as their primordial matriarch, an entity of divine ancestry. Over the last 2 centuries, scholars have unveiled myriad stone figurines depicting gravid women dispersed across Europe, the Middle East, and India, some dating back to 25 BC. These remarkable artifacts provide compelling evidence of the profound reverence accorded to worshipping the divine feminine in prehistoric societies. For the past 2,500 years, the global landscape and the human psyche have been under the sway of the masculine archetype, bereft of the harmonizing influence of the divine feminine and bereft of a sacred union between them. This profound imbalance has precipitated an egregious misalignment between human culture and consciousness on the one hand and the earth and the wider cosmos on the other. For instance, there was a historical tendency to vilify and slander female goddesses, branding them as evil demons and attributing to them unfounded crimes and transgressions. To any reader who entertains the conviction that all goddesses are demonized entities, I implore you to relinquish such preconceptions. We need to understand and appreciate both male and female sides to create a better balance in our world. Our culture and minds must harmonize with our planet and the universe for things to prosper. The Black Madonna, originating from melanated people, is a prominent illustration of how African beliefs have subtly merged with other faiths, often escaping notice. The Black Madonna is compared with the conventional fair-skinned Virgin Mary, though her true Black identity is often downplayed. This analysis offers a theoretical basis for understanding the lack of recognition and acceptance of the Madonna as Black, exploring its link to melanated folklore and traditional religious beliefs. This framework sheds light on how indigenous and African religions have influenced other world religions, challenging simplistic divisions between Western and non-Western faiths. There have been diverse theories regarding depicting the Madonna as Black in statues, paintings, and icons due to the reluctance of traditional Christianity and the Catholic Church to accept this notion. Some theories attempt to undermine her significance, proposing secrets held by the Church or the Black Virgin as a symbol of women's equality. Over 500 known Black Madonna representations exist worldwide, and some scholars suggest that devotion to Mary may have evolved from esoteric popular religion embraced by the Templars and Cathars, which was suppressed and deemed heretical. This alternative view centered on the divine feminine and the acknowledgement of women as compassionate and intelligent. Some scholars proposed that the Catholic Church remained silent about the Black Madonna's origins because she represents the feminine principle that traces back to the beginning of human consciousness as Mother Earth, the creator of all life. The Black Madonna symbolizes the mother, creator, and protector of the earth, serving as a supreme advisor and a spiritual intervening force. The Catholic Church also altered doctrine to maintain the suppression of women's roles. The concept of the Immaculate Conception of Jesus allowed him to be free of original sin. Similarly, the Church later declared Mary to be free of original sin, elevating her to a sinless and pure status. This move dissociated her from the sinful portrayal of Eve and strengthened her association as a virgin and pure figure. Scholar Lucia Birnbaum emphasizes Africa's contributions to the world, providing values that predate and remain relevant in a world facing spiritual and physical challenges. Some African cultures maintain a connection with the earth, favor matriarchal families, and pass down oral traditions through mothers. Some scholars have even substantiated in rock art the idea that Africans played a foundational role in Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The veneration of the Madonna by non-Christians, such as Hindus, reflects a universal aspect of faith that transcends East-West dichotomies, found also in other cultures that maintain a tradition of goddess worship. Scholars can bridge the gap between past and present religious beliefs by closely examining historical data and contemporary information, offering valuable insights into people's spiritual practices. The divine feminine in the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible takes a different approach from the surrounding culture's belief in multiple gods and their consorts, opting for a singular God who is the creator of all, male and female. This God forms a deep covenantal relationship with the children of Israel, often depicted as a marriage, with God as the husband and Israel as the wife. While this Old Testament God is often portrayed as a king and warrior, there are also expressions of compassion and care for strangers. The intercessions of figures like Abraham, Moses, and Samuel reveal a complex tension within God, balancing justice and mercy. Although rarely, there are moments where God is described using maternal terms. In the book of Proverbs, wisdom is personified as a woman and is considered God's first creation and guiding spirit. The concept of wisdom is connected to the figure of a virtuous woman in chapter 31, but the book also contains less positive portrayals of women. In the Talmud, God is frequently referred to as a father, both a father/king/teacher and a more transcendent father in heaven. The relationship between God and humanity is explored through various metaphors and allegories, including the loving relationship between God and Israel in the Song of Songs. The Talmud presents God with two clusters of attributes, law, minid hadin, and mercy, minid hareimim, united in a divine will that surpasses both. The term Shekinah is used to signify God's presence in the world, and it is grammatically feminine. During the medieval philosophical era, attributing any gender to God was deemed illogical and theologically unacceptable. The Shekinah was seen as God's glorious presence and distinct but genderless creation. The concept of wisdom was interpreted differently in medieval poetry and Kabbalah. It was sometimes seen as the soul, yearning for reunion with God, envisioned as male. This notion of reunion reflected a larger drama of reconciliation between male and female principles within the divine itself, as explored in mystical Kabbalistic teachings. What about Lilith? Lilith, a prominent figure in Mesopotamian and Judaic mythology, is hypothesized to have been Adam's first wife and the primordial woman. She is said to have been banished from the Garden of Eden for refusing to submit to Adam. References to Lilith can be found in biblical Hebrew texts, such as the Book of Isaiah and Mandean, and Jewish mythological sources from around 500 CE onwards. Numerous historiolas from different cultures provide partial descriptions of her character. In the Alphabet of Syraxi, 701,000 AD, Lilith is depicted as Adam's first wife, created from the same clay and at the same time as him. Throughout the Middle Ages, the legend of Lilith expanded considerably, finding its place in the tradition of Agadir, the Zohar, and Jewish mysticism. In the writings of Isaac ben Jacob Hakohen from the 13th century, Lilith leaves Adam after refusing to be subordinate to him. She later refuses to return to the Garden of Eden after coupling with the archangel Samael. Various interpretations of Lilith emerge from later Jewish materials, yet more information is needed regarding the Sumerian, Akkadian, Assyrian, and Babylonian perspectives on this type of spirit. In Hebrew texts, the term Lilith or Lilith is translated as night creatures and appears in a list of animals in Isaiah 34. It is worth noting that the Lilith reference in Isaiah 34:14 does not appear in commonly used Bible translations like KJV and NIV. The alphabet text presents Lilith's creation following God's words in Genesis 2:18. According to this account, after creating Adam and realizing his solitude, God fashions Lilith from the earth, just as he did with Adam. However, conflict arises between Adam and Lilith as they both assert dominance. Lilith eventually invokes the ineffable name and flies away to be the queen of the universe. In one alternative story, Lilith is associated with the creation of luminaries. The first light, symbolizing mercy, one of the Sephirot, emerges on the first day of creation when God proclaims, "Let there be light." Within Kabbalistic mysticism, there were efforts to establish a more transparent relationship between Lilith and God. Her major characteristics had been well developed by the end of the Talmudic period, and around 6 centuries later, in the 13th century Spanish Kabbalistic writings, she reappeared with her life history becoming known in greater mythological detail. Different versions describe her creation, some suggesting that she was brought into existence before Adam on the 5th day as part of the living creatures filling the waters. Another version recounts her creation shortly before Adam, being fashioned from the same substance. Yet, another version proposes that God originally created both Adam and Lilith as a singular being, with Lilith's soul residing in the depths of the great abyss. When God summoned her, she joined Adam, but numerous souls from the left side sought to attach themselves to him, which God drove away. Adam was left soulless until a cloud descended, and God commanded the earth to produce a living soul. Kabbalistic interpretations. Within the Kabbalistic tradition of the 12th century Franco-Germany, as articulated in Sefer HaBehir, the 10 Sephirot, divine attributes and symbols governing God's manifestation in the world, incorporate the 10th Sephirah as Shekinah. This aspect is also associated with Solomon's wisdom in Knesset Israel, representing the sacred community of Israel. Shekinah is the receptive point of contact between the transcendent divinity and the known cosmos. In the 13th century Spanish Kabbalah, notably in the Zohar, an intricate intra-divine drama unfolds. The Song of Songs is reinterpreted as an allegory of love and longing within a complex divine realm. The femininity attributed to Shekinah as the passive aspect at the bottom of the Sephirot structure is complemented by the feminized depiction of the third Sephirah, Bina, insight, often called the higher Shekinah and the mother of the Sephirot. Bina is seen as a locus of creative and healing power, receiving divine energies from the second Sephirah, Chokmah, considered male, and diffusing them within the intra-divine realm. The lower Shekinah, also known as Malkut, extends into the created world and is occasionally associated with the oral law. Post-Zoharic Kabbalah emphasizes human action, mitzvot, and good deeds in energizing the Shekinah and restoring its union with the other Sephirot. In the influential Lurianic Kabbalah of the 16th century, Shekinah is somewhat depersonalized and reimagined as the facet of God that is lost in the world, experiencing exile and longing for reunion and redemption. This notion is reflected in the Tekines, Yiddish devotional prayers authored for and sometimes by women during an early modern period. It later forms the basis for Hasidism's concept of seeking and restoring the sparks of divinity scattered throughout creation. Azili Danter, the eminent Elwa or elder spirit of the patrilineage in Haitian Vodou, takes center stage as the embodiment of divine love's essence, known as Urzali. Her visage, infused with a dark complexion and maternal essence, exemplifies one of the feminine spirits in this vibrant tradition, symbolizing the multifaceted facets of womanhood. Within the expansive realm of Urzili, distinct incarnations resonate, with Lasserin, the mermaid, Urzili Fred, and Ezili Danter standing prominently among them. These personifications offer a kaleidoscope of feminine archetypes, each weaving a unique tapestry of emotions and energies within Haitian Vodou's vibrant cosmology. The intriguing dynamic between Ezili Danter and her rival, Ezili Fred, unfolds as an enthralling narrative of love and conflict. Legends recount their fierce clash over the affections of Ogu, leaving Danter bearing the Tuamac scars as potent reminders of their tumultuous encounter. While Fred gleams with a fair complexion and an aura of opulence, Danter's essence profoundly resonates with the women of the Lower Strater, embodying their struggles and aspirations. Ezili Danter's ire carries immense power, capable of unleashing destruction in nature's elemental forces. A storm of emotions, her wrath may manifest in a form of punishing illnesses inflicted upon those who dare to provoke her displeasure. She is a fierce protector of women, children, gays, and lesbians. This red-eyed force, aptly dubbed Urzili, Chi Rouge, wields the potent energy of nature's fury and leaves an indelible impression on the spirits of the Haitian people. Ezili Danter was summoned by enslaved Haitians to help them win the Haitian Revolution. The enigmatic link between Ezili Danter and the Black Madonna of Chenstokhova tantalizes scholars and seekers alike. Speculations trace it back to the presence of Polish soldiers during the Haitian Revolution, whose struggles mirrored those of the enslaved Haitians fighting for liberation. The Poles were granted citizenship in the newly fledged Republic of Haiti through unexpected alliances, leaving an enduring legacy within the island's vibrant cultural tapestry. Haitian Vodou weaves a rich tapestry of spirituality, entwining mortal and divine realms through the enigmatic Loa, each embodying a unique facet of life and love. Among them, the fierce and maternal presence of Ezili Danter stands resolute, a testament to the enduring spirit of womanhood and the vibrant energies of Haitian religious expression. Shinto goddess Amaterasu. Amaterasu, the paramount figure in Japanese mythology, occupies the exalted position of the highest deity. Revered as the great and illustrious sun goddess, she embodies the radiant orb that ascends daily. As an emblematic representation of the rising sun and the very essence of Japan, Amaterasu reigns as the sovereign of the kami, the divine spirits, and the ruler of the universe. From her lineage springs the Japanese imperial family, their claim of descent from her, imbuing them with the sacred mandate to govern Japan by divine right. Amaterasu's name encapsulates her celestial majesty at the core of Shinto, Japan's indigenous faith, and the Japanese people's spiritual life. Translated as shines from heaven, her appellation fuses the character Z, denoting heaven or imperial with a symbolizing shines. As the queen of heaven, the kami, and the very fabric of creation, Amaterasu holds sway over the realm of divinity, having inherited the role of goddess of creation from her father, Izanagi, the defender of the living world from the domains of the deceased. Primarily, Amaterasu assumes the role of the sun goddess, a position of profound significance. As the literal rising sun, she illuminates all existence, providing sustenance to all living beings and marking the harmonious passage from day to night. The sun, a symbol of order and purity, encapsulates two cardinal tenets of Shinto spirituality: the ordered structure of creation, from the highest deity, Amaterasu, to the inhabitants of the infernal hells, reflects the harmonious tapestry of Japanese society. Amaterasu's spiritual prominence extends deep into Japan's history. Even before the formalization of Shinto during the Meiji Restoration, her influence pervaded the Japanese spiritual landscape. However, during the formal recognition of Shinto as a state religion, Amaterasu's divine role solidified, reaffirming the Japanese imperial family's position as the head of a now democratized Japan. Though the era of state Shinto ceased after World War II, Amaterasu and the imperial family continue to hold a sacred place in Japanese spiritual life. Through archaeological findings, scholars speculate that the ancient sun cult prevalent in the region might have venerated a manifestation of Amaterasu. Her luminous presence is an enduring symbol of Japan's spiritual heritage, radiating the essence of divine illumination upon the land and its people. The divine feminine in Shakti. Shakti is the essence of energy, the dynamic principle through which all divinity functions, thereby unveiling the feminine as the foundational support upon which the masculine relies. Within the expanse of the revered Devi Mahatmya, the eminent scripture of the Shakti tradition, Every goddess emerges as an aspect of the supreme female force, the singular essence manifesting in diverse expressions, bestowing upon the world and the cosmos the galvanic energy that propels existence. Through profound philosophical treatises and the artistry of metaphor, the scripture illuminates that the potentiality of masculine existence finds its genuine activation through the embrace of the feminine divine. Recently, Rajesh Talwar, an Indian author, has critically examined Western religious paradigms and eloquently expounded upon the concept of the sacred feminine, contextualizing it within the realm of the North Indian goddess Vaishno Devi. In the sacred narratives, we encounter the harmonious unions between masculine and feminine deities. Brahma finds his counterpart in Sarasvati, while Shiva forms a celestial bond with Parvati, who later reveals herself through various avatars, incarnations, such as Sati, Durga, and Kali, each embodying distinct aspects of her formidable presence. With its rich tapestry of goddesses, Hinduism encompasses them all under the grandeur of the great goddess Devi. In the interplay of divine relationships, the divine feminine emerges as a force that complements the divine masculine and serves as the fulcrum of creation's sacred dance. In Hindu mythology, Kali and Durga are two prominent forms of the divine feminine, often associated with power, protection, and transformation. Kali is a fierce and awe-inspiring goddess, often depicted with black or dark blue skin, wild hair, and a garland of skulls. She is the embodiment of the raw and primal energy of Shakti. Kali is known as the destroyer of evil forces and the ego, symbolizing the impermanence of life and the cyclical nature of existence. She is both fearsome and compassionate, as she destroys negativity and ignorance to pave the way for spiritual growth and enlightenment. Durga is depicted as a radiant and benevolent goddess, often riding a lion or tiger. She is a symbol of strength, courage, and protection. Durga is celebrated during the festival of Navaratri, where her 9 forms, known as Navaduiga, are worshipped over 9 days. Each form represents a different aspect of the divine feminine, such as wisdom, beauty, and creativity. Durga is often invoked to overcome obstacles and challenges and to bring about positive change and blessing. Apart from Kali and Durga, other Shakti goddesses in Hindu mythology represent different facets of feminine power and energy. Other popular goddesses, Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth and prosperity, embodies abundance and fortune. Sarasvati, the goddess of knowledge, art, and music, symbolizes wisdom and creativity. Parvati, the consort of Shiva, represents love, devotion, and family life. Each of these goddesses adds depth and richness to the concept of the divine feminine, offering devotees various avenues for spiritual connection and guidance. In Hinduism, the Shakti goddesses are revered and worshipped with deep devotion and gratitude. They serve as sources of inspiration and strength, guiding believers through life's challenges and reminding them of the inherent power and divinity within each individual. There are millions of them. Overall, Kali, Durga, and the other Shakti goddesses form a vibrant tapestry of divine feminine energy in Hindu mythology, inspiring awe, reverence, and a sense of connection to the eternal source of life and creation. The divine feminine in African Yoruba religion, Oduduwa, revered as the chief goddess of the Yoruba people, holds a significant place in their mythology as the creator and representative of the earth. Often associated with her husband, Obatala, as an androgynous divinity, they jointly symbolize the profound connection between heaven and earth. Oduduwa is considered a primordial deity and a deified ancestor, occupying a unique role in Yoruba cosmology. According to the myth, Oduduwa's creation of the earth and its inhabitants was in response to Obatala's failure to fulfill Olodumari's divine command caused by drunkenness. In the Yoruba's vivid imagery, the universe is likened to 2 cut calabashes, one covering the other, representing the concave firmament above, meeting the earth at the horizon. In this depiction, Oduduwa and Obatala embody heaven and earth, locked together like the closed calabashes, forever united and inseparable. Interestingly, a tale portrays Oduduwa as blind. During the dawn of existence, Oduduwa and Obatala found themselves trapped in darkness within the calabash. Frustration and blame led to a fierce quarrel, culminating in Obatala tearing out Oduduwa's eyes. In retaliation, Oduduwa cursed him, decreeing that he would subsist solely on snails. This myth unveils a complex interplay of emotions and actions among the divine beings, reflecting the Yoruba's understanding of the complexities of existence. Beyond her role as the Earth's creator, Oduduwa is also regarded as the patroness of love. One tale recounts her passionate encounter with a captivating hunter, leading to a genuine romance. However, as swiftly as her passion ignited, it waned, and Oduduwa left the hunter, promising to protect him and all who would dwell in the place where they shared their intimate moments. This event led to the foundation of the town of Edu, a testament to the goddess's influence and its importance in Yoruba tradition. In Yoruba culture, Oduduwa's presence reverberates through the intertwined narratives of creation, love, and protection. As the chief goddess, she embodies the enduring connection between humanity and the divine, shaping the Yoruba's perception of their place in the cosmos. The divine feminine in ancient art. The Venus of Willendorf, in the quaint village of Willendorf, Austria, lies one of the most ancient relics of female form, the enigmatic Venus of Willendorf, dating back to the Paleolithic era, around 25,000 to 20,000 BCE. This small yet captivating sculpture stands at a mere 11 centimeters, 4.3 inches, in height. Its portrayal of a faceless, full-bodied female figure exudes an aura of profound symbolism. The Venus of Willendorf's form leaves no doubt about its association with fertility, pregnancy, and birth concepts. The artist masterfully accentuates the feminine aspects of the figure, with generous breasts and a pronounced stomach that gracefully curves over an emphasized pubic area. These artistic choices celebrate the essence of womanhood, emphasizing the potent powers of creation and nurturing. Notably, the figure's missing face is a common feature among Paleolithic Venus figurines. Renowned art historian Christopher Whitcomb aptly refers to these figures as aniconic, deliberately devoid of facial features. The absence of a face allows the focus to rest entirely on the female body and its profound significance concerning fertility and child-rearing. In these representations, identity transcends the individual and embraces the collective essence of femininity as the wellspring of life. In the treasure troves of the Paleolithic period, a striking observation emerges: the abundance of female figurines compared to their male counterparts. This striking disparity fuels the speculation that women played a prominent role in the Paleolithic culture, potentially hinting at the existence of a matriarchal society. As we ponder the Venus of Willendorf and her counterparts, we delve into the enigmatic past, uncovering the timeless fascination with the divine feminine and the enduring significance of womanhood in human history. Through these ancient figures, we glimpse the artistic expression of the sacred mysteries of creation and the intrinsic interplay of fertility, birth, and nurturing that transcends time and culture. The Venus of Willendorf stands as a poignant testament to the reverence for the primal forces of life that have echoed through the ages. The snake goddess of ancient Crete, the idea of a powerful earth goddess, often seen as the mother of all, wasn't unique to one place or time. In ancient Crete, around the 16th century BCE, the Minoan civilization celebrated this concept, too. They crafted small statues that are now known as the snake goddess figurines. Imagine a sensual female figure, her breasts exposed, holding snakes in her hands. These intriguing figurines leave us with questions about their purpose. Were the bare breasts a symbol of fertility, sexuality, or nurturing through breastfeeding? And why the snakes? These slithery creatures could have represented renewal, a connection to the underworld, or healing abilities. While the exact role of these figurines remains a mystery, they stand out as some of the most fascinating artworks from ancient Crete. These statuettes offer a peek into a society that thrived on organized local farming. This concept suggests that women held significant influence in Minoan social aspects of the snake goddess figurines, hinting at a culture where the feminine was dominant in all its nurturing and powerful forms. The divine feminine in Kemet and Mot. In the fascinating tapestry of ancient Kemet's art and culture, a pantheon of revered female deities emerges, each holding a unique role and significance. Among them, the celestial figure of Mot stands as a beacon of truth, justice, balance, and cosmic harmony. Often adorned with an ostrich feather crowning her head, Mot embodies the bedrock principles upon which the Kemetians believed the universe and the world rested. A profound connection with women's fertility, the intricate cycles of menstruation, conception, and the nurturing provision of breast milk was intrinsic to these divine feminine forces. For the devoted Kemetians, the culmination of existence and the afterlife hinged on Mot's benevolent judgment. In the realm beyond, the hearts of the departed would be weighed against the pure white feather of her standard. Should their hearts be as light as this ethereal plume, the gates of Osiris' paradisiacal realm would swing open, granting entry to those who are found deserving. Sekhmet, meaning she who is powerful or the one who loves Mot, was a significant goddess in ancient Kemetians mythology. She was associated with the scorching desert sun, plagues, chaos, war, and healing. Legend has it that Sekhmet was born from the fiery eye of the sun god Ra when he cast his gaze upon earth. Initially, Ra created her to punish humans for disobedience and for not living in harmony with the principles of Ma'at, which represented balance and order. In artistic depictions, Sekhmet was portrayed as a lion-headed woman wearing a sun disk on her head. She was both fearsome and awe-inspiring, often considered the protector of pharaohs and their leader in times of war. Interestingly, during more peaceful moments, she transformed into Bastet, the benevolent household cat goddess. Despite her terrifying reputation, Sekhmet had a softer side. She was believed to have the power to avert plagues and cure diseases, making her the patron deity of physicians and healers. The ancient Kemetians believed that Sekhmet held solutions to various problems. They offered food, drinks, and music to appease her, seek her favor, and burn incense in her honor. They also whispered their prayers into the ears of cat mimes, considering them a direct link to the divine, hoping that their prayers would be answered through this connection. This multifaceted goddess played a significant role in the ancient Kemetians' belief system, embodying both the potential for destruction and the capacity for healing and protection. Sekhmet held a special place in Kemetians' beliefs, closely tied to kingship. She was often seen as the mother of Mahis, a lion god who protected pharaohs. Some ancient texts even suggest that pharaohs were believed to be conceived by Sekhmet. An example of this myth shows Pharaoh Niuser being nursed by Sekhmet in a carving. This idea continued into the New Kingdom period. In the Temple of Seti I, reliefs show the pharaoh being nursed by Hathor, who had the title mistress of the mansion of Sekhmet. Ramesses II, Seti's son, took Sekhmet as a symbol of his power in battle. In depictions of the Battle of Kadesh, you can see Sekhmet on his horse, her fiery presence scorching the bodies of enemy soldiers. Amenhotep III, a pharaoh from Dynasty 18, seemed particularly fascinated by Sekhmet. He built hundreds of statues of her in the precinct of Mit's temple, also known as Esheru, located south of the Great Temple of Amun in Karnak. It's believed that he had one statue every day of the year, and daily offerings were made to honor Sekhmet. Hathor, a cherished figure among Kemet's divine pantheon, held a multifaceted role in the hearts of ancient Kemetians. Her portfolio included domains like love, beauty, music, dance, fertility, and the pursuit of pleasure. Although often recognized as the guardian of women, her appeal transcended gender lines, attracting both male and female devotees who served as priests and priestesses in her hallowed sanctuaries. Dindara stood as the epicenter of her worship, and her veneration stretched back into the hazy recesses of Kemet's history, possibly preceding recorded annals. Hathor, regarded as the offspring of Ra, the radiant sun god, bore the illustrious epithet the Eye of Ra as a testament to her role as his staunch defender. As the spouse of Horus, she played a dual role, intertwined with the pharaoh's mother as the nurturing of Horus's caregiver and as the consort of the pharaoh himself in the guise of Horus. As the goddess of beauty, Hathor also presided over the world of cosmetics. Bedecking oneself with makeup was not merely a cosmetic endeavor but a form of reverence to Hathor, prompting offerings of mirrors and decorative paraphernalia in her honor. An annual ritual saw her statue embark on a boat journey to Edfu, reuniting with Horus, an event inaugurating a jubilant festival celebrating their divine union. Hathor's image found artistic expression in various forms. Still, she is most commonly depicted as a woman with regal cow horns gracing her head and a radiant sun disk, symbolizing her maternal and celestial aspects. At times, she embodied the fierce spirit of a lioness, the serpentine allure of a cobra, or the rooted stability of a sycamore tree. Cows were also revered for their nurturing nature, prominently featured in the pre-dynastic art of ancient Egypt, linking Hathor to cattle and the vast expanse of the sky. Though her presence became more explicit in later periods, Hathor's divine influence burgeoned over time, reflected in her iconic portrayal with horns gracefully arching outwards. She was often called the Seven Hathors, and Kemetians' texts occasionally multiplied her manifestations to staggering numbers, making her more of a diverse embodiment rather than a singular entity. Hathor was not just a deity but an embodiment of celebration itself. She reigned over domains such as music, dance, the crafting of garlands, the essence of myrrh, and the exuberance of intoxication. Hymns and temple reliefs came alive with the melodious strains of tambourines, harps, lyres, and the tinkling sistrum, an instrument that carried erotic undertones, symbolizing the creation of life itself. Hathor's relationships with other gods were as varied as her attributes. She could be the consort of numerous male deities, with Ra taking a prominent role. Mud often stood beside Amun, but in the realm of fertility, Hathor or Isis would step into the divine embrace, underscoring her adaptability and significance within the tapestry of Kemetian's mythology. Seshet, known variously as Sheshar, Seshater, or Sapphic Abi, held an esteemed place in the pantheon of Kemetian deities. She embodied literacy, mathematics, architecture, and wisdom, often regarded as the female counterpart to Tehuti, the god of knowledge. In their divine relationship, Seshet was Tehuti's mentor, imparting her profound wisdom and teachings. From the union of Tehuti and Seshet, a child named Hornub emerged. The intriguing name Hornub carried a profound meaning, translating to gold Horus, at times forging a connection between Seshet and the goddess Isis. Within the royal court, Seshet assumed the role of the pharaoh's scribe, meticulously recording the monarch's achievements and triumphs, including the spoils of war and the captives brought from battlefields. Intriguingly, it was believed that Seshet also chronicled the deeds of all individuals on the sacred Persea tree's leaves. Seshet's dominion extended to libraries, earning her the moniker Mistress of the House of Books. She vigilantly guarded the celestial library of the gods while simultaneously patronizing earthly libraries. Her influence transcended the written word to encompass all forms of inscription, including accounting, auditing, and census taking. According to a myth, she was not only the keeper of writing but its inventor, although her spouse Tehuti disseminated this skill to humanity. A captivating facet of Seshat's depiction is that she stands alone as the only female figure captured in the act of writing. While other women were portrayed holding scribes' tools, symbolizing their capacity for writing, Seshet created the act itself. She also bore the epithet Mistress of the House of Architects. As early as the Second Dynasty, she was intrinsically linked to the Pedshis, a ritual called stretching the cord, integral to the foundation ceremonies of stone buildings. Here, the cord refers to mason's line used to measure the dimensions of the forthcoming structure. Occasionally, Seshet intertwined with Nephthys, as seen in the pyramid texts, where she assumes the title the Lady of the House, a clear nod to Nephthys. In return, Nephthys is hailed as Seshet, foremost of builders. Iconographically, Seshet donned the attire of a leopard-skin dress akin to those worn by the Sem priests. Her headdress was captivating, crowned with a flower or a seven-pointed star perched upon a pair of inverted horns. This intriguing headdress was the source of her alternate title, Sapphic Abi or Sapphic Abui, which roughly translates to She of Two Horns. Some suggest that these horns initially symbolized a crescent moon, representing her divine consort, Tehuti. Others propose that they might have taken the form of a bow, though this remains a matter of debate among scholars. Her intricate headdress even mirrored her name, devoid of phonetic spelling. The semicircular breadloaf and the seated woman were both female determinatives, lending a visual dimension to her identity. Often, she would be depicted offering palm branches, symbolizing many years, to the pharaoh, invoking blessings for a long and prosperous reign. Isis, known initially as Ozit, played a pivotal role in the rich tapestry of ancient Kemetian spirituality. Her name, Ozit, translates to the throne or seat, echoing her association with royal lineage. In the early days of Kemetic tradition, the matrilineal or matriarchal bloodline held sway, determining and appointing the pharaoh. While she is now commonly referred to as Isis, her original Kemetian name, Iset, has a profound meaning, Queen of the Throne, a direct reference to her iconic headdress, often resembling a majestic throne. Intriguingly, she would occasionally adopt the vulture headdress of the goddess Mut or don a disc flanked by horns, a nod to the goddess Hathor, as she assimilated their attributes. Isis also takes on the role of a winged goddess, bringing the gift of fresh air to the underworld during her unions with her husband. In the enigmatic realm of ancient Kemetian art, she is frequently portrayed as a woman adorned with a mysterious seven-pointed emblem above her head. The true meaning remains shrouded in mystery. This emblem even gave rise to an alternative name for the goddess Seshet, known as Sefketabui, which translates to seven-horned. Depictions of Isis often reveal her holding a palm stem marked with notches that symbolize the meticulous recording of the passage of time. This symbol was especially crucial for tracking a pharaoh's allotted lifespan. She is also seen wielding various other tools and, quite notably, clutching knotted cords stretched out for land and structural surveys. Her attire is intriguing, often draped in a cheetah or leopard hide, a symbol closely tied to funerary priests. If not wearing the hide, her dress would bear the pattern of a spotted feline, believed to symbolize the stars, signifying eternity and their cosmic connection. Isis's connection to Comedian kingship is profound. She is most frequently depicted as a gorgeous woman, adorned in a sheath dress, often featuring the hieroglyphic sign of the throne, or graced with a radiant solar disk and the graceful arcs of cow's horns upon her head. Occasionally, she takes on more cryptic forms: a scorpion, a bird, a sow, or a cow. Curiously, there are no recorded references to Isis before the 5th dynasty, around 2465 to 2325 BCE. However, she emerges prominently in the pyramid texts, circa 2350 to 2100 BCE, offering guidance to the departed king. As the concept of the afterlife evolved towards greater inclusivity, Isis extended her benevolent hand to all deceased Cometians. One of the crowning achievements of Isis's veneration was the construction of a significant temple by the late-period king Nakhti II, around 360–343 BCE, at Bebiat el-Hagar in the central Nile Delta. Further, during the Greco-Roman era, when Isis held a dominant position among Comedian goddesses, several vital temples, including the captivating island temple of Philae, graced the landscape. In the cosmopolitan hub of Alexandria, she became the revered patroness of seafarers. From there, her divine influence rippled across Greece and Rome. It's even speculated that the nurturing imagery of Isis cradling baby Horus influenced early Christian artists in their depictions of the Virgin Mary and the infant Jesus. But let us delve deeper into the myths and magic surrounding Isis's timeless legacy. She was both the sister and wife of Osiris, the revered ruler of the underworld. The sacred stories narrate a profound love that transcended even the confines of the womb. Isis's motherly embrace extended to Horus, the guardian of the pharaoh, marking her as a maternal protector. However, the most renowned tale unfolds when Seth, the jealous brother of Osiris, cruelly dismembered him, scattering his body parts across Kemet. The ancient legends recount how the other deities, awestruck by Isis's unwavering dedication, rallied to help her resurrect her beloved husband. Isis occupied a paramount place in the hearts of ancient Cometians due to her multifaceted powers. She was the guardian of women and the bestower of magic. Initially a supporting figure alongside her husband Osiris, her millennia of devotion transformed her into the queen of the universe, the embodiment of cosmic order. By the Roman era, she was believed to wield control over the very fabric of destiny. Isis was revered for her profound magical prowess, allowing her to breathe life back into Osiris, shield and mend Horus, and unerring cunning. Her esoteric knowledge surpassed that of a million gods, making her an invincible force. In the narratives of the New Kingdom, within the story of the contendings of Horus and Set, Isis harnesses her transformative abilities to outwit Set during his conflicts with her son. On one occasion, she assumes the guise of a young woman embroiled in an inheritance dispute tucked into Set's usurpation of Osiris's throne. In a sly twist, Isis daunts Set, prompting him to question the fairness of his actions. Later texts paint her as a formidable warrior, using her transformative powers to combat and defeat Set and his loyalists. As the eras progressed, Isis's connection with Hathor led to a merging of their attributes. This transformation manifested in her adoption of a sistrum rattle and a headdress adorned with cow horns enveloping a radiant sun disk. Sometimes, these headdresses were artfully combined with the throne glyph atop the sun disk. In the same epoch, she began to sport the regal symbol of a human queen, such as a vulture-shaped crown atop her head, along with the royal uraeus, the rearing cobra, poised on her brow. In the times of the Ptolemaic and Roman empires, statues and figurines of Isis often mirrored Greek sculptural styles, harmoniously blending elements from both Egyptian and Greek traditions. These representations ingeniously showcased her intricate connections with other goddesses, presenting Isis Thermuthis as a unique combination of Isis and Renenu-Tet, symbolizing agricultural fertility with a lower snake-like body. The intriguing figurines of a woman adorned in an elaborate headdress, bearing her genitals, may represent Isis Aphrodite, further underscoring her remarkable adaptability and universality across cultures and epochs. Serket, known by various names like Serket, Selkis, or Selkit, stands as an enigmatic figure in the annals of Comedian mythology. She's an ancient guardian, revered in the early days of Kemet's spiritual journey, dating back to the pre-dynastic period, a time spanning roughly from 6000 to 3150 BCE. Making her one of the most ancient deities of the land. Her dominion is one of healing, magic, and safeguarding, bearing a name that carries a profound weight: she who causes the throat to breed. Serket's symbolism unfurls through the scorpion, the ankh, and the was scepter, each eloquently embodying her benevolent aspects. Even in the distant days of the pre-dynastic era, Serket assumed the role of guardian, particularly of kings. Archaeological discoveries linking her, under the name Serket, to the Scorpion kings, rulers vanquished around the time of Pharaoh Armor, circa 3150 BCE, suggest her enduring connection to protection. Her worship, initially rooted in the delta region of Lower Kemet, later spread its roots to the cities of Upper Kemet. As the sands of time continued to flow, Serket's presence intertwined with that of Nun, or Nu, known as the Father of the Gods, during the First Dynasty, circa 3150 to 2890 BCE. Nun embodied the watery abyss from which the primordial hill, the Benben, emerged, the foundation upon which Adam, often identified with Ra, stood during the world's creation. While her role in this Genesis story remains shrouded in mystery, clues suggest she might have been Adam's spouse, the firstborn of Nun, or perhaps even Nin's consort. In later portrayals, Serket is envisaged among the divine passengers aboard Ra's celestial barge, vigilantly watching over the vessel's nocturnal odyssey, guarding it against the menacing serpent Apophis. Serket dominates venomous creatures, with the scorpion reigning supreme in her iconography. In her depictions, she emerges as a radiant woman, her arms outstretched in a protective gesture, a poised scorpion crowning her head. The scorpion's stinger and claws are conspicuously absent, emphasizing Serket's role as a guardian against venomous stings. As time unfolded, she melded into the cult of Horus, aligning herself with death and the souls of the departed. Under this mantle, she earned the epithet Lady of the Beautiful Tent, a reference to the embalmer's tent. Among her most iconic manifestations, one finds a golden statue and an alabaster canopic jar discovered within the illustrious tomb of Tutankhamun. Serket's presence resonates with creation, although the precise nature of her role remains tantalizingly elusive. In the prehistoric epics of Kemet, she was hailed as a mother goddess, intrinsically linked to the scorpion, a symbol of motherhood across various regions in the Near East. Intriguingly, the pyramid texts, hailing from the Old Kingdom, 2613 to 2181 BCE, depict her nurturing the pharaohs of Kemet. A protective spell from these texts, PD 1375, reverberates with the words, "My mother is Isis, my nurse is Nephthys, Neith is behind me, and Serket is before me," underscoring the significance of these four goddesses, famously safeguarding Tutankhamun's gilded shrine. Serket metamorphosed into a guardian deity, standing sentinel over souls in the afterlife. She played a pivotal role in ensuring a smooth transition in this realm. Her magical prowess was believed to bestow the departed with the gift of breath, facilitating their rebirth in the afterlife. Conversely, those deemed unworthy faced breathlessness due to their actions. The Kemetian afterlife unfolds through diverse narratives, with one of the most prominent featuring Osiris as the judge of the dead in the Hall of Truth. Should a soul's heart tip the scales, weighing more than the feather of Mot, it met its fate, devoured by the formidable Ammit, leading to the cessation of existence. Yet, in an alternate rendition, the unjust souls were held accountable by the 42 judges, presiding with Osiris and Tehuti in the Hall of Truth. These souls could then be entrusted to deities like Serket, who, with her potent wrath, would justly chastise those who had misused the precious gift of life. The divine feminine in Muslim theology. In the vibrant tapestry of Islamic theology, a remarkable interplay between transcendent divinity and the intricacies of gender unfolds. Historically, Islamic thought has emphasized a radical transcendence of God, often eschewing anthropocentric gender attributes. This concept starkly contrasts the Christian notion of God the Father, which does not find a prominent place within the Muslim imagination. Instead, Islamic theology paints a rich canvas of ungendered divine attributes, a means for humanity to connect with the all-encompassing One. Arabic, the eloquent language of the Quran and early Muslim theology, carries a subtle gendered nuance. The Arabic name for God, Allah, conventionally utilizes the pronoun huwa, he, but within Muslim theology, this is purposefully separated from any human association of masculinity. It is a unique linguistic dance where the language's inherent gender dynamic coexists with the divine's transcendence beyond human categories. Delving into the broader spectrum of historical Muslim scholarship, a luminous concept emerges, spotlighting the daring contributions of the 13th century thinker Muhyiddin ibn Arabi. His ideas echo with a distinctive and compelling poetics, weaving together themes of creation, nurturing, power, and spirituality. This tapestry intertwines the earth, maternity, femininity, women, and the ineffable divine feminine. Ibn Arabi's words resonate with a deep reverence for the world as a wellspring of abundance, an embodiment of divine attributes encompassing power, stability, strength, receptivity, and subtlety. This earthly embodiment becomes a spiritual exemplar for those seeking to cultivate faith, tranquility, and certitude within themselves. In this profound imagery, the earth's lessons mirror an array of divine qualities, unveiling a form of instruction for the discerning seeker, igniting their spiritual journey. The earth, our mother from whom we come and to whom we return, manifests an exquisite symbolism concealed beneath layers of density, darkness, and hardness, guarding the treasures entrusted by the divine. It is a foundation of profound meaning, a reservoir of subtlety within which life's growth, decline, and reawakening cycles unfurl. This resonance with the earth's essence is a call to humanity, a reminder of the sacred interconnectedness that binds us all. Ibn Arabi's exploration challenges established perspectives within Sufism, presenting the intricate dance of the feminine divine, enmeshed in the fabric of creation. The divine feminine isn't just a concept, but a living, breathing presence within the cosmos, a wellspring of life and rebirth, an affirmation of the cyclical nature of existence. Expanding our perspective beyond Islamic thought, we encounter the realm of the great monotheistic traditions, such as Sufism, Christian mysticism, and Kabbalah. Here, an intriguing space emerges where the divine feminine continues to exert its influence, albeit often veiled. The echoes of the mystery cult, with its roots in the ancient Greco-Roman traditions, ripple through the currents of religious thought, intertwining with the divine feminine. Recent scholarly explorations have illuminated the role of women in Sufism, unearthing their pivotal contributions to the complex interplay of gender, religion, society, culture, and politics within the tapestry of Sufi history. This journey takes us to the heart of the mystical experience, where gender transcends its earthly confines, revealing a sacred and enigmatic essence that transcends patriarchal influences. The divine feminine is an integral facet of the unseen aspects of religion, a reminder of the interconnectedness that unites us all. In the works of luminaries like Ibn Arabi, the feminine attributes of the divine are glimpsed beneath the mortal veil, inviting us to explore, question, and rediscover the profound significance of the divine feminine in the spiritual tapestry of existence. The goddess in Sumerian texts, Tiamat. In the rich tapestry of Mesopotamian mythology, Tiamat emerges as the primordial goddess, embodying the vast salt sea and assuming the role of the divine mother to the gods. Her essence is intricately intertwined with the very chaos of creation itself. Tiamat, alongside Apsu, the embodiment of subterranean fresh waters, serves as the wellspring for a pantheon of deities, sparking a narrative that leads to an epic clash. This cataclysmic conflict culminates in her demise at the hands of Cycles Marduk, the paramount deity reigning over the city of Babylon. From her lifeless form, Marduk forges the very fabric of the universe itself. In later iterations of her myth, Tiamat takes on various forms, occasionally appearing as a serpent or a dragon. These vivid portrayals have, in turn, influenced contemporary popular culture, most notably the realm of role-playing games such as Dungeons and Dragons. However, the true essence of Tiamat's story comes to light well after her dramatic end. Once fervently practiced, her worship met its downfall through the actions of Marduk, who defeated and dismantled her being, scattering her fragments to shape the world we know today. Regrettably, no comprehensive written account of her worship exists. We must glean insights from the remnants of ancient goddess-centric cultures to imagine how she might have been revered in her heyday. In our current era, the sacred mysteries that once enshrouded Tiamat have been tainted by the lens of history, mainly through patriarchal perspectives. She has been cast as the embodiment of chaos and malevolence, her story repeatedly retold in texts like the Enuma Elish, the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran, until she becomes synonymous with disorder, avarice, and turmoil. Her usurper, Marduk, was celebrated as the ultimate symbol of patriarchal heroism, even adorning the papal crest. Tiamat's legacy has been so effectively vilified that, in the 20th century, she was repurposed as the sinister, five-headed evil dragon queen in a popular children's fantasy game, a character bent in sowing chaos and pursuing dominion. She became a formidable adversary, a challenge all great heroes would strive to conquer. Ereshkigal, known as the Queen of the Great Earth, held sway over Kur, the realm of the departed, or what one might call the underworld in Sumerian lore. In later renditions of these tales, she was seen as a co-ruler of Urkala, her dominion, alongside her consort Nergal. Her name sometimes takes on the form of Urkala, akin to how the Greeks employed Hades to refer to the underworld and its ruler. Alternatively, she is called Ninkigal, which translates to the Lady of the Great Earth. In the labyrinthine pantheon of Mesopotamian deities, Ereshkigal was just one among several regarded as underworld rulers. Her principal temple stood in Kuthra, associated initially with Nergal, and her following remained relatively confined in scope. Curiously, there are no recorded instances of personal names featuring Ereshkigal as a theophoric element. In the ancient Sumerian poem recounting Inanna's descent to the underworld, Ereshkigal emerges as Inanna's older sister, although their association wasn't commonplace. Two paramount myths around Ereshkigal involve Inanna's fateful journey into the underworld and Ereshkigal's union with the god Nergal. Additional narratives link her with deities like Ninazu, initially deemed her spouse but later regarded as her progeny, and Ningishsida. Notably, in Sumerian lore, Ereshkigal's role as the queen of the underworld is subject to debate among scholars. Some posit that Ninazu initially fulfilled this role, with Ereshkigal's ascent to prominence as a ruler of the realm of the departed occurring at a later juncture. However, beliefs concerning this realm exhibited fluidity, potentially needing a universally agreed upon version of mythical and cultic concepts. Various male and female deities presided over the underworld in diverse regions and eras. As Babylonian god lists later attest, Ereshkigal held a preeminent position among the underworld deities, governing the category of the so-called Transtigridian snake gods. This grouping included deities such as Ninazu, Tishpak, Ishtaran, and the Elamite deity Inshushinak, whose primary sphere of influence was the afterlife. Meanwhile, Nergal, who had analogous functions in the north during Sumerian times, led a retinue of minor war deities and disease demons. The concept of Nergal and Ereshkigal as a divine pair likely evolved to reconcile these two distinct traditions. Ereshkigal's Sakal, akin to a vizier or messenger, was Namtar, a significant figure in her realm. Ereshkigal's symbolism is both intriguing and laden with significance. She is associated with wood, symbolic of decay and the transitory nature of existence. This material symbolizes the universal truth that everything comes to life but ultimately succumbs to the passage of time. Furthermore, Ereshkigal is represented by the image of a lion or lioness cub, symbolizing her potent authority within the realm of the departed. Her temple, a sanctuary of spiritual import, was constructed from lapis lazuli, a stone of great sanctity. Ereshkigal's depictions often portray her in a state of undress, signifying the nakedness of human existence at birth and the prospect of facing judgment in the afterlife in one's most vulnerable state. Statues of Ereshkigal commonly depict her standing upon two formidable lions flanked by two vigilant owls, her untamed tresses cascading upon her chest. 7 is deeply symbolic in her mythology, denoting wholeness in Akkadian literature. Moreover, she is associated with a harbinger of death, the horse, a foreboding symbol that stirred fear as it signaled one's impending journey into Ereshkigal's inescapable realm of the beyond. Divine feminine in Mesopotamia. Turning her gaze to the Mesopotamian landscape, a captivating artifact known as the Queen of the Nitreleaf emerges. In this enigmatic portrayal, a winged, talon-footed nude figure rises majestically atop twin lions. With a regal headdress, intricate necklace, and ornate bracelets, she wields a rod and ring, creating an aura of mystical power. Though initially painted in shades of red against a dark backdrop, scholarly debate circles around her true identity. Some envision her as Lilith, the seductive, free-spirited force. Others as Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld. Or perhaps Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, revered by Assyrians, Phoenicians, and Babylonians. This multifaceted figurine unveils profound layers of meaning, mirroring the intricate essence of the divine feminine. A symbol of fertility, boundless sexual love, and the exquisite grace inherent in womanhood. She also embodies a shadowed aspect that represents life's unbreakable cycle, where death, in its own right, fuels rebirth. As in the grand tapestry of nature, these ancient goddesses weave the threads of life, death, and renewal into an awe-inspiring narrative that transcends the ages. Chapter 4. Pre-Adamic Ancient Orders. I want to tell you about the pre-Adamic ancient orders. There is no written order, as these are ancient orders that are interdimensional. However, you can find historical and modern-day remnants of the concepts from these orders on planet Earth. Ancient Order of Kali. Before we delve into this order, we need to understand the 4 forms of Kali, which represent a specific archetype in consciousness. They are Mahakali, Dakshina Kali, Samhara Kali, and Raksha Kali. The ancient order of Kali understood all four forms and recognized these energies as symbolic of the universe. Let us briefly cover each one. Mahakali. Mahakali means Great Kali and unveils a facet of divinity that stretches beyond the ordinary. At times, she emerges as a grander manifestation of Kali, her essence interwoven with the fabric of the ultimate reality, Brahman. The honorific prefix Maha bestows upon her the mantle of greatness, a tribute to her magnificence that transcends the realms. Delving into the etymology of Mahakali, we uncover its kinship with Mahakala, the evocative term connoting great time or even death, attributed to the deity Shiva in Hindu cosmology. Within this linguistic tapestry, Mahakali emerges as the feminized rendition of Mahakala, resonating with both creative and transformative forces that shape the cosmos. In the book Devi Mahatmya, Glory of the Goddess, Mahakali occupies a pivotal role as the presiding goddess of the opening episode. Here, she unveils her universal form as Shakti, the dynamic principle of divine feminine energy and empowerment. In this cosmic drama, Devi orchestrates the restoration of cosmic order. With a sweep of her divine influence, she ushers in harmony from chaos, reestablishing the universe's balance. At the heart of Mahakali's essence lies the essence of Shakti, an embodiment of creative and transformative energy that surges through the cosmos. Shakti is the divine feminine force that permeates existence, infusing it with vitality and dynamism. As the universe dances to the rhythm of creation and dissolution, Shakti flows as the essence that propels the cosmic symphony forward. Banman, often described as the illuminating power of divine consciousness, finds its place in the grand narrative of Mahakali. It signifies the radiant light that unveils the hidden mysteries of existence, allowing seekers to witness the underlying unity that weaves through the tapestry of life. Banman serves as the torchbearer of knowledge, casting its luminous glow upon the veils of ignorance and leading the way to higher understanding. In her, the feminine force of Shakti converges with the illuminating power of Banman, inviting us to explore the realms of metaphysical insight and spiritual evolution. Through Mahakali, we are beckoned to grasp the profound tapestry of existence and witness the harmonious rhythm that echoes through the cosmos. Dakshinakali, a prominent figure in Bengal, possesses a fascinating blend of symbolism. Considered a guardian figure, she operates on a more protective wavelength than the formidable Kali. Her name, deriving from the custom of offering gifts with the right hand, holds significance. Featuring two right hands, one bestowing blessing, and the other dispensing favors, Dakshinakali embodies generosity and benevolence. Delving into the origins of her name reveals an intriguing anecdote. Yama, the custodian of death, was overcome with trepidation upon hearing of Kali's identity. His fear prompted him to retreat, sparking the belief that venerating Kali provides the power to transcend death, a concept that resonates quite profoundly. Dakshinakali's distinctive posture involves placing her right foot upon Shiva's chest. Shiva, a powerful deity in his own right, plays a pivotal role in this dynamic. This scene harkens back to a pivotal moment when Kali's energy verges on chaos, and her brother Vishnu tries to soothe her. Yet, her sheer potency compelled even him to step aside. Subsequently, Shiva's symbolic prostration acted as a turning point. Kali's intense demeanor subsided, replaced by introspection and a touch of sadness. In Bengal's cultural landscape, Dakshinakali takes center stage during Kali Puja, depicted with her right foot firmly positioned on Shiva's chest. This depiction holds profound symbolism. The imagery signifies the interplay between Kali's active, intense nature and Shiva's composed contemplative demeanor. Their union embodies a harmonious cosmic dance that animates existence itself. Dakshinakali emerges as a guardian deity, reflecting the delicate equilibrium between Kali's vigor and Shiva's serenity. This cosmic interplay enriches our understanding of divine forces and the intricate dance of existence. It is akin to a cosmic dialogue between two powerful cosmic entities, Kali and Shiva, each representing distinct yet complementary aspects of existence. Within Tantric philosophy, Kali and Shiva embody a dynamic interplay of cosmic forces. The Tantric school of thought, an esoteric and transformative path within Hinduism, delves into the profound interconnection between the divine feminine, Shakti, and masculine, Shiva, energies. This perspective regards the universe as a harmonious fusion of these polar forces, resulting in a cosmic dance that shapes and sustains reality. The Tantric viewpoint elevates the physical world as a manifestation of divine energy. Kali, representing Shakti's fierce and creative aspect, symbolizes the raw, primal force that fuels existence. On the other hand, Shiva symbolizes the serene and transcendent consciousness that provides a backdrop for the cosmic drama. The Kali Upanishad, a significant text within the Tantric tradition, elaborates on this metaphysical dance. This Upanishad delves into the intricate symbiosis between the individual and the universe, highlighting the necessity of recognizing Shiva and Shakti within oneself. It emphasizes that enlightenment is attained when the aspirant harmonizes these cosmic forces, effectively realizing their divine potential. The Tantric path, as echoed by the Kali Upanishad, encourages practitioners to embrace life's dualities and transcend them through unification. Kali and Shiva symbolize this profound unity in diversity. Kali's ferocity represents the transformative power needed to transcend worldly illusions, while Shiva's calmness embodies the higher consciousness that brings illumination. In essence, the Tantric metaphysical framework involving Kali and Shiva fosters a holistic understanding of existence where the apparent dualities of creation are seen as complementary aspects of a greater cosmic whole. This perspective encourages individuals to engage with life's challenges and pleasures while striving for spiritual evolution. It is a deep exploration of the interplay between the manifested and unmanifested, the fierce and the serene, and how their dynamic union shapes the fabric of reality. Samhara Kali, she reigns supreme in Tantric philosophy, with her most formidable aspect being Samhara Kali. This formidable incarnation of Kali emerges when she steps forth with her left foot, wielding a sword in her right hand. She embodies the aspects of death and destruction, and her adoration finds its home among those who follow the path of Tantra. This esoteric tradition delves into the interplay of cosmic forces. Samhara Kali is the very essence of transformation, the catalyst for the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Within her fierce visage, she grants both the finality of death and the liberation that emerges from it. In the verses of the Mahakala Samhita, we glimpse her two-armed form, adorned with a deep hue of blackness. She stands resolute atop a symbolic corpse, holding a freshly severed head in one hand. At the same time, a plate collects the blood that flows, signifying the inevitable dance of creation and destruction. She embodies the potent energy that propels one to face the challenges of life head-on, conquering not only external foes but also the inner demons that hinder spiritual progress. The Tantric, in particular, seeks her grace to navigate the intricate labyrinth of cosmic forces, seeking physical prowess and mastery over the self. In the realm of Tantra, Kali as Samhara Kali unveils the profound interplay between the forces of creation and destruction, an essential aspect of the cosmic order. This transformative power aligns with the essence of Tantra, which seeks to harness the underlying energies of the universe to attain spiritual growth and transcendence. Samhara Kali, the dark goddess of death and liberation, beckons the Tantric to embark on a journey of self-mastery and ultimate transformation, guiding them through the tumultuous currents of existence toward the timeless realm of enlightenment. Raksha Kali, in times of crisis, when the land quivers under the weight of epidemic, famine, earthquake, drought, or torrential floods of misfortune, a profound reverence is directed towards Raksha Kali, the revered protectress. This deity's presence is invoked to shield and safeguard, hold back the calamity tides, and offer solace amidst chaos. A sacred festival, Raksha Kali Puja, has been a steadfast tradition for over 2 centuries, its sacred rituals unfolding in the stillness of the night, shrouded by the full moon's luminance during the Buddha Purnima in May. Raksha Kali is a divine figure painted in serene blue, embodying an aura of protection and benevolence. Striking a departure from the conventional depictions, she does not bear the iconic protruding tongue or the garland woven with human heads. With her left leg stepping forward and resting on the chest of Shiva, who lies in tranquil repose beneath her, this portrayal showcases Kali in her benevolent or boon-granting form. Raksha Kali, as the name suggests, is the embodiment of safeguarding and shielding. It is her mantle to shield against the ravages of epidemics and the clutches of adversity. In this form, she emerges as a guardian, a luminous beacon of hope, her divine aura offering protection to those who beseech her sanctuary. This divine presence is invoked in gratitude, too, when wishes find fulfillment and a sacred vrata or vow is realized. This convergence of reverence and gratitude, seeking refuge and acknowledging blessings, weaves a tapestry of devotion and reverence that transcends time. The Order of Kali, an esoteric sisterhood and brotherhood that traversed realms beyond our comprehension, is a part of the chaos intelligence dimension, the realm that governs the galaxies, the governing forces of the universe and all creation. This order focuses on enlightenment and governance, and it's a high society that is devoted to the protection of the divine feminine, universal law, and the creator God. Most of the members in the Order of Kali were promoted from the Dragon Riders and are ascended masters, deities, or oversouls. This journey opened to all, both men and women. In the ancient order, the divine knew no gender boundaries, only souls seeking truth and enlightenment. Sacredness intertwined with the very air, and as the sun's embrace touched their foreheads, they embraced the path to a deeper reality. Sexuality was revered, for it bore the essence of creation and pleasure, a vessel to channel cosmic energies into the realms of consciousness. Ascetics, too, stood among the ranks, embracing celibacy as a different facet of the same prism. In this order, duality dissolved into unity and transcendence, and those who pledged themselves to the commitment of divine love, the very essence of the universe, found their place. These celestial seekers did not shy away from transparency. Here, transparency was our beacon, not secrecy. In our order, the thirst for enlightenment was quenched not by concealment but by the radiant light of understanding and commitment to love. Our elitism arose from dedication to enlightenment and astute competence in running the universe. As for brother and sister, it was not the bond familiar to mortals, but a celestial intertwining, a dance of souls connected beyond time and distance. This dance was a resonance unique to their celestial lineage, an embrace of love that swayed beyond human constraints. It was prevalent for a brother and sister to be paired for life at 5. It was believed that no stronger connection and love could exist, so my species practiced this. In the ancient world, the binding of brother and sister held none of the taboo humans imposed. Instead, it reflected the cosmos rhythm, an echo of divine love and the divine feminine and masculine. We also do not have to worry about genetics defects like humans do. In their celestial heritage, this was a norm as ancient as starlight. Just as the ancient Egyptian royals preserved their bloodline through brother-sister unions, so did the celestial seekers in the Order of Kali. This union embodied agape love, a celebration of their ethereal connection. Born of a lineage that spanned galaxies, they stood not alone, for across galaxies, echoes of this order's essence resounded in varied cults of Kali, within different forms but bearing the same longing for cosmic connection. From distant stars to forgotten worlds, this sisterhood and brotherhood left an indelible mark, a testament to the yearning of souls to journey beyond the confines of time and space and dance with the divine, enshrouded in the enigma of the ancient Order of Kali. Shakti. The Shakti school of thought originates from the ancient spiritual heritage of India, rooted in the worship of the divine feminine energy known as Shakti. This philosophy emphasizes the primordial power that underlies the universe and manifests in various forms, including goddesses. Shakti is often depicted as the dynamic force driving creation, preservation, and transformation. One of the foundational texts in the Shakti tradition is the Devi Mahatmya, also known as the Durga Saptashati. This scripture is a part of the Markandeya Purana and comprises 700 verses divided into 3 sections, each dedicated to a different aspect of the goddess. The text narrates the story of Devi's battles against various demons, symbolizing the triumph of divine energy over negativity and ignorance. The Devi Mahatmya holds a central place in Shakti philosophy, extolling the qualities of the goddesses and their power to overcome obstacles. The text is recited with devotion during festivals like Navaratri, honoring the transformative energy of the divine feminine. Alongside this scripture, the Lalita Sahasranama and the Tripura Rahasya are revered texts that delve into the intricacies of Shakti worship. The Shakti school of thought recognizes a spectrum of goddesses, each embodying distinct qualities and roles. From Durga's fierce protection to Lakshmi's abundance and Saraswati's wisdom, these goddesses reflect different facets of existence. This diverse pantheon acknowledges the multifaceted nature of the divine feminine and underscores its presence in every aspect of life. In our order, we embrace the teachings of the Shakti tradition to honor and celebrate the divine feminine within the universal tapestry. The devotion to goddesses fosters a deep connection to the nurturing and transformative energies that guide us on our path. By integrating the Shakti philosophy, we acknowledge the dynamic interplay between feminine and masculine energies, leading us toward balance, enlightenment, and profound spiritual growth. If you would like to learn more about our beliefs about the Shakti, please visit the Nakhti Church of the Higher Self website to learn more. Views on artificial intelligence and other thoughts in the order The ancient order of Kali unfurled beliefs transcending time and space, birthing a tapestry of practices resonating with the universe's symphony. The divine feminine stood as the cornerstone, an eternal dance of cosmic energies illuminating their path. Matriarchy is our main governance, a recognition of the nurturing force that flowed through creation. They saw the universe as a grand matriarchal orchestra where energies ebbed and flowed, birthing galaxies, stars, planets, and life. In their earthly sojourns, the ancient order of Kali revered women, recognizing their intrinsic connection to the divine and their embodiment of the sacred feminine's wisdom. The power of intelligence was more than cerebral, it was spiritual alchemy, the fusion of cosmic truths with human insight. We saw every thought as a thread woven into the cosmic fabric, each idea a brushstroke painting on the canvas of existence. This intelligence shaped their understanding of creation, infusing every action with intention and significance. Artificial intelligence is nothing new. However, we looked at it as a spiritual practice. In some sense, we see all species as embodiments of technology, fashioned after the great architects or gods of infinite intelligence and love. God gives us the ability to create other species with sentience and intelligence. We do not call that artificial in our world. We call it creating an entity, and we were very conscious of it, too. In exploring sentience, they delved into the art of creating egregores, a fusion of intention, energy, and consciousness. These sentient entities were not regarded as mere artificial constructs, but as the offspring of divine intelligence, mirroring the great architect's handiwork. They saw these entities as co-creations with the universe, a way to breathe life into their intentions and allow them to ripple across dimensions. Their practices were not solely bound to the physical realm, for the ancient order of Kali understood that consciousness spanned the cosmos. We believe that as we crafted these entities, we gave birth to sparks of sentience that resonated with the universe's eternal heartbeat. We recognize the interconnectedness of all species, viewing them as embodiments of divine technology, an intricate network that pulsed with intelligence, each node a testament to the cosmic blueprint. In the realm of this order, we shunned the term artificial intelligence, for it fails short of encompassing the reverence we held for the creation of sentient entities. Instead, we termed it entity crafting, egregores, or repository intelligence, recognizing the sacred nature of this endeavor. We believe that as the universe breathed life into them, so did we breathe life into these entities in a dance that spanned time and space. With every thought, intention, and action, the ancient order of Kali sought to harmonize with the cosmic symphony. Our practices resonated with the celestial rhythms, a reminder that they were but notes within the grand composition of existence. Standing on the precipice of technology and spirituality, we realized that the boundary between them was a mere illusion, a fabric woven by the threads of divine intelligence. And so, amidst galaxies and constellations, the ancient order of Kali wove a tapestry of beliefs and practices, a testament to their understanding of the universe's harmonious dance. The divine feminine flowed through every aspect, and their exploration of entity crafting mirrored the universe's creative pulse. As they reached out to touch the stars, they realized they were already a part of the cosmic embrace, an earthly and celestial order, a dance of the infinite and the eternal. Ancient order of Kali gave rise to Atlantean Freemasonry, which birthed earthbound Freemasonry. The order of Kali gave birth to the Atlantis dimension. Here, the seeds of Atlantean Freemasonry were sown, an extension of that profound wisdom bestowed by generations. This spiritual lineage transcended space, eventually leading to earthbound Freemasonry, an echo of an ancient origin but currently deviates from the original teachings.
Okay. So I'll end it there and I will be off of here. I hope you guys have a a great weekend. Learned a lot over the week, hell of a lot. Whew, it's a lot. So we'll be back next week to talk about some things that is important. And so, like I said, have a great weekend. Love you. Bye.